August 7th, 2014. Please be aware that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. To accommodate the large crowd we are expecting today, there is an overflow room that is set up downstairs in the South Light Court on the first floor. Commissioners, I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Wu.
Here.
Commission Vice President Fong.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Moore. And Commissioner Sugaya.
Here.
Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1, case number 2013.0433, DD and D at 2853 Broderick Street. Staff-initiated requests for discretionary review and individual requests for discretionary review are proposed for continuance to September 18th, 2014. Item 2, case number 2014.0718D at 333 Pennsylvania Avenue is proposed for continuance to October 9th, Commissioners. Your agenda says September 18th. There have been some changes since the agenda was published, and the proposed continuance date is now October 9th. Commissioners, I do have one speaker card.
Irene Dick.
Good afternoon, President Wu, members. Eileen Dick, Frella, Braun, and Martel here on behalf of the project sponsor. I just want to encourage you to take staff's recommendation and continue this matter till September 18th and not beyond. As you know, there's been communications from the opponents, and we're pleased with the September 18th date, and we think 6 weeks from today is plenty of time to prepare. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items 1 or 2?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Irving Zaretsky. I am the owner of 284547 Broderick Street, the building next door. There are 2 requests for discretionary review in this case. I filed one, and then yesterday, another neighbor, Mr. Tim Arcuri, filed another request for discretionary review. I believe that many of our community members have written to Commissioner Wu to request a postponement of the hearing from today. Mr. Arcuri will not be able to make it on the 18th. I had written to Mr. Cabreros and to Ms. Wu that we requested a 45-day continuance from August 7th, which is today, and that would have brought us to September 22nd. And you do not have a meeting that was canceled on September 25th. So we request that the continuance be to the October 2nd date. I had originally mentioned to you that I was not going to be available at that time, as others weren't, because of the Jewish High Holy Days. But I would be willing to remain here and to make myself available on the October 2nd date. The point is that there are a great many people in the Cow Hollow community who want to attend these hearings. And one of the DR requesters, Tim Arcuri, cannot make it on the 18th. Therefore, we request that you continue it to October 2nd. Let me just mention to you that while the 311 discretionary review was owed to the community now for 2 years, we were in no position to request that because we had to wait until the project sponsor handed in her plans to which we could respond. Therefore, we have been waiting for 2 years now since the last time the issue was addressed on September 4th, 2012. Therefore, with all due respect, we ask that you consider postponing it to October 2nd, where all of us, we polled everybody from the Cow Hollow community who could be here, and we all agreed that that could be done on October 2nd. Thank you very much.
Thank you. there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Fong.
Thank you. I just realized that I need to ask for recusal of this particular item, and that is number 1, due to ownership in a property nearby.
Commissioner Sugaya.
I'll move to recuse Commissioner Fong.
Second.
On that motion of recusal for Commissioner Fong, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. Commissioner Fong, you are recused from item 1.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Yes, thank you. I know we can't take this item up because we don't have anything in front of us, but why? I'd like to understand why we're continuing it from today in the first place.
Thank you, Commissioner. So it's because a discretionary review request was filed. So the reason that it's on the calendar to begin with is because this item was before you as a discretionary review more than 2 years ago. After hearing here, it went a CEQA appeal at the Board of Supervisors and also appeal at the Board of Appeals. And then the project was constructed. There were some discrepancies in the plans. They have now a revision permit. And so given that this was before you before, we had this done as a staff-initiated discretionary review to put this item on your calendar so it could be heard by the Commission because you had previously considered the project. And so it's to bring the discrepancies in the plans back to the Commission. Went out for neighborhood notice, and then 2 discretionary reviews from the public were filed, in addition to the DR that is already on calendar by staff.
Commissioner Antonini.
Mr. Sanchez, when were those DRs filed by the community on this?
So one was filed yesterday because the notice was issued in early July and it expired, I believe, yesterday. One was filed yesterday and one was filed a few weeks ago, and maybe Mr. Cabarros has the date, but it was in July. And again, it's been an ongoing project for years. The neighborhood has been concerned about it. There have been complaints on the property that led to this revision permit and the matter being brought back before you.
Okay, thank you. I think in view of the fact this project has been around for so long, and, you know, I would move to continue to the 18th for items 1 and item 2.
Item 2 is a different date. Is that correct?
October, I think it's October.
Item 2 is now to October 9th.
Oh, October 9th, I'm sorry. Okay, so
Oh.
my motion would be to continue item 1 to September 18th and item 2 to October 9th.
Commissioner Antonini, if you don't mind, because Commissioner Fong has been recused, if we could have 2 separate motions.
Oh, sure, that's fine. Let's do item 1 then. My proposal is continue in September 18th.
Second.
On that motion, then, to continue item 1 to September 18th, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. If we could have a motion for item 2.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I will propose continuance of item 2 to October 9th, 2014.
Second.
On that motion to continue item 2 to October 9th, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar, are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 3, case number 2013.1554C. At 9 West Portal Avenue, request for conditional use authorization. Item 4, case number 2013.1587C. At 1459 Hyde Street, request for conditional use authorization. Item 5, case number 2014.0682C. At 401 Geneva Avenue, request for conditional use authorization. Item 6, for case number 2014.0565C. At 6600 3rd Street, request for conditional use authorization. And item 7, for case number 2014.0880Q at 3731 Fillmore Street, request for condominium conversion subdivision. I do have 2 speaker cards for item 4 at 1459 Hyde Street. And I have spoken to the speakers, and they do wish to pull it off of consent. And so we'll hear that at the beginning of the regular calendar?
Yes, please.
Very good. I have no other speaker cards.
Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, sir, you have to come up to the podium to speak.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm coming up here to request that item number 4.
Be heard?
What's that?
For item 4 to be heard?
Yes.
Yes, we've already pulled it off of consent, and it will be heard at the beginning of the regular calendar.
Okay. All right, then. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the consent calendar?
Good afternoon, Dr. Espinola Jackson. I'm not sure about item number 6. What do that entail, please?
If you'd like for it to be heard, then
Yes.
we can hear it
Thank you.
again at the beginning of the calendar.
Very good, Commissioners. We will pull item 4 and 6 off of consent.
Okay, is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
I would move to approve items 3 and 5.
And 7.
And 7, yes, sorry, and 7.
Second. Second.
On that motion to approve items 3.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Johnson.
Sorry, I actually wanted to request that we pull item 5 off the consent calendar as well, 401 Geneva Avenue.
Okay.
So I can modify my motion then to move to approve item 3 and 7.
On items 3 and 7, Commissioners, you may, given the number of items being pulled off of consent, reconsider hearing them at the beginning of the regular calendar, given our 3 o'clock.
So for the benefit of the public, we have an item at 3 o'clock. Due to the large number of items being pulled off, I believe we should hear them before the discretionary review calendar, but after our 3 o'clock item.
So at the end of the regular calendar.
Yes, correct.
So for those persons here to speak on those matters that were just pulled off of consent, those items will not be considered until after 3 p.m., and there's a good chance it'll be a good hour or two at least after 3 p.m. So, Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve item 3 with conditions and approve item 7. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. And places you under Commission Matters consideration of adoption draft minutes for July 17th, 2014 and July 24th, 2014.
Is there any public comment on the draft minutes? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Sugaya.
Yes, move to approve the minutes of July 17th and 24th.
Second.
On that motion to adopt the minutes for July 17th and July 24th, 2014, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on item 9, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I was interested in seeing an article in Sunday's Chronicle, Willie Brown's column, had to do with, seems to be an interest by a group to build a facility. He described it as a soccer stadium, but it could be probably used for any uses. They apparently have $600,000 towards this construction of this. So it might be something that, even though it's in the city of Brisbane, we might want to keep an eye on, because with the demolition of Candlestick and a hope to host Olympics and other events in San Francisco, it would be very difficult to be the host city without a venue that could at least have opening ceremonies or some of the larger events within or very close to the city. So it's something to look at to find out what's happening here, if it's obviously a great site because it's served by Caltrain, Highway 101, Muni Light Rail that ends only a short distance from that site and not too far from BART. So it's an excellent site for a lot of uses, and one of which, since the site is so big, would be a stadium. So certainly worth looking into.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. We had a condominium conversion as part of our consent agenda, and I just wanted to. I know we have a 10-year moratorium, I think, on condo conversions. So I wanted to request a list of what's remaining on the list of grandfathered conversions that came before the moratorium. Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to department matters. Item 10, Director's Announcements.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just one announcement just to bring to your attention that we are now including the quarterly housing report in the written director's report that you receive every 2 weeks. That quarterly report is updated quarterly, but it lists the status of current housing development projects and with respect to their affordability levels. So I just wanted to call your attention that now is available to you in the written director's report, which comes out every 2 weeks. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals, and the Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission, Aaron Starr, Department staff. As you're well aware, the board did not meet this week. However, you did not meet last week, so I will tell you what happened last week. At Land Use Committee, the interim controls clarifying the definition of a business sign, which was sponsored by Supervisors Wiener and Chu, was heard. This is an interim ordinance that clarifies the definition of a business sign. At the land use hearing, Supervisor Wiener, who sponsored the ordinance, said that this change was needed to close some loopholes in our current definition that are being exploited by the general advertising sign companies. Supervisor Kim had some questions about the differences between business sign and general advertising sign, and also some questions about storefront transparency. The committee unanimously forwarded this ordinance to the board with recommendation. Also at the land use hearing was the undergrounding district for the Ringgold Alley, sponsored by Supervisor Kim. As a part of an in-kind agreement for the project at 358th Street, the project sponsor is implementing streetscape improvements to Ringgold Street. Ringgold Street was identified as a priority project within both the Western Soma Community Plan and the Western Soma Neighborhood Transportation Plan. Part of the concept designs include undergrounding of utilities, which requires legislation of the underground district. This commission heard the proposal for the in-kind agreement on May 22nd, where it was unanimously approved, and was also unanimously approved and recommended to the full board at the Land Use Committee. At the full Board of Supervisors, the street vacation for the McCoppin Plaza was also approved without comment. An initiative ordinance to place a housing balance requirement on the November ballot was also heard. This motion places on the November ballot a policy declaration making findings, defining goals, and declaring policies that affirm the city's commitment to addressing the current housing affordability crisis, support production of 30,000 units of new housing in San Francisco, including at least 1/3 of those affordable to low and moderate income households, and over 50% within financial reach of working middle-class San Franciscans by 2020, create a housing action and neighborhood stabilization plan, including funding strategies, ensure financial support for public housing, and review the right ratio of affordable to market rate housing at an election for November 4th. This item replaces Supervisor Kim's original ballot initiative that would have required market rate projects to obtain conditional use authorization if the balance of housing dropped below 30%. The board approved this ordinance, and it will be on the November 4th ballot. Also heard by the board was interim controls clarifying the definition of business sign, which I mentioned at land use. That also passed with no comment. There were 4 introductions also, one for the planning code that amends the downtown support special use district regarding fees in lieu of on-site open space. This was sponsored by Supervisor Kim. The ordinance amends the downtown support special use district to allow the Planning Commission to authorize a monetary contribution to satisfy on-site open space requirements. Another ordinance on office conversion controls in landmark buildings was also introduced. This ordinance amends the planning code to replace vertical controls on the conversion of designated landmark buildings to office use in PDR 1D and PDR 1G districts. Another amendment to the planning code would amend the 3rd Street alcohol restricted use district. This was sponsored by Supervisor Kim. This item would allow a brewery to open on the 3rd Street, within the 3rd Street alcohol restricted use district. The Commission heard a similar ordinance to allow wine tasting on 3rd Street RUD. The topic of allowing a beer tasting in breweries within the RUD was also included in the case report, so this item does not need to come back to the Commission for review unless the Commission would like a hearing on it. And finally, the department-sponsored ordinance for formula retail and large-scale retail controls was introduced. The Commission heard this on July 17th, and it will most likely be heard to land use in September of this year. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
And the Board of Appeals did not meet this week, and they will next meet on August 20th.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Fry, Department staff. I have a couple items of interest to share with you from yesterday's Historic Preservation Commission hearing. The Commission unanimously approved a certificate of appropriateness for 201 Buchanan. This is an individually landmarked building, the Nightingale House. The proposed project is modifications to a non-visible addition, non-historic addition at the rear of the property, and the construction of a new stair for the ground floor tenant. And then just to remind you, the Nightingale House has a current Mills Act contract on file with the department, which, as you know, is the single most important incentive for historic property owners to reinvest and preserve their landmarked properties. The only other item I wanted to share with you is the Commission unanimously approved a certificate of appropriateness for 981 Grove Street. This is a contributing building within the Alamo Square Landmark District. The proposal is to construct an addition at the rear of the property and also a vertical addition significantly set back from the public right-of-way. While the Commission did discuss the project at length, there were a couple members of the public, primarily adjacent neighbors, that raised concerns about light and air from the proposed construction. It appears that the property owner and the neighbors are at an impasse, so a DR will likely be filed and will be reviewed by this property or by this commission. The Historic Preservation Commission unanimously approved the project, citing that the DR or the light and air concerns raised by the members of the public were not under their purview. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time, but that concludes my report to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that will place us under general public comment not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes, and I do have 2 speaker cards.
Francisco da Costa and Espinola Jackson.
My name is Francisco da Costa, and before I say anything, I would like to thank Commissioner Sugaya for your service, and I wish you all the best. But do keep in touch. We need you on other levels as the years go by. So having said that, I represent the first people of San Francisco called the Muwekma Ohlone. And your director here had the privilege to meet our chairperson right in this chamber when she came to listen to some of the deliberations. Now, I heard one of you commissioners say that when you tear down Candlestick Park, we would like this, that, and the other. But I would like to bring to your attention that when Candlestick was built and part of the Bayview Hill was taken away as landfill, human remains from the Bayview Hill were taken from the Bayview Hill and used as infill at Candlestick Park. And I say this because I want to speak about y'all are planners, true, and some of y'all are architects, and some of y'all are very well versed with land use. you have to pay attention to the history of San Francisco. This land belongs to the Muwekma Ohlone. Your director gets the information and you have to read it. 18 treaties were signed by the California tribes and the United States government. And all of the 18 treaties were not kept, were not ratified. So it goes like this. If we don't pay attention to the indigenous people, all that we built now, this concrete jungle, is for naught. So I'm just making that statement. Now, having said that, I do pay attention to the Ethics Commission. And as you know, there were some deliberations. So when the constituents of San Francisco ask for information, or when your notifications are done, and some of you commissioners have deliberated on the notifications, these are important things for the constituents of San Francisco. So I don't want to blame the director. I've been in touch with him from time to time. I know he means well, and I don't want to advise him. That's not my place. But we need to do the right thing when it comes to our Ethics Commission and the documents required. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Dr. Espinola Jackson. I would like to state that number 6 that I asked to come off the calendar do not need to come off. I went outside and spoke. We've already agreed on that because of the fact I was part of the group that okayed, and we had an open house and everything, and I didn't remember the address. So back to this. I'm here representing the Black Human Rights Leadership Council of San Francisco, and I put together 17 agencies. And I want to say that this body used to be the most elite body in San Francisco over 50 years ago. And the following agencies, because of their power and authority, are the cause of culprits for the gentrification and deaths of the people of color, youth, seniors in the city of San Francisco. Board of Supervisors, City Administrator, the Mayor, Housing Authority, San Francisco Health Department, the Unified School District, Land Use, City Planning, Human Rights, Redevelopment/Infrastructure Agency, Public Utilities Commission, San Francisco Hope, Mayor's Office of Housing, Department of the Environment, EPA, Port Authority, the Tabernacle of Eight. In closing, it's important to note that with approval of formation agencies, so-called affordable housing projects and other things being built on toxic sites in the southeast sector of San Francisco without proper environmental impact reports. I would like to say that I was amazed when I saw the newer commissioner on the 15th was given a certificate of the work that she had done on the infrastructure committee. Then the next day, on the 17th, then I see her appointed here. I said, oh my God, this is nothing but railroading again and being a rubber stamp. And I must say that I did talk with a young lady, invited to my home to talk about the politics of San Francisco. And the politics is the developers' development. And all development is not good, especially in the southeast sector. There's no such thing in San Francisco saying Brownsfield site. Every area in the southeast sector just happen to be Superfund sites. And people are dying. They're dying every day. My daughter passed away last year. I have not gotten a report on what her death was, but the toxins that she inhaled. But guess what? When I get that information, I'm going to file a lawsuit against every agency in this city, $50 million, and those are going to be the commissioners. You all going to be paying. Thank you very much. And here is this for you all to look at and have a part of, so you'll know you've been told. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Vettel on behalf of Mercy Housing In light of Dr. Jackson's statement, I'm hoping that you can reopen the consent calendar and approve item 6 quickly so that I know you have a long calendar tonight this afternoon, and we'd like to get that resolved now that the objection to the consent has been withdrawn. I hope you can do that, and we can be on our way. This is a 100% affordable housing project that's already built and occupied by formerly homeless families, and we'd like to resolve this one issue quickly. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there any additional general public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Sugaya.
Yeah, in light of that, can't we just move it to the front? Can't we just consider it at the beginning of the regular calendar, which is now, and just vote on it?
Correct.
Yeah, I think that would be the appropriate way to go. Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to the regular calendar. And in light of what we just heard regarding item 6, we'll take up item 6 for case number 2014.0565C at 6600 3rd Street, request for a conditional use authorization. I have no speaker cards.
Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
On that motion to approve item 6 with conditions, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
And Commission Chair Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you on item 12 for case number 2008.1396E, the Regional Groundwater Storage and Recovery Project certification of the final environmental impact report. Please note that the public comment period is closed. However, the Commission will accept comments on this item. However, they may not become a part of the EIR comments and responses document.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Yes, I asked for recusal as the firm I work for did historic resource work on this EIR.
Commissioner Moore.
Move to recuse Commissioner Sugaya.
Second.
On that motion to recuse Commissioner Sugaya from item 12, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. And you may proceed, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, President Wu and members of the Commission. I'm Tim Johnston from the Environmental Planning Section of the San Francisco Planning Department. The item before you is the certification of a final environmental impact report, or EIR, for the proposed Regional Groundwater Storage and Recovery Project, which is sponsored by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. Given the other agenda items before you today, including a general plan referral, a representative of the SFPUC is here and available to provide you with a brief overview of the project description, should the Commission wish. Yes? Or
Let's hold off to see if there's questions from commissioners.
Sure. Okay, so with that, a copy of the draft EIR certification motion is before you. The draft EIR was published on April 10th of 2013. Public hearings on the draft EIR were held in the project vicinity in San Mateo County on May 14th, 2013, and here before the Planning Commission on May 16th, 2013. The public comment period closed on June 11th, 2013. The responses to comments document was published and distributed on July 9th, 2014. The evaluations of the issues contained in the EIR did find that implementation of the project would directly result in significant environmental effects that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. These are listed under item 6 of the draft certification motion that is before you. They include aesthetics impacts, land use impacts, noise impacts, as well as cumulative noise impacts, as well as impacts from implementation of one of the mitigation measures relative to noise. Just to note that the draft EIR did find that at the draft EIR stage, we found that there could be significant and unavoidable well interference impacts. However, upon further review, During the review of comments and further investigation and consultation with the PUC, we revised that to find that impact less than significant. We also find that, as listed under item 7 of the draft certification motion, that the project would contribute to a significant and unavoidable growth-inducing impact, as being that this project is part of the Water System Improvement Program approved by the SFPUC. So due to the project's contribution to these significant and unavoidable impacts, the SFPUC would need to adopt a statement of overriding considerations pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, should the PUC choose to approve this project. With that, staff recommends that the Commission adopt the motion before you that certifies that the contents of the report are adequate and accurate, and the procedures through which the final EIR was prepared comply with the provisions of CEQA, the CEQA guidelines, and Chapter 31 of the Administrative Code. This concludes my presentation unless the Commissioners have any questions.
Thank you. Okay, let's open for public comment. Robert Maddow, Francisco da Costa.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Robert Maddow. I'm an attorney from Walnut Creek, California. I represent 2 of the irrigation pumpers that will be adversely impacted by the proposed project. One of them is the Olivet Memorial Park Cemetery. The other is the California Golf Club, which did file comments during the public comment period. I marked the card to say I was rising in opposition to the project solely because we're not yet in a position where we could support the project, nor are we neutral on it, because the project will in fact work in unlawful taking of our property rights, in that it will have a significant adverse impact on our ability to use our wells to produce the irrigation water. That is those wells are the sole source of irrigation water for those pumpers. One of my, to give you an idea of our concern about this, one of my clients will see its principal well lose up to 80% of its productivity in the worst case scenario that is depicted in your environmental impact report. The reason you were able to change it to less than significant is because your staff and the PUC staff and its legal and technical team did an excellent job of developing a set of proposed mitigation measures. Those have been presented to both of my clients. One of my clients received it about 10 days ago. They have not yet finished their evaluation of those mitigation measures, nor have they reached a conclusion as to whether those measures will completely satisfy those concerns. I rise today solely to make a very brief record before you act to say, when San Francisco proceeds with this project, which will be located in another county, you will be having significant adverse impacts on property rights held by individuals who own properties to the south of you. Hopefully those effects, those adverse effects, can indeed be mitigated, because the project does have the potential for a regional benefit, which we recognize. The project needs to be, if it does proceed, it needs to proceed with care and caution, and it needs to proceed in a manner in which the actual effects of what your project will do can be measured before you fully implement that project. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to take any questions from the members of the Commission, should there be any.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I make it a point to attend all the SFPUC meetings. And in this case, some months ago, there was a joint meeting between the SFPUC and the Department of Environment. And at that meeting, a gentleman came and spoke about this topic. And there was no comment from anybody from the SFPUC. Now, as the gentleman who made the presentation stated pretty clearly, for those who have ears to hear, that the hearings were held outside San Francisco. while the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, as another gentleman stated, will be hearing about the adverse impacts. So you commissioners should get a real good idea of what is going on. ASAP PUC hasn't been diligent in this matter. They should have had at least one hearing where the constituents of San Francisco pay attention to this matter of groundwater. It's not as simple as you think. We are blessed, sort of blessed, when in 1913, through the Raker Act, we went and dammed a dam, the Hatch Hatchie Dam, to bring clean water to San Francisco. But what is happening is, as the years go by, we supply more and more water to the region, Boswell. You all need to do your homework and understand that. Right now, even though we spend $2.6 billion and the region spent $2 billion to revamp the water system improvement project right by the Hatch Hatchie Dam, there is a tunnel which will adversely impact the whole project. Your director, others who are in the know about it. So this is a big problem. It's a big problem for clean water delivery. And if we have a Mickey Mouse system where we think we can go tap into the watershed with all the adverse impacts and not have a very reliable system, then we are fooling ourselves. So there are two things here that you planners, commissioners have to pay attention to. First, has due diligence been done on the water system improvement project and that delivery? And then if we are going to tap into this system and help the region, how will that be done without adversely impacting the taxpayer? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Thank you. Dr. Espinola Jackson, I didn't come to speak on this issue, but let me say this. When the expansion of the sewage plant was done back in 1972, the commissioners here approved. And at that time, when the voters voted for the expansion of the sewage plant, it was supposed to be that Bayview Hunters Point would receive 80% of the sewage from San Francisco. But then it took time. A lot of meetings went on. We, the community, were not involved in those meetings when this city was told that they had to also give services. Sewage come from Brisbane, Daly City, 3 other areas there, coming into Bayview Hunters Point. We getting 100% of everybody's sewage. Not only that, then they came up in the 90s and said we had to take the 100% of sewage from Presidio. You know, there's a lot going on here in this city that you commissioners are not aware of, and then I have to get up and correct reports when it's being said what we are receiving in Bayview Hunters Point, because I live there, and I've never missed a meeting. I don't miss no meetings. I know the games that are being played, the rewrite of history that is trying to take place here. And I agree with that young man that got up and talked about his area, because I was in San Mateo County 2 weeks ago, because they send people here to represent their area. But we don't have no one, I mean no one, to represent us in Bayview Hunters Point, where the sewage plant is and where the expansion is taking place. You know, you all need to have some concern about us in Bayview Hunters Point, what we are going through. I keep coming to you all saying we are dying, we are sick. Thank God I'm 81 years old and God is keeping me here to come and tell you what is going on, for you to accept and do something about it. But how do you vote? Pass, pass, pass. Being a rubber stamp. You all need to stop being a rubber stamp for the big developers and Willie Brown, who used to be the mayor of this city. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
We're handling the certification of the EIR separate from the other two issues?
Yes.
Okay. I think the EIR deals adequate and accurately with the issues that have been presented. I mean, there are some points that have been raised, and I would address those at the time of the consideration of the general plan referral, and I would move to certify the EIR.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to certify the EIR. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you on items 13A and B for case numbers 2008.1396 E and R, Regional Groundwater Storage and Recovery Project, consideration of adoption of findings under the California Environmental Quality Act, and consideration of a general plan referral.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paolo Ikezoe. I'm with the Citywide Division of the Department. And so what you have, the item before you is to approve a general plan referral. Because of the scope of this project, we figured it was appropriate to bring to you. And so essentially what this general plan referral is saying is finding that the project as described is consistent with our city's general plan, most specifically the environmental protection element. And so we have draft motions to adopt the CEQA findings that you have before you, and then the general plan referral. And then Kelly Capone from the PUC is here to answer any questions that you might have as well.
Thank you. Mr. Anan, do we take separate public comment on these items?
We take public comment on items 13 and A and B combined, yes.
Okay. Is there any public comment on items 13A and B? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I have some questions for staff in regards to some of the points that were raised earlier. My understanding is, from reading the report, that what would happen is that in wet years, the water would be allowed to accumulate to keep us above the level that is needed for supply of all the different participants who use the aquifer. But then in dry years, using this surplus, the city and county would take, I think it's, I forget the figure, 6.9 million gallons per day, up to that amount to supplement the waters that come from the rest of our Hetch Hetchy system. Am I correct in that assessment?
Yes, sir. This is a project to provide additional dry year water supply.
But it sounds like, based upon what I'm reading in here, there are mitigations to keep the aquifer at a level that it would be adequate to supply the needs of, for example, the cemetery and the golf course, of which the attorney has spoken earlier.
Correct. That is dealt with by mitigation measure HY6, which is extremely detailed and technical, but the bottom line is that if the PUC, through its monitoring, predicts that there will be an adverse effect to neighboring wells, that there is a number of technical steps that will be implemented to reduce the effects to those other pumpers in the area, including and up to reducing pumping by this project or cessation of that pumping in the vicinity of those affected wells. There is also a provision for the affected pumpers that it would allow them to come to us independently if they detect something that the PUC has yet to detect, to call it to our attention, and then a whole nother series of measures is laid out for how we would resolve such a dispute and implement further measures as necessary.
Thank you. I ask another question. Is this somewhat analogous to the situation in Sunol and Pleasanton, where the city and county of San Francisco owns a lot of land and does have wells that will pump from that aquifer to supplement the Hetch Hetchy system? But I'm sure that you have mitigation measures in place, and that's been the case for many years. In fact, back to the days of the Spring Valley Water Company, that was the situation. So I'm assuming this is a somewhat similar situation.
I'm not as informed as you apparently are on those wells out in Sunol, but we have members from the PUC who could probably speak to that other analogous situation.
Well, I guess my point would be this is not a de novo situation, that it's been going on for a long time, and I assume that it's been dealt with success. I grew up in that area. I don't hear complaints that, the aquifer is being depleted in that area. So it seems like this seems to be something that's somewhat similar to what's being done there.
I can't speak to the similarities, but I can assure the Commission that the impacts to other irrigators on the peninsula can and will be mitigated to less than significant levels with the mitigation measures outlined in this EIR.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Unless there are other commissioners, I would move. I think we can approve both parts A and B together.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Antonini, it would be the adoption of the CEQA findings and the adoption of the general plan referral.
Yeah, I would move then A, 13A and B.
Commissioner Moore.
I just want to briefly ask, hearing the answer to Commissioner Antonini's question, it mentioned only the peninsula. The gentleman who spoke with concerns to the Walnut Creek situation was not included in that description. We cannot ask him to come back, but I'd like staff to see as to whether or not it includes that area as well, because I think that was a reasonable question.
Yes, to clarify things, Mr. Maddow mentioned that he is from Walnut Creek, but this project, it does not take place in Walnut Creek.
So he's not speaking to that. He's speaking to
He's
peninsula
representing
situations.
irrigators down on the peninsula.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to adopt CEQA findings and the general plan referral. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis. Aye. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Places you on item 14, Office Development Annual Limit Program Update. This is an informational presentation.
Good afternoon, President Wu, Commissioners, Corey T. for Planning Department staff. The presentation today is going to focus on the Office Development Annual Limit Program that we have. And as you may know, this has been coming up more and more in the press and the public, and also discussions in the department. We do periodically present this type of update to the Planning Commission, and we wanted to come before you today to begin a dialogue on some of these issues. So the program, especially at the individual project level, can be incredibly complex and detailed, but the purpose today is to provide kind of a baseline of information about the history of the program, kind of the mechanics of how the program works, look at some of the historical data and some of the current and projected data that we're looking at now. Again, this is an informational presentation, not an action item, because it's really intended just to begin the dialogue about this issue and start looking about the potential need and for a new policy, and if so, what that policy may begin to look like. We definitely want to receive some guidance from the Planning Commission on that issue, and to that end, we'll be looking to specific next steps. So again, today we're going to cover just a program overview, look at how Prop M amended the program, the mechanics and the process of how it works, some historic and current data on the program, future projections, and future policy outlooks. So what is the annual limit? In its simplest form, it is simply a regulation that limits how much large office space may be permitted in the city during any one given year. It applies citywide. It is not dependent on any specific neighborhood or zoning district, and it applies to any office development that is more than 25,000 square feet. Specifically, the program allows up to 950,000 square feet of office development per year. That is further divided into what we call the small cap and the large cap. Of that 950,000 square feet each year, 75,000 goes to the small cap, which is for projects between 25,000 and 50,000, and 875,000 square feet goes to the large cap for projects larger than 50,000 square feet. Just to provide a little bit of history, the program was actually created with the adoption of the Downtown Plan in 1985. At that time, it was originally adopted by the Board of Supervisors. At that time, it only applied to projects that were larger than 50,000 square feet. Instead of an annual program, it was a 3-year program that allowed up to 2.85 million square feet, and it was set to expire in 1988. It did include certain exemptions for certain types of projects, like, for example, if they included a certain amount of residential. And again, that was adopted by and could have been modified by the Board of Supervisors. The next year, however, in '86, Proposition M was approved by the voters, and it was basically a reaction to concerns about the impacts of office development on transit, housing, and neighborhood businesses and character. And Prop M amended the program in a number of important ways. It created the small cap. Before Prop M, that did not exist. It also tried to account for a large number of projects that had been approved prior to the Downtown Plan by accounting for them in the cap by removing 475,000 square feet out per year until that accounting kind of ran its course, which it did eventually in the late 90s, mid to late 90s. And so now we're back at the full 950 every year. It also created priority policies that were geared around protecting neighborhood businesses, neighborhood character, affordable housing, and other issues. And you'll see these policies called out in every motion that come before you. It also, somewhat lesser known, created a job placement and training program. But very importantly, the language that were specific to Prop M, since it was put in place by the voters, it can only be amended by the voters. And that creates a portion of the program. The rest of the program language, which is all housed in the Planning Code, was adopted by the Board of Supervisors, and that language can be amended. In terms of how it works, as you know, all projects that are greater than 25,000 square feet, all office projects, are required to come to the Planning Commission for an office allocation. It's, the suffix we use is a B or a B case. In any year, if there is unused space in either cap, small or large, then the next year that space rolls over year to year. And that's why you may have some years, even though the annual cap for large projects is 875,000, you may have one year that has more than $1 million or $2 million or so allocated in that year because it's rolled over from prior years' excess. Approvals can be revoked, similar to other entitlements that the Planning Commission grant. Generally, they are revoked due to performance period running out, which is generally 18 months to get your first permit issued. Another way they can be revoked is if a project, after an allocation, decides to change and convert to a different project, such as residential. That space can be captured and put back into the cap. There are some exceptions to how the cap applies and whether or not the Planning Commission has approval authority. So, for example, regional, state, and federal office buildings, that space is required to come out of the cap, but it is not required to come to the Planning Commission for an authorization. And that space comes out of the cap once that project has commenced construction. San Francisco Port and redevelopment project areas are somewhat complicated depending on the redevelopment plan and the type of port property it is. So if the Planning Commission is required to approve it and when exactly it comes out, that can vary depending. And then also, office space specifically for the city and county of San Francisco is not subject to the program at all. It does not come out of the cap, and it is not required to receive Planning Commission approval. It's also important to note that there have been plans adopted in the past and then associated resolutions adopted by the Planning Commission that give certain plan areas priority if they have office developments proposed. And those are Mission Bay, Hunters Point, and Treasure Island. So, Section 321 of the Planning Code lays out some very specific criteria that the Planning Commission must consider for any of these projects, and I'm going to run through these a little quickly. But the first criteria is the apportionment of office space over the course of the approval period in order to maintain a balance between economic growth on the one hand and housing, transportation, and public services on the other. There's general plan consistency, which is generally a requirement for all the projects. You see the quality of design, the suitability of the proposed office for that location and any impacts it may have on that location, the anticipated uses within the project and what kind of employment opportunities it would provide, what are the needs of the existing businesses in the area, and the suitability of these uses, the extent to which the development will be owned and occupied by a single entity, and finally, the use of TDR. So it's important to point out that the code also states that payments to transit and housing funds other than what's already required by the planning code or any other ordinance can't be considered in the determination. And it's slightly cut off on the screen here, but there's another bullet point that points out the fact that the Planning Commission, as it has done in the past, has the ability to adopt additional criteria as they see fit. It's also important to note that, especially for projects, office projects, large office projects, is what we're really focusing on today, projects larger than 50,000 square feet, they are subject to certain impact fees. All of these projects are going to be citywide, are going to be subject to the Jobs Housing Linkage Program, which is up to $24 a square foot, the Transit Impact Development Fee, which is up to over $13 a square foot, and the child care in lieu fee, which is a little over $1 a square foot. They have the option to provide the child care on site as well, but most projects simply pay the fee. And then on top of that, depending on what neighborhood or plan area you may be in, you may have additional impact fees that are required, including the Eastern Neighborhoods Infrastructure Impact Fee, Downtown Park, Public Art, and Transit Center has its own special bundle of impact fees that those rates vary as well. So just to begin to look at some of the historical numbers, this is just a simple chart showing how many square feet have been allocated from the cap every year since it was created in 86 after Prop M. You can see that in the late 80s and early 90s there was really not a lot of activity. We also had the smaller cap then. It was 475,000. It didn't bump back up to 950 until the late 90s. You can really clearly see the ramping up in the late 90s for the .com era, and actually the year 2000, you see that at that time it was easily the most square footage that had been allocated in any given year. But that entire period, 98 to 2002, there was significant allocation of office development space. You can see kind of the early 2000s, and then again after 2008, some recession period where the allocation goes down. And then the big recovery from the recession for us in terms of office allocation occurred in 2013, where by far at 3.6 million square feet, it was the most office ever allocated in the city for the program history. And so just to give you an idea, in 2000, the second highest year, The three largest projects that were allocated were Foundry Square, which is 850,000 square feet, 500 and 550 Terry Francois, which is technically two projects together, 500,000 square feet, and then 235 Second Street at 180,000 square feet. By contrast, the largest projects in 2013 were 101 First Street at 1.3 million, 1800 Owen Street at 700,000, and 181 Fremont Street at 400,000. So if you just take the three largest projects in 2013, they essentially are more than the entire previous peak year of 2000. And it's a little foreshadowing about the changing context of the kind of office space we're seeing today compared to the dot-com before. So just to move into the current numbers that we're dealing with, the small cap is not much of an issue right now. There's a good amount of space, and because there is a cap of 50,000 square feet per project, it would take a lot of projects to come in to really start to wean down that number. But right now we have about 1.2 million square feet available, have 147,000 square feet pending, 61,000 square feet pre-application phase, and a total pipeline availability, which is, if everything came out right now, how much would we have left? And we'd still have over 1 million square feet. So it'd still take more than many number of projects to drain that down. Just to help define some of the jargon there, the pending projects plus the pre-application projects equal our pipeline. These two categories of projects are all the projects that we are aware of due to any kind of official application being filed with the city. Something to keep in mind, pending projects are projects that have an office allocation application submitted. And pre-application projects are any project that we are aware of because they have any other type of application submitted, whether it's a PPA, an environmental review, or so on. Sometimes projects file their office allocation application early in the process. Some do it late. So just because a project is in the pending category, it doesn't necessarily mean it's pending next month. It still could be some time out. And conversely, there could be projects that are in pre-application that are waiting till closer to the end of the process to file their office allocation application, and they could move forward pretty quickly. So those categories aren't necessarily coinciding with timing exactly. Before we skip on, so the large cap, which is really the issue that we're looking at today, right now we have 2.1 million square feet available. We have slightly more pending at 2.156 than we have available. And pre-application, we have over 9 million. And what that means is if everything that was in the total pipeline came out today, based on the cap space we have today, we would be 9 million square feet in the red. But there are some caveats, and some of it we just talked about a little bit. But when we talk about the pipeline, it is very big. It's historically large. But those numbers generally represent the maximum that they will possibly do. For the purposes of environmental review, you generally look at what your maximum scenario is. Additionally, a lot of projects, either due to the market or a design review or some other factor, oftentimes the office component shrinks a little bit. It's also important to know that many of the projects in the pipeline technically could not be approved today if they came forward because they still need a rezoning. And those are projects in Central Soma, 5M, Pier 70, and Seawall Lot 337. All of that kind of combines together to the next point, which is the majority of the pipeline is going to take years to mature. There definitely are projects that are going to be ready soon or are ready, and projects that will be ready in the next year or so. But there's also a significant chunk that is going to play out over a course of several years. And then one of the more difficult aspects of the pipeline is what it doesn't include, which are projects that we don't know about yet. Considering the cycle that we're in and the pace of applications we've been seeing, it's likely that 4 months from now, the pipeline is going to grow. How much is it going to grow? We're not sure. Additionally, projects that are government-based, again, they aren't required to go through a process. They just come out. So it's difficult a little bit to project for those issues in terms of how much space we're going to have in the future. But we're going to try to do that anyway. These are using some general assumptions, and it doesn't read well on the screen, unfortunately, but each column represents the entire pipeline that year. There's a red portion at the bottom and a pink portion at the top, which doesn't show up very well on the screen, unfortunately. And the red portion are basically, that's how many square feet are represented in projects that would, what we call mature that year, be ready to come to the Planning Commission for an allocation. And you can see right now, if you look at 2014, that we have some projects that will be ready to come forward by the end of this year and be allocated. And you can see by the blue line, that's how much cap space we're projected to have each year through 2018. So this chart is projecting if we just kept doing things the way we are now. If it was just a project-by-project review, this is what the projections would look like. We would have enough space to allocate everything this year, almost everything that would mature next year, and then by 2016, we're essentially dealing with the annual limit every year, 875,000 square feet. We're essentially waiting to get our allotment in October every year, and that's all we're dealing with every year past that. One thing that's important to note in terms of the years, each year represents an allocation year, which starts in October. So, for example, the 2014 year is technically October 2013 to October 2014, and so on and so on. The majority of the allocation period falls in that year. Another way to look at projecting into the future is somewhat of a capital planning aspect, and a long-range view, looking at how much we have, how much pipeline we're going to have, and really taking a more long-term view of this issue. Like I said, this pipeline is kind of historic in its size, so it's interesting to take this longer view. So, for example, if you adopted a policy where and created a new artificial cap that said, in any given allocation year, we're not going to allocate more than $1.75 million, which is 2 times the annual cap. What that does is essentially smooth out the allocations for several years. So you can see, project by project, by 2016, we're basically just dealing with what we get on an annual basis at 875,000 square feet. Using this type of concept, it smooths it out so that we're actually able to allocate the full $1.75 million every year, essentially through 2017, and not until 2018 are we simply depleted down to just using the annual allotment of $875,000. So these numbers are all very interesting. They're not very new. We've been seeing this increase for some time. Again, the public and the press have also been seeing it. There have been articles. We've been receiving a lot of questions. The market is already feeling pressure of not having enough office space with rents increasing, and a lot of the new construction that's under construction is already pre-leased. So there's a lot of concern there. Some of the questions that we're hearing in the department are, how long is this cycle going to last? Because it's always an issue. When is the upward trend going to either go downward or level off? The city economist is a little bullish, at least for the next few years. Will this bottleneck increase office rents in the city? Again, we're kind of already seeing the existing bottleneck of just available office space, irregardless of the cap, potentially raising some prices in the city. That's a concern. If we have a bottleneck like this, will it increase illegal office conversion, similar to what happened in the .com era? And if so, will there be displacement? And then similarly, if we have this bottleneck, will the demand for Class A space start to cannibalize our Class B and Class C, some of our nonprofit space, and will those tenants be displaced as well? So those are some of the questions that we were receiving. So we talked about this, a little foreshadowing earlier, but we feel like the issues we're facing right now and the pipeline we're facing right now is incredibly different than what's been faced before in the late 90s, early 2000s, and the late 80s for a variety of reasons that we'll go over now. One is geography. In 85 to 2002, which that's kind of everything up to and through the .com boom, most of the office development was downtown. There was some scattering outside of it, but most of it was downtown. Since that time, we've seen much more dispersion away from downtown and into places such as Soma and Mission Bay. And the pipeline that we're looking at right now is only continuing that trend. Another thing that is a very important difference is the size of projects that are in the pipeline. And we talked about this comparing the 2000 and 2013 years. So far to date, we've allocated 8 projects that are greater than 500,000 square feet. And in the pipeline right now, we have 9. And if you bump it up beyond that to 1 million square feet, historically, we've only allocated 1 project above that size. And right now in the pipeline, we have 4. So what that means is that it doesn't take very many projects to eat up a lot of space in the cap. And just to look at the geography, and on the screen it does not show up that well, but most people know the general lay of the land in San Francisco and can recognize the bay. These yellow dots represent all the projects that were approved 85 to 2002. Again, there are some scattering south in Soma and kind of northeast Mission and Mission Bay, but it was primarily downtown. If you look at 2003 to now, there's a small cluster downtown, but there are many more projects in Soma and Northeast Mission and Mission Bay, especially Mission Bay. And if you look at the pipeline, it's essentially continuing that trend. You do have some projects up by downtown, but you have a lot of projects essentially down the 4th Street corridor, the Brannan, Townsend Street corridor, and then kind of scattered out beyond that as well. So if you look at them all together, you can really see a bit of the pattern. You know, the North of Market trend was definitely the trend of 85 to 2002. It is not necessarily the trend of today or what we're looking at now. So the geography of what we're dealing with in terms of projects is very different now than what the Planning Commission in the past has had to deal with. And this is just another shot showing them all together. The other is volume. The last time the Planning Commission adopted a policy where there was a contest between projects was 2000, and at that time there were 9 projects in the pipeline. Now we have 23. So the combination of the size issue and the number issue is why the pipeline itself is historically large. Something else, since 2003 we've seen a pretty significant uptick in institutional uses. Whether it's the federal or regional government, UCSF, CPMC, and others, which is something that wasn't really taking much out of the cap in the 80s and 90s. Another important change is just the change in the area around downtown. There's a lot more housing in downtown and adjacent to downtown, whether it's Rincon Hill, Eastern Neighborhoods, Mid-Market, and Transbay. There's a lot that has changed in the last several years, but there's obviously a lot that's on the way as well in terms of projects that are under construction or will be very soon. And to that end, there's definitely differences in transportation. We definitely have higher rates of people walking and biking to work, and we're going to projecting to see even higher rates of that in the future. And something else significant is right now, in areas where office space is most demanded, we either have adopted or are working on long-range plans, which is not necessarily the same case as prior years back in the 80s and 90s. And these plans, were very well thought out, and there are a lot of policy inputs from those plans that we just didn't necessarily have in the past. So again, referencing what other planning commissions have done when there's been this kind of bottleneck. Originally in the late 80s, the original program was kind of set up this way. It was a competitive pool system. It was kind of an annual thing. And it also used the criteria that are called out in Section 321, but it specifically focused heavily on 3 of those, that being general plan consistency, design, and specifically architectural merit, where they actually had an advisory design panel that provided recommendations to the Planning Commission, and then the suitability of the location. And on all of these issues, every project was scored. And it was scored using a system of poor, fair, good, or excellent. And for any project to be approved, it had to at least score good on these 3 focused criteria. But one thing that is interesting to point out is that other than weighting it in this way, requiring a good score for those criteria, both this policy and the next one we'll talk about, none of these policies had number-based scoring systems, and nor did they have specific weights assigned to any specific criteria. So if you look at the 2000 and 2001 policy, this was right before the year that had 9/11, and we had a big recession after that. We had a big bottleneck this year. They actually called out. They did the same thing. They used the criteria in 321. They didn't necessarily adopt new criteria. They just said within these additional criteria, we're going to focus within these criteria on these following things. And there were public views, shadow, wind, housing displacement, small business displacement, loss of architecture and historic resources, conflicts with transit, traffic, and pedestrian movements, impediments to freight loading, and design. And that's design of the building, the open space, and the art. Have that highlighted in red because, especially at that time, that was what this process was known for, was this design review. Again, there was kind of a blue ribbon advisory panel that came in to look at the design. And even though there were many other things, as you can see on this list, to continue access to transit and access to open space, the design review was really the element that kind of stuck with people about how these projects got approved. But again, this was 2000, 2001. Immediately after this, again, we went into recession. So in 2002, the Planning Commission adopted a motion that kind of did the reverse. It said, we're going to monitor all these projects we've approved and make sure they're staying active as well as they can. But in response to the poor economy, we're not going to actively try to revoke these projects. And then 2009, dealing with a different recession, the Planning Commission adopted a new policy, which is essentially reaffirming the 2002 policy with some minor tweaks. And as of today, that's still the policy that the Planning Commission is operating under when it comes to these types of projects. The Commission has not adopted any new policy related to this program since 2009. But if we were going to adopt a new policy, there are some very specific questions that would need to be answered. In the past, 2 times there has been this competitive pool model where there are specific periods of time, all the projects that are eligible at that time compete against each other, as opposed to a project-by-project review that would potentially have just a higher bar in terms of criteria. So it's kind of assumed that kind of policy would be how we'd want to move forward, but that's something you'd have to think about. And if you were going to use a competitive pool method, some of the really important questions are, when would it start? And specific to that, there are some projects that are ready to go in the very near future and are mature, as we say, and would be ready to come get an allocation. Would the Planning Commission want to start the policy late enough to allow those projects to come forward? And then once we were set up a competitive pool system, how long would each review period be? 3 months, 6 months, a year? That's very important to consider as well. Referring again back to kind of a longer range look at the pipeline and the cap, would the Planning Commission want to put kind of a new artificial cap on how much they are willing to allocate each year to help spread that over multiple years? And then finally, what criteria should be used in such a review policy? Again, we have the previous policies to look to. There's always this issue of objective policies versus subjective criteria, and how to weight or rank such factors in the past. Again, it was the fair, good, or poor, fair, good, and excellent model. Do we keep that kind of model or create a new model from there? So, again, that's just an overview of the program and how it works generally. We can obviously, and in the future, I'm sure we'll be getting into much more detail. But at this point, again, we wanted to open the dialogue and really talk about next steps. We really want some guidance and feedback. Some of the potential next steps could be public outreach, some specific data or information requests from the Commission or the public, specifically drafting policy proposals, and future hearings on such potential policy proposals. Those are all the kind of things that we're looking for guidance on moving forward. And that concludes my presentation, but I think Director Rand would also like to say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to first of all thank Corey for all his work on this. It's a lot of information, I realize, but the program is unique. As I think we've said before, San Francisco is the only city that has such a program. The only city we know of that did something similar in the 80s was Seattle, which had a 10-year life on the program that expired after 10 years. So we are there aren't a lot of examples to look to for how to move forward with something like this as we get to a point where the cap is becoming a real limitation. I just wanted to call the Commission's attention particularly just to reinforce what Corey said, the second to last slide on new policy considerations. What we really need to have a discussion about is, should we change the method, and when should we change it? Right today, you have been looking at projects on a first-come, first-served basis, basically, and that's been your policy since the last time that this was an issue. The question is, at what point in time should you, if you do change that, what point in time should you change it? And secondly, what the considerations might be for looking at the policy. You may have seen some media coverage that suggests that I was not happy about the BC term that has been floated around in the past. That was actually a term that was created by a Chronicle writer back in the 80s, I believe. But nonetheless, I think it's clear from informal discussions from a lot of people that architectural design should not be the primary consideration, but that there are many other considerations that we should be talking about as well. And I also want to let you know, pertinent to this issue of certain projects otherwise being, quote, mature and would be going forward anyway, we have asked, and we have kind of held all projects the last couple of months in order to look at this issue collectively. And even though there are a couple of buildings that would otherwise have come to you probably in September, October timeframe, we have asked that they hold off until you can have this discussion, until we can look at all projects collectively, knowing that the space you allocate now may affect other projects a year from now. So we want to make sure that we have that discussion as well. And you may very well choose to allow some projects to move forward in the next few months, but I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that issue as we move forward. So again, the key considerations for you to think about and start a discussion about are found on that page that says new policy considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's open for public comment. Sue Hester and John Elberling.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to thank Corey for the excellent summary. I'm going to step back to state the context of why this evolved. This Prop M limitation didn't come out of the air. It came out of more than 10 years of hard work. And the hard work was oriented to how can the city accommodate downtown growth. At the same time, we build housing and transit and have a real understanding of what it all takes to add new jobs, because new jobs mean workers, and they get to their working place on the Muni or on BART. And so Prop M was the last step in the picture. It was adopted after approximately 10 years of planning for the downtown plan. And more importantly, the first step of the downtown plans was really calculating the workforce. There was assumptions made in the square footage of an office building, and it was translated into workers. And that translation was used in the transit fee, in the housing fee, and in the office allocation. That calculation has gone out of the window. I used to look at a building and could say, 100,000 square feet, and translate it into number of workers based on, at some point it was over 250 square feet. It came down to 200 square feet. Now, the density of the workforce is gone through the roof, partly because people have chosen to work in a new way, and we haven't adjusted our housing fees or our transit fees in all of that time. So it's a different load put on the city for 1 million square feet of offices now in terms of housing and in terms of transit. The first fee that was imposed because we had a planning commission who was also the head of Muni, Dick Sklar. It was a transit fee. The second one was a blackmailing of the planning department by the Board of Supervisors. They were not going to pass a downtown plan until you passed a housing fee. Their third step was Dianne Feinstein saying, we will do a 3-year fee. The fourth step was Prop M. And you need to go back to the original assumptions on how much housing is needed and transit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm John Elberling, and one of the several people involved in putting Prop M together back in the day, along with Calvin and Sue and others who aren't here. The presentation is very informative. I think this handout goes through the details, but I want to leave you with the bottom line. It's clear, as Corey presented, and from looking at the numbers, there is not going to be an allocation contest this year, or there need not be if you proceed on your first-come, first-served basis. And there won't even need to be one next year unless the department dramatically speeds up the EIRs for the big buildings. They just won't be mature, as Corey said. But there definitely would be a big crunch 2 years from now when finally the central summer rezoning is done and those major projects have finished their EIRs and they'll come to you. There definitely would be a crunch. You would need to have what I think was a quality contest, not a beauty contest. That's how the system would work. But I have to remind you something important. The department takes the pre-applications and the so-called pipeline quite seriously, but it's really a wish list. It's a wish list. It's an office developer's wish list. They all hope that the economy remains strong indefinitely and the office demand never slacks off and vacancies never rise. But we all know, living in a real world, that isn't how our economy works. We have boom cycles and then they're followed by recessions of various degrees. That's how it really works. That's how it always has worked, and it isn't going to change. This boom will pass. And there will be, as there has been before, a period of 3 or 4 or 5 years when no office buildings go under construction and a developer's wish list dwindles down in the face of reality that there's just no financing for them. So don't get carried away with that 9 million number. Unfortunately, when the department put the memo out last week, some people took it literally that there were 11 million feet of office space that were going to fight it out this year for allocations. They dramatically misunderstood it. The other thing you need to be aware of is the consequence of the port projects in particular. Seawall 337 is not even on your list. Pier 70 is. The two of them add up to 4.5 million feet. And that obviously would be a 5-year allocation just for those two projects. The first question is that a good idea? But the second point is they did build out over 10 years. And counting them prematurely, as has been done for some redevelopment projects in the past, is clearly a mistake. Finally, compare our transportation system, our traffic, our regional traffic, our mass transit, and our housing market to how it was in 1986. We hoped that Prop M would enable it to be in balance. Well, it's 28 years later, 25 million feet later, they're all worse. Traffic's never been worse, transit is nearing capacity, and you know what the story is on the housing market. Obviously, increasing limit now would be insane.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Calvin Welch, San Francisco Information Clearinghouse. I was the chair of the drafting committee that drafted Proposition M in 1986, and I would just simply like to reemphasize a couple of points John and Sue made. The particular balance that was attempted to be struck in the two M's, there was an M in 1983 that lost by 650 votes, that triggered the planning department's attempt and the Feinstein's administration to preempt the annual limit by establishing one that was then made permanent in 1986. So the politics of growth control and the policy of growth control are inexorably linked. And it's important to, in some cases, de-link the politics with the policy. And I feel itchy right now that the politics are beginning to push the policy again. The policy is really very
simple, and it's what John and Sue made clear. The notion is to strike a balance between the capacity to grow and the capacity to dramatically increase a large workforce, which is what a commercial office building does. It brings extraordinarily large numbers of people to a very small, very specific part of the world. It used to be 10 hours a day. It's now 24/7. And as has been certified, I think convincingly, at least to me, the density of commercial office developments in terms of their workforce is even greater. Has our capacity to meet specifically the affordable housing, not housing, the affordable housing need? Remember, the jobs housing linkage balance is not about building housing and assuming trickle down for affordability. It's about building affordable housing to mitigate the affordable housing impact of the workforce. Have we done that? The answer is clearly no. We have not done that. Indeed, the principal financing mechanism that allowed us to have a running start at building the lowest end, the redevelopment agency's financial process, has been taken away. It's gone. And we have yet to define how it is that we're going to pay for affordable housing. Have we addressed the transit system? And the transit needs, especially as the central office district moves south and east? The answer is, of course not. So before we start worrying about the politics of accommodating commercial office development, let's take a look at the policies of increasing transit and affordable housing capacity. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. I also want to thank Mr. Teague for the presentation. I thought it was very informative. I look forward to the conversation today. I just want to start off with a couple of thoughts, which is that I agree it shouldn't be a physical contest only. I think that there are a number of city policies that we have been trying to deal with, the loss of PDR space, trying to incentivize PDR space. Clearly, we're very challenged by affordable housing at this time, and so I'm hoping that maybe there can be a way that we can take all of this into consideration as we develop criteria. I think also some points were brought up about how do we count the pipeline and how do we make sure that we have our numbers right so that we are triggering whatever policy we may take up at the correct time. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I think that years ago, I remember the 60s and the 70s and the early 80s. And the whole plan behind BART and the growth that occurred in those days was focused on the business center of the Bay Area being San Francisco. And in fact, in those days, a lot of businesses started outside of San Francisco and relocated to San Francisco when they became more established. Shackley is one in particular, and in fact, even when 101 California was built, many people thought it would be the Intel building, which it never was. And part of the reason why we have these suburban parks often well away from transit and not consistent with environmental concerns that we believe in today, part of the reason is because of the limit was placed on square footage in the mid-'80s with Prop M. Now, there are many good parts of Prop M, and I'm not saying it didn't have value, but I think the way it's currently structured is probably not realistic given the cyclical nature of the demand for office space when it is very high at some times and extremely low at other times. And we are in a fortunate position because I think we have a chance to recapture our preeminence as the business center of the Bay Area and possibly even California by allowing this growth to occur. But it does have to be mitigated, and this is the important issue. It's not how much you allow per year, but you allow an amount that can be properly mitigated in terms of transit, in terms of housing, because when you do mitigation for a project, you have to mitigate the impacts of that project. The project should not have to take care of ills from the past. So if you have an office building and you have office workers, there's a certain amount of housing they will need at a certain level. That's probably what you should be mitigating. And that is what I think is being done. In the 80s, we were not doing anything. Now we are building a lot of housing, particularly in areas like Trans Bay and Mid-Market, and many buildings are under construction. As we know, in Trans Bay, a very high number of these are affordable units, high percentage. So I think the conditions are not analogous now as they were in the 80s, and there's a lot more going for it now. So a few thoughts about how we should deal with it if it does come to a question of making choices. My thought would be that obviously a project that is close to existing mass transit would probably be one of the highest priorities, because we've seen that people who are commuters, even within the city or from outside the city, the key factor is how far do I have to walk from the end of my commute to my business, not how far is it from my home to the beginning of my trip. The critical factor is the closeness, and certainly BART and Central Subway and mass transit does not have interruptions that take forever on city streets would be the areas that probably should be a factor. The other factor that's extremely important is the zoning or is the project already in conformity with the existing zoning? As was mentioned in Corey's report, there are a number of these are in areas that the zoning still has to be changed to allow them to go forward. Not that it shouldn't be changed, and they're very beneficial programs, but if we're looking to move projects forward, we should move forward expediently those that already conform. We went through years of discussion for eastern neighborhoods, for Trans Bay, for Rincon Hill, for Market Octavia, for all these area plans, and if these projects conform to what is allowed in terms of height and density and square footage, or not square footage necessarily, but then these are the ones that should move forward as quickly as possible and should not be held up as we consider a contest which, as one speaker said, may not ever come up, or it may come up in a few years. But I think that ultimately this may have to go back to the voters, but what I would say is, as Mr. Teague pointed out, it's a lot more level if we doubled the amount to 1.875 per fiscal year, October to October, rather than having, the lower amount. Even though it does jump forward, I think it's better to have it more leveled out. A couple of other things that can be done, and I think they should be done. I think when buildings are taken out of use from commercial and changed to hotel or residential, as has been the case with the Omni Hotel, the Royal Globe Insurance Building, AAA building, it's just being finished now, those numbers should be added back on to the annual limit. Now, I've asked the city attorney about this. There's been one opinion that only those buildings that were approved after Prop M and then, decided to change to residential are taken off. They already are. But I think it only makes sense because you're looking at the cumulative effect of business, commercial buildings on our housing, our infrastructure, other infrastructure, transit, all these other things. And if you diminish it by 500,000 square feet, then obviously that demand is diminished by that amount. So it only makes sense that that amount should be added back in. And I'm not sure whether this is an interpretive thing or it's part of the proposition itself. I tend to think it's an interpretive part that could be done by the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors without having to go back to the voters, as would probably be the case with an increase. And a few other thoughts on this. I think there are a number of very beneficial projects that are very close to coming before us, and they should be allowed to come forward. There's one in particular that's coming up on Brannan Street, I think, that is just like two we already approved, and completely in conformity. There's another one on, I think it's Hooper Street, that has some PDR included with it. And this is another factor that we could look at. If we have to choose, if we have programs that include as part of it housing, if they include in part of it PDR, if they have other benefits as part of the project in addition to just being commercial space, then they would probably, in my mind, get a leg up. And finally, we have all these other exactions that are in place that weren't in place in the 80s. And it was pointed out by Mr. Teague, jobs, housing linkage, 24 dollars per square foot, and Eastern neighborhood fees for those it applies to, and the transit fee. And so we are mitigating, and certainly as if it were up to the voters to increase the limit, then certainly at that same time it would not be inappropriate to increase some of the mitigations to go along with this increased limit if it was the wisdom of the voters and the city to do that, and it would answer those who feel that we're not adequately mitigating office space. But I think, we lose a lot if we aren't allowed to take advantage of businesses that want to locate in San Francisco, and we have a process that takes a long time, and it's a very expensive process. So to delay it any more is not a good idea. I think we should move forward with those projects that agree with the zoning that's present, and then after that begin to start to consider how we might choose, and long-term look to a solution that's more beneficial to deal with the shortages that may occur in an individual year. Thank you.
Commissioner Fung.
Thank you. To some degree, I agree with Commissioner Antonini about the city growing and evolving into whatever the next generation, next phase of San Francisco is going to be. But I want to thank Corey for presenting what I think is a complicated item and breaking it down for us. I also want to thank in particular, the three members of the public who spoke and helped author Prop M. I think that, explaining that history and really the intent of what the original proposition was for is important for us right now. I clearly understand that the intent was to have a three-legged stool that controls housing, office, as well as transit. And I agree with you. I'm not certain that we have reached, especially on the transit level, we're packing them in here, but BART is the same place it's been 20 years from now ago. And the Bay Bridge, while we got a new span, has no more capacity than it did 20 years ago. Muni is trying its best, but I think there's limitations there. The ferry system, again, is pretty much where it was 20 years ago. And so I think if I understand you and agree that we want to be careful that if we pack them in here, that we can sleep them, shelter them, and feed them and get them around. And so while I am very interested in keeping things moving and keeping the flow and the economy flowing, I want to make sure that we're giving careful consideration to how the other balances of that three-legged stool affect this particular one office. And I realize today we're not talking about the criteria or getting into the details, and I think it's healthy that we're just getting the background today. But I do want to point out that I think it's important that part of that criteria when we get there is to realize the commitments that we've already made to particular area plans. To really, not to turn our heads to what we've decided even several years ago, to stay committed to them. I think that's important. I do have one question, and maybe you have to remind me. Why isn't the transit center listed as an area of priority?
So the first phase, the first building, it came out. It was a priority. It's already been taken out of the cap. The remainder of Transbay, per the agreement and the plan, is simply going to be treated like every other office development project in the city.
Okay.
It's worth clarifying, Corey. The Mission Bay and other areas that are priority doesn't mean they automatically get an allocation. It means that when a project comes forward, it gets priority over other projects. In other words, not all that space has been allocated in those other areas.
This is where it becomes a rabbit hole a little bit, but John's essentially correct. Mission Bay is a little bit more. The Planning Commission cannot disapprove a Mission Bay project if there's space in the cap. They essentially are doing design review.
It's protected.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, but it's also almost entirely allocated. There's no more allocated.
Sure, yeah,
Virtually
Mission
nothing
Bay
left in Mission Bay to be allocated.
To be allocated, sure.
Okay. I think I understand, but I think I hope you understand my point about not trying to turn our heads away from what we've already made commitments to.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Definitely, I agree with a lot of the points that my fellow two commissioners just made. So I will try not to repeat too many of them, but I'll just make a couple of comments maybe on maybe good policy we should consider, and also maybe a question. So I guess I'll start with my question. I understand that when we have priority areas, they are priority in the sense that there is cap available, then those projects sort of come first. However, Mission Bay is pretty much all allocated. I think there's only maybe one, maybe two buildings left, and depending on what the plan for the Warriors Arena looks like, there's some office space associated with that, and we'll see what that looks like. But Hunters Point and Candlestick, that's a lot of space, and that's a lot of space that if you look at their project plan is supposed to be happening before like 2025. So to me, they're already running up against this cap, even though we haven't seen the first office space yet come to the Planning Commission. And so I'll start with my question and then move on to maybe what I think we should do for some policy considerations. What is the status with that? I mean, how is our issues with cap allocation going to impact not only Hunters Point Candlestick, but also the Central Soma plan? What do we think is going to happen there?
Sure. So to Hunters Point first, I believe the entire plan has several million office square feet in it. I believe only the first 800,000 is prioritized. And again, it's really more having to do with the timing. Again, it kind of is allowed to jump ahead of the line of other kind of private market projects. But if there's no cap space available, then they could not be approved. It is not immune to the limit itself. But you are correct. I mean, that is part of the difficulty in projecting more than, say, a year or so, because it's difficult to project how projects that are already in the pipeline, how quickly they're going to mature. And it's also difficult to predict projects that we know have been approved, like Mission Bay, Hunters Point or Treasure Island. When are they actually going to start to come online? And then difficult to predict projects that we're not even aware of yet. So it does become difficult. Obviously, if we come back before you with some very detailed information, looking at specific policy options, we will do our very best to do that research and give that information to you at that time in terms of projections for those projects.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Can I get a quick follow-up on that? Corey, on that, what you just presented in answer to the commissioner. So, for example, at Hunters Point or Candlestick or Treasure Island, even though they're priorities, the developer has to come forth with an actual office allocation request. Is that right?
Correct.
So that could be 5 years, 10 years, or whatever down the line.
Sure.
And so none of the million square feet, for example, out there has received any kind of priority or anything. Not priority, but approval.
Have not received any allocation.
Allocation, correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, on those projects in particular, that is Hunters Point, Candlestick, as well as Treasure Island, there are particular phasing requirements by which office buildings don't come online just on their own, but they occur in subphases in combination with other things, because we wanted to avoid that we just have one single land use determine what these huge projects look like when they're being implemented. There are specific requirements in terms of how these projects are being realized. So that creates a slightly different discussion than just looking simply at the approval of office buildings and caps to that.
Hold on. I guess you can sit. So I wanted to thank you for your answer to the question, and I was actually going to follow up with exactly what Commissioner Moore just said, which is getting to the sort of three-legged stool approach, which was the original intent of Prop M. I was going to make the point that if we talk about, especially Treasure Island, we'll see where that goes, and then Hunters Point and Candlestick in terms of their office space and what their phasing look like. Not that it wouldn't happen, but what their phasing is going to look like. Those projects are carefully planned to manage the office construction as you get the transit improvements and the housing and everything else and open space and all of that. So I think when we look at does sort of Prop M throttling down those projects, we're going to see some major impacts. And so I just wanted to ask, what work has been done to look at how, how the cap is going to impact the Southeast sector, particularly, but also generally Central Soma and some of the other priority project areas. I do want to get to just really quick a couple of ideas about what we can do in terms of policy priorities. One is, again, back to that three-legged stool idea. I think that there might be some opportunity here for a little bit more coordination with MTA and BART in looking at what are the transit plans, what are the phasing, and what is their true condition at being able to improve our transit systems and open space and provision of affordable housing as we're looking at office space allocation. I feel that just from my knowledge of how things work at this point, that we only know how transit will be improved based on just the universe of reading the news and sort of asking questions, but I feel like that should be a much more considered part of looking at office space allocation if it is true that one of our policy priorities is to make sure that transit and housing is built up alongside commercial space. So I would consider us looking at that. And then just final point for just right now, I do think that, I looked at the policy considerations that were in place until 2002. It's a pretty extensive list. And one thing that maybe we should consider is looking at where are we providing space for nonprofit and social service agencies, particularly the ones that contract with the city and do some of the work for us. I don't think that that's the entire universe of nonprofits, but I certainly think that that's an area that we should think about provision of space for when we look at what is office space going to consider. Just in the same ways we look at what small business will be displaced. I think we should look at where are we providing space for these sort of vital services. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
I thought there was a question.
So, Corey, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions, kind of along the lines that John Oberlin. I don't know if you've seen his memo or looked at it, but the kind of the available square footage. And I think the first step is obviously getting the numbers so they're perfect, and I think this is obviously a great step. But how much allocation hasn't been built, and of that, how much is revocable, right? How much is beyond the timeline where it should have been built, and how much can be revoked?
I don't have those exact numbers off the top of my head, but generally speaking, just first about the Alexandria district, I think the number that has not actually been built right now is something along the lines of 1.1 million, which is right now housed with the Warrior site and then the site just to the north of that. There's also a project on Owens that received an allocation earlier this year or last year. I don't believe they've begun construction, but they are moving forward with the permitting process. And then what was the next part of that?
I guess how many are there projects beyond Mission Bay, that haven't been built, that are old, that it doesn't appear like they're going to happen and can be revoked?
To my knowledge right now, just about every project on the list that has been allocated is actively engaged in their permitting process and getting their construction permit, their permits to construct and build reviewed and eventually issued.
Right.
Under the policy in 2009, the Planning Commission adopted basically said, if projects were staying active and moving towards construction, we won't actively revoke them, but we should monitor it, and if there are projects that are just completely lagging, we should bring them up for revocation.
The Commission has been diligent in pursuing this, and over the years we have brought several cases to you, at least a few cases for revocation, because back in 2009 the Commission did request information on specific projects. So I think that we have been pretty diligent in ensuring that there's not a lot of outstanding cap that's not being used.
So the big item is the Salesforce site. that could add a lot to the allocation. And have we asked them, you know, I know there's talk about adding office to the Warriors project.
That
it's
space,
not as
most
much
of the
as,
space with Salesforce controlled was already allocated. So you would not have to reallocate new space there. That's already considered in Corey's numbers as space that's already been allocated. So it's not clear at this point how much space the Warriors are going to build, but it will probably be less than what was actually allocated to Salesforce.
right, which could give you more available square footage. And
Sure. We could pull in a couple hundred square feet if they don't use that. That would be sometime down the road, though.
Right. Okay. And then, because it seems to me, I don't think we're ready to halt projects and get into a contest. I mean, it seems, you know, given we don't know where the economy is going, we may be stepping into that too early. I mean, if there's another couple 100,000 square feet because of the Salesforce site, you know, given the numbers over the next 2 years, and I think this chart is important, the one where you kind of show what's probable over the next couple of years. So it'd be interesting to see kind of what projects are in those 2 years.
Sure.
I don't particularly like the idea of kind of setting then another cap below the cap by year, just because I think it's built cyclically, right? I mean, people aren't building. They tend not to build office space. I mean, they don't. We see years where there's nothing built. So having an allocation in those years just doesn't seem like that's the right way to go. But I kind of get the intent of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we'd be artificially allocating in boom years and then really just allowing allocation and not having things built in years where people aren't building. So but the question I think is important is when do you start? You know, when do you stop projects and say, well, we're going to have, you know, you're on hold, because we don't want to artificially stop projects if we're not going to bump up against the cap. And I guess when did that happen in 2000? You know, did we do it
I don't know when they stopped allowing projects to come forward. The review period during that time, I believe, started in February, and then March of 2000. It was at the previous one. Honestly, I can't remember exactly how quickly they stopped it, but just very quickly, I understand what you're saying about it seems like we have a lot of space. One of the points I made in the presentation that we really have to keep in mind is that, you know, there could be 2 or 3 projects that could eat 2.5, almost 3 million square feet very quickly. And that's why the size of the pipeline and the size of projects of the pipeline is why we wanted to kind of get out in front of this as much as we could. Because, you know, it may be that the Planning Commission decides that whatever policy they adopt is not going to start until sometime in the near future. But because of the ability of some of these projects to take huge amounts of the cap, we need to plan for that.
Sure, although they're also the most likely not to happen. You know, if the economy changes, I think they're the ones that fall off the list first. You know, how many of the projects in like 2014, 15 are over 500,000 or over $1 million?
That would be next year.
Of these,
several of next year.
And which ones are? Where are they?
There. I mean, if you just look at the list, you have First Street, 51st Street, which is over $1 million. You have 5M, which is over $1 million. You have Transbay Block 5, which is 700,000 square feet. So just those 3 right there are almost 3 million square feet that all potentially could come forward as early as next year. Now, it's not guaranteed they would come next year because, again, the environmental review, design, it all has to work its course. It could be that it's not to the next year, but that's difficult to predict, and they do have the potential to come during this next allocation period.
Right. Yeah. But take 5M. I mean, that's not one office building, right? Isn't it a couple, or is that one?
It is a kind of
structure?
phased project, but it would. I mean, my understanding is that it would be part of a potentially development agreement, and it would all be allocated at one time.
Right. Okay. Okay. And then as far as kind of criteria, you know, I certainly think location and proximity to transit are important, and you know, whether they comply with the plans we have now, as well as kind of conversion, you know, whether they're converting a current use to office use. And then as also on the flip side, are they building uses that all, as part of the project, that also aren't office. And I mean, the 100 Hooper project was mentioned, but if there's, mixed-use projects, I think that could be important too.
Commissioner Moore.
I think it's appropriate to say thank you, Corey. Thank you for bringing this rather complicated issue into this room. I believe that all comments the commission's made indicate to me that this is just the beginning of what I hope is a longer, multiple meeting discussion, not to even talk about having a subcommittee, which helps, together with the public and everybody involved, to kind of shed some light into how to broaden the discussion and what to do. I think I want to recognize Ms. Hester, Mr. Alberling, and Mr. Welch to really setting clearly into this room of what the history of this particular thing is. Prop M is an issue of talking about the balance and livability of a growing city into the future. Jumping forward, what makes a successful city? Not one where there is an imbalance between office space, housing, and an ability to get around. The less we are able to address that critical issue, the less attractive we will be. It doesn't matter how much we increase the square footage per year, we're getting further behind the 8 ball because we are not able to create that balance by which people want to live here. If people have moved out of suburbia and changed workplace back into the city, they realize that living in smaller homes, perhaps living closer to work and living with a reasonable transportation system, created the next attractive way of how we do business in this country. Chicago had a downtown which was completely void of any residential units, while the workforce came from suburban locations. That changed over time. Because they are a larger city, they have more sites and they have more buildings to renovate, they have a larger capacity to move into, become, and stay an attractive city. And I'm not talking about the winters, those are choices people make for other reasons. In this city, we had the ability throughout the late 70s, 80s, into the creation of Prop M and all the way to today to create that balance. We are at a tipping point. And I think that does not mean to immediately basically jump to higher numbers, but find other tools to recapture a proper balance. I only like to remind us that in the early 90s, we overbuilt office by such an extent that we readapted office buildings to housing. At this moment, we haven't figured out what the proper balance is, but I believe that there is a residual capability of office buildings in what is now downtown buildings in C3, which have slipped from becoming previously being Class A buildings to being B plus or B, and there is an ability to recapture of how to refurbish those buildings to a higher degree of attractiveness, moving them into an A building, including looking more closely at how dense these office buildings can be populated, because if indeed workspace is more people intensive, we need to look at existing buildings, how they're being used, how they're being readapted to contemporary office practices, as well as looking at the fees, which Ms. Hester and Mr. Welch mentioned, where we have not looked at more intense workplace occupation relative to the fees we are taking. That's like shifting the subject matter, but I believe that this commission would be well advised to ask for more meetings. Potentially, I'm asking the president for a subcommittee so that we can be well prepared and well informed of how we change, what we change, and when.
I definitely think we should be considering a number of hearings. Today was a great start. I think intentionally so. It was supposed to be an overview and a context, and then look toward what the process should be going forward. I wanted to comment on something that Commissioner Hillis said. I think that we should take a serious look at that 2002 and 2009 policy to look at having the allocation be revoked after 18 months instead of having to be actively revoked, maybe some sort of automatic or administrative revocation, that may make the pipeline more clear. And I wanted to also lend my voice to the concerns around conversion, and I think that displacement should be one of the major concerns in looking at criteria. Commissioner Antonini.
A couple of interpretive points that I didn't mention the first time. I think they're important. The way it is now, in talking to Mr. Teague, is if you have an office building of 100,000 square feet, you demolish it and you build a new one of 250,000 square feet, your amount of square footage you need to take from the cap is the full 250,000 square feet, which doesn't make any sense. It seems to me that the cap allotment should only be 150,000 square feet because that's only the delta change, and so I don't know why it's being interpreted that way, but from my understanding is how it's done. And also to the point I made earlier about recapturing space from buildings that have been converted to housing or to hotel or other non-office uses. As Mr. Teague pointed out at the very beginning of the Prop M situation, buildings that had been approved but weren't built until after Prop M, we were subtracting their square footage from the amount that was allowed. And so it's not like this is some sort of sacred line that you can't, adjust the amounts at. And certainly a building that is no longer office and has been converted to something else is less of a demand on our transit, at least for or other infrastructure situations when it's no longer in office use. So those are a couple things. But one final point I would like to say is we should have a great problem compared to almost every other city in the United States who would love to have a situation where we have a demand for office space in the very heart of our downtown. Many cities throughout the country also have dealing with the very ecologically unfriendly condition of suburban office parks. So it's not only here where we're dealing with that, but to have businesses want to be coming back to the heart of the city is an important thing not to discourage. So I think we can work this thing out and we can have a win-win situation.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Thank you. Just some random thoughts. Under the competitive pool slide that we saw, the suitability of location. I've never participated in the good, fair, poor, excellent system, but suitability of location seems to be, it needs to be further defined, I guess. And I think it's been mentioned up here, proximity to transit and other types of facilities should be defined a little bit more closely rather than some loose reference to its location. It seems like most of the pipeline activity is clumped in one particular area of the city anyway, so location may not be as critical a factor as we all think it might be. I also think you should move ahead, the Commission should move ahead, not as quickly as possible, but with some dispatch, because I think you will run into the cap situation here. Either a year, 2 years from now, or at some point, if the direction of the economy continues to move ahead. So I think in order to get on top of it, you're going to have a series of hearings. I would encourage you to contact the public and see what, I know what the developers are going to tell you, I think, but we always have a fairly open process for these things, so that should remain a priority. And I think taking into consideration the other two legs of the stool, as everybody else has said, in creating whatever policies should be taken into consideration. I also think Commissioner Antonini did raise an interesting point, and that is the decommissioning or whatever of office space for residential other uses, even though they weren't part of Prop M allocations, would seem to be something that the Commission should at least think about. And in his example, I don't know of too many demolitions of offices that in the area we're talking about, south of Market, where there have been demolitions. If so, in the replacement office, it wouldn't be that much space, I wouldn't think, but we might want to think about that also. And I'm not going to be around to consider all of this, but I may come and testify anyway, just to make sure everybody's doing the right work.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
No, I took my name off. Thank
okay.
you.
I put my name. Oh.
Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, okay. It looks like we might be, I don't know, we're getting to the end of the discussion, so I just want to put in just one point. I think it would be great for our future hearings to actually have some sort of draft policy, whether that's a conglomeration of older policies and maybe suggestions that we've had today. It'd be good to have something to actually look at so that we can have a discussion, and whether that means maybe, I don't know, through the chair, staff just putting together all of the ideas together or actually having a subcommittee. I think whatever gets us to that place for our next hearing would be helpful.
Director Ram?
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. Just a couple of interesting points that were raised. One on the density issue, and I think Ms. Hester is correct in raising the issue that density of some more of the contemporary office space we're seeing is substantially greater. We used to consider, I think, the number of about 250 square feet per person. Now many of the firms are at about 150 square feet per person. However, that's a fairly recent trend, and the trend up until the early 2000s, or I should say until around 2010, was in the other direction. When we did the 25-year report on the downtown plan in 2010 or 11, we found that there were 27,000 fewer jobs in the financial district than there were in 1985. And that is primarily, and I kept wondering why that was, and we kept looking into it, and it seemed to me it was primarily because job density actually was less in those areas, because much of the large corporate back office space had moved out of the city. And so what you were seeing is many more firms, more office lobbies, more conference rooms, more of that kind of space. And so and the result of all that has been that the city has not seen a net new job growth, and did not see net new job growth between the early 80s and about 2007 or 8. In other words, the city's total job growth has been flat for for over 30 years, until about 7 or 8 years ago. And so it's an interesting part of this equation because the context is different than it was in 1980, as Corey pointed out. There's the job growth is different, the size of space is different, the amount of housing that's been built is different. And those are all factors that I think would be very helpful to have as part of your discussions and deliberations over the next few months.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Yeah, I was going to add, actually, Director Ram touched on what I was going to ask, not ask a question, but to have staff look into the density issue, because it may appear that there are more people in the tech industry jammed into spaces, but some of the offices I've seen are actually the opposite direction, where there are actually fewer people there and a lot of space devoted to, like, they don't call them conference rooms, but those kinds of collaborative spaces and whatnot that are vacant unless a couple people exit from their workstation and go have a discussion. So, it would be nice to get a handle on that, especially in the tech sector. And they may be different, too. I don't know, whether Salesforce allocates the same as Twitter does or not. But
Commissioner Moore.
If we look at that, I like to simultaneously look at housing density, because the increased costs in housing have had many people basically shack up in much denser form than we are used to. I know of people who are living in small Golden Gateway apartments, and living there with 4 or 5 people was used to be basically a single room studio. So it cuts across in many ways.
Commissioners, if that concludes item 14, we can move on to item 15, which I've been assured will be quick. Case number 2014.0112, C&E at 930 Gulf Street, also known as 888 Turk Street, request for conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Woods of Department Staff. The conditional use application before you is to convert 2 vacant buildings to an elementary and middle school for the Chinese American International School. The school has a 15-year lease with the property owner. So what they will do is relocate about 120 of their middle school students from its main campus at 150 Oak Street to the project site. There's no opposition to the project, and the department's recommendation is for approval with standard conditions. This concludes my summary of the project. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
Make it quick.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Bissell. I'm the head of school at Chinese American International School. I understand that time is an issue here. We've brought with us our a large number of members from our project team who possess various levels of expertise, all of which is greater than mine, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Okay, then we should open for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Sugaya.
I think it's a fine project. Move approval with conditions.
Second.
Commissioners, on that motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Antonini?
Commissioner Johnson had one.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, just real quick. I noticed that there were some improvements to the streetscape as a part of this project. Where I didn't see it, were there any bicycle facilities provided?
Yes, both Class 1 bicycle parking spaces are provided, as well as Class 2 bicycle parking spaces.
Okay. Oh, I think I meant on the actual streetscape. Like, are there Class 1 facilities on the street? Or
Yes, some,
okay.
yes.
Okay. And then second question, why is there's no cafeteria in the school?
Well, I think since this is just kind of like a satellite school, so they kind of still offering most of the services at their main campus.
Okay.
Commissioner Antonini.
Oh, Mary, just one other question that came to mind when maybe because this is fairly small. Is there a plan to make this their main campus because they share the other facility with French American?
I think because they have a 15-year lease, I think that's something that they probably have to negotiate with the Archdiocese of San Francisco, who's the landowner. Perhaps the school, could provide you with more information on that.
That's fine. Just
okay.
I was curious, but I can find that out on my own because it's a very good project. I'm very supportive.
Oh, yes. I think the department thinks it's a wonderful location, too. So.
Thank you.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Commissioners, we will take up the matter of item 16 for case number 2012.1220C at 2233 Union Street, request for conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sharon Lai, Planning Department staff. The project before you is a conditional use authorization request to convert a residential unit into a business or professional service use, located at the third floor of a residential building within the Union Street Neighborhood Commercial District. The proposed use is an appointment-only pregnancy wardrobe styling service with functions as an office for Ingrid and Isabella LLP. The subject use was heard by the Planning Commission in October of 2009, where a temporary 3-year use conversion was approved, with specific findings and conditions for the space to revert back into a dwelling unit at the end of the authorized period. The previously existing family-sized dwelling unit was approximately 1,500 square feet and contained 2 bedrooms. Minor modifications were approved as part of the 2009 temporary conversion, where the kitchen was retained and the layout was largely preserved. No physical improvements are proposed as part of the current authorization request. The Department finds the proposal to remove a sound, rent-controlled, and naturally affordable family-sized dwelling to be inconsistent with the City's general plan, the Planning Code, and the Mayor's directive to preserve the City's housing supply. Further, the Department does not find the request to be necessary or desirable, and that there is no proven need for the conversion of the dwelling unit into commercial use, as there are available ground floor vacancies along the commercial corridor. Therefore, we recommend the disapproval of this request. Since the publication of commission packets, staff received 1 additional letter of support for the proposed project. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for answers or questions and answers. Thanks.
Thank you. Project sponsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Linda Sarjapur, Ruben Junis and Rose. I'm here on behalf of Ingrid Carney, who owns the property and rents the third floor unit to her business, Ingrid and Isabel. Ingrid and Isabel is primarily a design company that creates a highly successful line of maternity clothing. Ingrid also lives in the residential property next door to this building. While we understand the Department's current policy is to recommend disapproval for most dwelling unit conversion applications, we believe this is a unique proposal that should be supported both because of its practical effect and its consistency with the intent of the code. First, this application is really a conversion in name only. Unlike most Section 317 applications that involve the physical removal or merger of units, there would be no construction or changes to the existing unit. This is an odd situation, and it seems to be the first of its kind that's been before this Commission in some while. As a practical matter, these strong conversion controls make the most sense where a project would physically transform a space from a legal dwelling unit to something else. And that kind of loss would be difficult to reverse later on, but this application does not involve any construction. Ingrid and Isabel has occupied this unit since 2009, and they're seeking approval to continue to do so. However, the owner does not intend to physically convert this space. She anticipates that her business will eventually outgrow it. Because dwelling units are principally permitted on all floors in the NCD, the space could easily be rented in the future. Secondly, we believe the application is consistent with many of the criteria set forth under the code in Section 317. There have been no residential tenants in the third floor unit since 2008. Before the current owner purchased, it was vacant. The property is owned by the sponsor, as I mentioned, and rented to her business. The two existing dwelling units that are on the second floor would not be affected by this proposal, so no tenants would be displaced as part of the project, and the practical effect would be to continue the existing condition on the site. Also, approving this project won't affect any affordable units. The Department acknowledges that this unit is not affordable as defined in the code. Even if it were offered as a rental unit, Ingrid estimates that it would rent for up to $7,000 a month. Just for context, that's somewhere around 5 times the amount that a 2-bedroom inclusionary unit would rent for, and it's not an amount that's practically affordable to a majority of San Francisco residents. As was noted in the report, the housing element does encourage preservation of some older units that are considered naturally affordable. However, that policy describes naturally affordable as smaller units located in older construction that are priced significantly lower than the modern housing stock. Given the size, the rental value, the location of this remodeled unit, it shouldn't be considered naturally affordable under the code. In addition, the code also specifically allows for the consideration of whether conversion would provide a desirable non-residential use for the area. This is certainly the case for Ingrid and Isabel, which is a local and woman-owned business and employs 9 individuals, many of whom are San Francisco residents and live in close proximity to the site. Ingrid and Isabel has been well received by the community. In fact, we provided 18 letters of support, and that included 9 letters from local businesses along Union Street that want to see Ingrid and Isabel continue at this site as long as possible. I'd like to just very quickly take this opportunity to ask that the supporters for Ingrid and Isabel who are here today just quickly stand so that the Commission can see that you're present. Finally, allowing Ingrid and Isabel to continue operating at this site would be consistent, we feel, with general plan. The development has referenced a lack of demonstrated need for additional commercial space as grounds for disapproval. However, that same policy 6.3 of the Commerce and Industry element, also states that conversions of upper story units should be accommodated as long as they're not so numerous as to upset the general equilibrium between commercial and residential uses or to constitute a substantial loss of housing. I believe that's the case with this application. Further, the needs of small business and professional services uses like Ingrid and Isabel are not the same as other retail uses that might easier occupy first floor vacancies along Union Street. Ingrid has looked for alternative spaces in this neighborhood and has been unable to find anything of a comparable size or cost for her business, which demonstrates a need for the existing space. The project would also advance a number of general plan policies by allowing Ingrid and Isabel to remain in this location and in the city. That would include Commerce and Industry element goals to increase and retain San Francisco jobs that are held by San Francisco citizens and promote economically vital neighborhood commercial districts that foster small businesses. So at this point, I would like Ingrid Carney, the project sponsor, to come up and speak briefly about her business and her interest in this application.
Good afternoon. I just got braces, so if I stumble over my words, please excuse me. My name is Ingrid Carney, and I'm a San Francisco resident, a wife to George Carney, mother to daughters Isabel, 13, and Alexander, 9, and the founder of my very own maternity company, Ingrid and Isabel, which operates out of the said flat, 2233 Union Street. I'm also the owner of this property, which is known as 2231 2233 Union, as my attorney stated, and it's a 3-unit building in which the top flat is perfect to operate my business. We are a small San Francisco business. I started it out of my home when I had my first child, Isabel, right next to my husband, who works out of the home as well. We grew at levels I never dreamt of just months after starting, so it became time to get an office, hire people, and operate like a real company. What's amazing is that we were founded with the help of San Francisco mothers. I was an active member of the Golden Gate Mothers Group at the time, and it's those women around the years of 2001 to 2003 that helped me understand the pregnant mom beyond my own experience and validate my product idea, which now holds 4 U.S. patents. Even today, it's these women who continue to help me as we grow leaps and bounds, helping women with functional, affordable, and smart apparel and accessories that assist them throughout and after pregnancy. Being on Union Street makes this part of running my company very easy. We see so many pregnant and nursing women each year, fitting them, listening to them, and developing for them so that my company may continue to be successful for all of my stores, from Chloe Rose on Union Street, Mom's the Word on Sacramento Street, to the full store chain of Target stores in both the U.S. and Canada, as well as Amazon and Nordstrom. I have to say also that being on Union Street makes recruiting employees easy. The community access is everything. I think I would struggle to recruit if I were located outside of a neighborhood or downtown, and this location allows me to have employees who live in San Francisco, as far south as Stonestown Mall area, to Lafayette, to Mill Valley, and everywhere in between. It helps that we are a 4-day workweek company as well. Work-life balance is important to me personally. So in addition to offering a shorter work week, we offer a community where employees experience work-life balance every day. They can pop down midweek for a haircut at DiPietro Todd or Posh, a dentist appointment with Cynthia Brontasani, an afternoon workout at Taylor Fit Studios on Philbort, or a coffee at Rose's, Boulange, the Coffee Roastery, or a smoothie at The Plant on Steiner, which is my personal favorite. And of course, this Union Street community makes business errands pleasurable, whether it's getting office toilet paper and lunch at Real Foods, shipping packages daily out of our local shipping and UPS store on Fillmore, or calling Valenti Plumbers on Union if there's a water issue. We think of ourselves as a San Francisco business and want to remain as such. I want to keep my business here on Union and in this flat that I own for as long as I can. I applied for a temporary extension because I anticipate we will grow out of this space at some point. But for now, it's the best location for me, my employees, and the community. I fear that moving, and I have looked into it, will be far more costly where rent will be a consideration, not to mention the cost of moving. I invested $100,000 to move into this space. It's significant, and while I realize that this was my choice under a conditional use permit, I did it. I've looked at available rentals in the area, and there was nothing comparable in size that we can afford. The predicament I am in is that I would have no choice but to consider a move to Los Angeles. Why? Well, it is where a lot of smaller business apparel companies can afford to live. I have my production team in Los Angeles, my technical design teams, the use of a 200,000 square foot warehouse, which I could not afford up here, and the distribution where it's more affordable and talent for these types of tasks in that area. But I want to maintain the heart of my business in San Francisco where we started. I want to keep my kids at convent and elementary. I want to maintain the 22 years of friendships and lifestyle choices that my husband and I have made in this wonderful city. I realize we have a housing crisis. I see it in the neighborhood office space as well. There's very little for rent in my area, and what is available is extremely expensive. I would pay far more for a new space than what I charge myself. My being my own landlord allows me to be on Union, stay connected with my customer base, and allows me to recruit such an amazing staff for which I could not operate without them. Just so you know, this flat would rent for over $7,000 a month. I only charge my company $4,500 a month. This allows me to be on Union Street, to offer what I can and be successful and live up to my promise of a work-life balance to my employees and, quite frankly, to myself. On a personal note, I've also substantially invested in this neighborhood. My husband and I sold our remodeled property in Twin Peaks and moved to Union
Ma'am,
Street.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. The commission may ask you questions.
Okay.
So your time is up.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Is there, is that the presentation? Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, please approach the podium.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Andrea. I'm a San Francisco resident, and I've been an employee of Ingrid and Isabel for about a year and a half now. And I'm here today in support of the Planning Commission allowing Ingrid and Isabel to remain in business at 2233 Union. I just wanted to reiterate the fact that we support the community by using a lot of local moms for our product testing, and being in that area has been nice to have local moms come. They feel safe and comfortable, especially after having just given birth. And I also wanted to mention that we do a lot of support with prenatal homeless, and usually about once a month, prenatal homeless comes to our location to pick up donations for the community, and being in that area is easy for them to come with their van and pull up and allow us to bring donations down to them. And on a personal level, I've organized my life in a way that I can easily walk to work or use public transportation, and having to move locations will definitely affect my daily routine and my work-life balance, which Ingrid and Isabel work so hard to maintain for us. So I hope you allow us to remain there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If I could just state, for those people who are entering the room right now, I'm assuming you're here for the 3 o'clock calendar. Excuse me, just for your benefit, there is an overflow room that has been established downstairs on the first floor in the South Light Court. You will be able to view the proceedings, and also the Commission will be taking a short recess before the 3 p.m. calendar even begins. You cannot stand in these chambers. If you can't find a seat, you'll have to leave the room and go to the overflow room downstairs on the first floor. I will reiterate, if you cannot find a seat, you'll have to leave the chambers. The Commission will be taking a short recess after this item has concluded. Come on up.
Okay, next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Chrissy Shea, and I am the marketing director at Ingrid and Isabel. I've been with the company for 4 years, and when I first took this job, I was moving from New York City. I was a new mother to a young baby, and this opportunity came forward, and it was an amazing opportunity. And one of the reasons, one of the great luxuries of working at this company is that I'm able to have my young children in preschool, literally 4 minutes away. I'm able to have a great work-life balance and work and live and have this existence where it's comfortable, it's almost like a home, and it's something that I think all the young mothers that are working for Ingrid and Isabel really appreciate, and that's the main point I wanted to make. And I also wanted to reiterate something that Andrea had spoke about, which is the fact that we are seeing other young mothers and other pregnant women every week, especially from the marketing department's perspective. Getting those women into our offices would be a challenge if we were somewhere else. But as you can imagine, the Marina, Union Street, Chestnut Street, Sacramento Street, women are able to come to our offices almost on a weekly basis to meet with us, tell us their feedback, where test products. They've really been integral in creating the lines and the products that we've developed for Ingrid and Isabel over the last 4 years. That's just an invaluable experience that we're able to, benefit from. So with that, I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Dulsing. I'm also a San Francisco resident. And I came to Ingrid and Isabel in 2006, actually. And in all of that time, I've actually never seen Ingrid's commitment to work-life balance in the company falter at all. It's been an incredible company to be a part of. I was actually in her house when she talks about that. That's where we started. And for me, one of the important things about our work-life balance for our company is that I can take public transit easily. It's one line. From there, I'm able to meet friends for dinner, for drinks. I can go out for a run on Crissy Field, and all of that would be very different for me personally. So I am in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Question for Ms. Lai, please. I'm reading two different things. On the first page here, it says it's a new conditional use application to continue the temporary use. And then on the second page, it says allow a permanent conversion of the dwelling unit into business professional service. So which is before us? Is it a permanent change or is it a continuation of their temporary usage?
The department staff is, we have consulted with the zoning administrator on this issue, and we see this as a permanent conversion. The request is, the original request from the sponsor is to extend the 3-year period for, I believe, another 3-year period. But our interpretation of that is basically a permanent use conversion.
Well, yeah, that seems kind of inconsistent because they're not taking the kitchen out, they're not changing the facility. They're using it for a business purpose, but it would remain a housing unit. In my mind, if we were to approve it at least in that format, because as the project sponsor has said, there is a good chance that within 3 years the business will grow to the effect that they may need a bigger space someplace else.
Sure, and that's exactly the same argument that was before the Commission in 2009, and the project sponsor at the time did also, have the intent to move out of the space after a 3-year period, and that was certainly part of the Commission's consideration back when the 2009 motion was before you, and that is why the conditions of approval from 2009 clearly stipulates that the authorized period should be only 3 years.
So if our decision has to be for a conversion to business professional, if they decided to convert back to housing, that would be allowed in the future, or would it need a different CU to convert it back to housing again?
It would not require a second conditional use authorization to convert back to residential use. However, a building permit would be required.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to speak against staff recommendations for the reasons that were just stated. I mean, this is a locally owned, women-owned business that has huge support. We have 18 letters of support in the neighborhood, and we can hear all the good things that it's doing. And it's not really disrupting the housing unit, as even if we convert it, as was just stated with the issuance of a permit, it could go back into a housing unit at the future. And even if we didn't grant the use that is being requested, there's no reason to, the project sponsor is not forced to rent this. And being an owner of a business and an owner of an office building myself, I can understand the economic pressures that exist on a small business to have to try to use what you owned for your business instead of having to go out and rent additional space. And what ends up happening is you have to raise the cost of your services or your product to your customers, because now you've added more cost that should not be necessary because you own this building and you should be able to use it in a manner that suits your needs. And it was also pointed out that if it is chosen to be rented, it would be rented at a very high amount, which is not affordable housing. So, I mean, I think we try to support local business. It's not formula retail, and this is a classic example of the kind of business we want to keep here. And the temporary loss of one unit of housing in a very expensive street, I think, is a small price to pay to keep this business here and keep it functioning.
Commissioner Moore.
I have to take a different tack with this, and it is pretty much just following why we have zoning. We're zoning for residential, we're zoning for commercial, and we're zoning specific floors which are appropriate for certain uses, and we are not having any of those conditions. I was here in 2009 when the applicant was here in front of us, and it was a very compelling story because at that time the size of the enterprise, the beginning of becoming an enterprise, were so compelling that we used really more emotional criteria to support this enterprise with a very clear promise to this commission, a very clear and explicit promise to this commission to move out after 4 years and grow. Growth was at that time strongly anticipated, be successful enough to move it into the proper zoning district, the proper spatial requirements. I look at this at in the same light as we are often looking at unit mergers and finding one emotional hook by which we support a unit merger. I do not have in my own tolerances any room anymore to go explicitly up against the mayor's requirement for us to stay away from these kinds of decisions. We are here to support housing. We are here not to reduce the number of housing units, and by supporting a continuance of a use which is in a clearly residential zoned area, I cannot support that. And that doesn't have anything to do that I wish these people all the luck and continue with their mission, including the integrated mission of helping each other with quality of life and workplace and whatever issues. But as far as I'm concerned, sitting here, I cannot support a continuation of this use in this particular housing unit.
Commissioner Hillis.
So a question for staff, because I share some of Commissioner Moore's concerns, but I think one clarification is this is in the Union Street Commercial District, correct?
Yes.
So office or non-residential use is allowed with the CU.
Correct. It's this particular proposed use is considered business or professional service, and that particular use category can be approved with a conditional use authorization at the third story.
And do you have a sense, is there a significant amount of that on second or third floors within?
There are some. I don't really have a number for you. I would say that's that's definitely not in the majority. There are several throughout the corridor.
Okay. I mean, that's what makes it a little different for me is it's not in a RH1 or RH2 or RH3 district. It's in a neighborhood commercial district on an upper floor.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I remember we've approved a few of these. I think there was Frederickson's Hardware. I believe they needed to use the upstairs to accommodate their paints and in their building next to their existing one. We did that a few years ago. I think there was a dentist's office on Broderick that we allowed them to use the upper floors. And being one who has a business in the general vicinity, there are quite a few, I would not say a majority, but there are quite a few second and third floor uses that are commercial along Union Street and other parts of that district. So it's not that big an exception. I can't tell you the exact percentage.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Yes, as a follow-up to Commissioner Antonini's question about permanency versus temporary, the original approval was for a 3-year period, which was a temporary use. I can't exactly remember it myself, but I did vote on it since it was 2009. And then we have another request now to, because the 3 years are up. And so basically that original conditional use is no longer in effect. Is that right?
Correct. That expired in 2013.
Yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so this new conditional use request has been interpreted to be for a permanent situation. So, but can the commission condition it again to make it a temporary use?
Yes.
I guess what I'm struggling with is that the original argument was that the owners anticipated that they would grow and exceed the space requirement. However, the owner then, in testimony, said that her business had been growing by meets and bounds, or whatever the usage she used, which indicates to me that they've been growing. So why isn't it the case that they're not big enough to have moved out of this space by now? Because the lawyer made the same argument that was made back in 2009 by saying again that the business was growing and was expected to leave this space. So something doesn't match up here for me. Not asking you, sorry. Maybe the owner can fill me in.
Thank you. When we moved into the Union Street flat, we were approximately 6 people. But leaps and bounds when we started the business in 2003, of course, from 1. When I first got office space, we were 3. When we moved into this flat, we became 6. At this point, I have 9 employees, and I would say that we're still growing considerably. So originally, we actually did ask for an extension because I do anticipate we will outgrow this space. I'm just not there yet, but I do believe it's around the corner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
I guess the only way I could support it is if it were conditioned again on like a 2 or 3 year period.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Johnson.
I just have a quick question. I was a little confused. This is a rent-controlled apartment, but yet the lawyer has stated that potentially the sponsor could rent it out for $7,000 a month, and currently only rents it to her business for $4,500. So I guess my question is around the rent control piece. If we were to support this conditional use authorization to make this a business and professional service space, if it were to be converted back to a residential use, would it continue to have rent control applied? And maybe that's a question about how that works.
Yes, but there's no vacancy control.
Commissioner, it has to do with when the building was built.
Okay.
But to be clear, rent control applies to existing tenants, so the rent can be whatever the market bears at that particular moment in time, but it just limits how much the rent can increase every year.
Correct. So there's no vacancy control, correct? So the rent is set at market and then can only be increased by the rent board approved.
So I'm just trying. So if she's charging her business $4,500 a month, so that's the rent control because technically that's the tenant.
No, commercial rent.
I believe not because
Okay.
she's a commercial tenant and not a residential tenant.
Okay, because of the CU. Was there a tenant before? No.
There was prior to the current ownership, but it was vacant at the time of purchase by Ingrid.
Okay. I think I understand. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to allow a continued temporary use for a period of 3 years for the business in place, but not change the zoning. Just allow them to continue for another 3 years until whatever 3 years from now would be. I guess it would be August of 2017.
Commissioner Antonini, if you could please make that a motion of intent, since there's
intent, because I guess it's a new motion, so we can't do that. It would be an intent to allow, and then we'd have to calendar that in a couple of weeks to take that up if this motion were to pass.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve a motion of intent to allow a temporary continuation of this use. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Sugaya.
I'll vote aye, but I think if we can have in the record for the future commission that the intent of the commission was to limit it to the 3 year period and no more extensions.
Yeah, that's fine with me in the motion.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
No.
That motion passes 4-3 with Commissioners Johnson, Moore, and Wu voting against.
We need a date. Go ahead.
The commission will take a break.
So
is this
we should actually make we should move to continue the matter to a date specific so we can avoid any kind of noticing problems. Given your calendar, commissioners, You're very busy. So September 4th and September 11th are closed. However, theoretically, since you've already heard this matter, it could be calendared as a fairly quick item on September 4th.
I think that's appropriate.
Commissioners, one point of clarification. The extension period is until, it's a complete 3-year extension until August of 2017.
May I request a motion to continue the matter?
Move to continue the matter for final action September 4th.
Notice it doesn't require a continuous, because they've acted on the motion.
They've only taken a motion of intent, so in order to avoid requiring a second notification, we actually have to continue the matter to date specific.
Okay. Second.
So on that motion to continue to September 4th.
I need a second on that. Did we get?
We received a second. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sagaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously and shall be continued to September 4th. So I believe the Commissioners will be taking a
Yes,
short
we will.
recess at this time. For the benefit of the public, there is an overflow room established in the South Light Court on the first floor. If you do not have a seat, you will need to be outside of these chambers when we resume these proceedings. So again, South Light Court on the first floor, there is an overflow room, and if your name is called, we will provide time for you to come upstairs in order to submit your public testimony. Thank you.
Did you want this?
the Mission Mural Tour. I hope you have on your comfortable walking shoes because you're in for a real treat. We'll walk over 15 blocks on today's tour and we'll see Arts Empowerment at the Women's Building, Clarion Alley full of murals from top to bottom, the incredible Bethany Center featuring Dan Fonte's Salute, Jet Martinez Amati Mission at 22nd and Bartlett, and finally the incredible artist San Francisco's largest and oldest collection of murals, Balmy Alley. So my name is Tyra Fennell. I actually work with the San Francisco Arts Commission, and we work in partnership with the Department of Public Works to put murals up around the city to curb vandalism. So some of these murals you'll see today are our murals that we've commissioned, and some are just murals in the city, and I will differentiate as we go along the tour.
If a business wants a mural, do they have to go through your commission, or can they, at this point today, can they just have an artist do a project?
Sure. Well, our main focus at the Arts Commission is public art. So if you're a public place, you have to go through our vetting committee to get any piece of art on your property. If you're a private property owner, you don't. The only thing with working with us on the Street Smarts mural, which is a public-private partnership, is that we subsidize the mural. So this was created actually in 1994, again by 7 female muralists, and they really wanted to capture themes of women's empowerment around the world, the healing power of women's wisdom over time, the contributions of women throughout history, and the making of history by women from all corners of the earth. The mural's accumulation of multicultural, multi-generational collaboration of 7 women artists, and a colorful work of art that sings to the community. So we're in the Mission District now. As you see, the mural is very suitable for the aesthetic of the neighborhood. It's culturally responsive to the community. It reflects the landscape of the current community in the Mission, and that's what the artists were trying to relay as well. If a wall has no mural at all and it's getting tagged, say, every 3 months or every 2 months, and you have someone coming out to paint it, you have to pay them, you pay the citation from the city. Even if a mural is up for 8 months to a year, you've effectively saved the property owner money and you've saved the city money. We're about to walk through Clarion Alley, which has been an enchanted site of bohemian culture as far back as the 60s, where artists could come in and they could take spaces and, create murals. It was demolished some time back, and it was reestablished in October of 1992 by a volunteer collective. This is Chor Boogie. He's actually a street smarts artist, and he's actually very famous. He's one of the top urban artists in our city, and he travels around the world and does painting. So he's very expensive. So this is a great piece of art to have in the alley, and a great artist. And again, this is another example of artists will manage their space. So it's some light tagging, but if you notice, it's pretty clean for an alley. There is certain things that happen on the quote-unquote street level that we're not aware of. So for example, there's certain muralists that are respected, like Twick is very well respected on the street level. So his murals tend not to get tagged as often. But if you're a muralist that's not respected or known in a certain community, like the Mission, then it's kind of more fair game. And sometimes an artist can police it and talk to the taggers that they know and say, look, I did a mural here, please don't touch it, and they will honor that. So a lot of it is relationship, a lot of it is street code. So usually, all the time, the artist will create a rendering for the property owner, and the property owner will review, and we encourage them to share it with their neighborhood association so that everyone has buy-in in the community, or at least in their block, before the artist paints. Clarion Alley, you're going to see some pretty spicy messages. But this is the Mission, and again, the Mission community is much more open to this sort of art form than, say, if you go to Hack Heights, which you will not see any murals. But I'm just saying that it's all about the neighborhood and what the neighborhood deems is appropriate for its aesthetic. So in the Mission, the Diaz De los Muertos theme or Day of the Dead theme is very common. So you'll see that as a through line in some of the murals. Like here, you have a very Day of the Dead style mural. So you'll notice that. So this is a mural which we talked about when we went to Clarion Alley of incorporating some other styles of art in with mural art, and this is an example of that. If you see some of the raised figures on the wall. Also, the mural speaks to the music of the community. A lot of different styles of Latin American music are on the wall. So again, it's really important when we do mural art in different neighborhoods that we really are culturally responsive to the community. The murals tend to last longer when you're culturally responsive. There's more respect from the community, and so it stands. So I guess you can just have a walk through here, and then we'll go across the street and see another mural. For his Day of the Dead style murals. He's worked as an illustrator and a painter in San Francisco. He's also done poster work, some artwork for books and things of that nature. But because of this mural, which is very small, he was actually commissioned separate of our program to do several other Day of the Dead murals in the community by neighbors who saw this mural. It looks like we're going to the Bethany Center next. This is Bethany Center. It was actually painted by Dan Fontes, and the mural is called Salud. It was painted in 1997. The Mission Market mural is a Street Smarts mural done by Jet Martinez, who we talked about earlier. The community actually helped produce the mural, and they had a huge street fair to unveil the mural. When you look at the mural to the right and look at the intricacies of the mural, Jet uses small brushes as well as large brushes to paint, so it took a really long time. He's been painting for 15 years throughout San Francisco as well as New York, Los Angeles, Oakland. He also completed murals in Mexico, Brazil, and Switzerland. And he has corporate clients as well as obviously community clients like Dolby Industries, and he's done work on hotels and various private clients. This is Balmy Alley. This is our last stop before lunch. This is the largest area of concentrated murals in the city, and it started in the mid-'80s as the artists outraged to human and political abuses in Central America, but since then it's expanded to a number of styles and subjects from human rights to local gentrification and Hurricane Katrina. Balmy Alley. first, I want to thank you all for taking the tour. It was a long walk, so thanks for hanging in there. We saw some wonderful artists like Jet Martinez and Jeff Peterson and Twick, and we learned about the aesthetic of the Mission District and the artwork here and some themes like Day of the Dead. We see a lot of revolutionary art that really fits the community in the Mission. So I hope you guys learned a lot, and I welcome any questions that you may have after we finish. So thanks for coming.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. All right. Well, thank you for joining me here at the Board of Supervisors chambers, everyone. Thank you to Board President David Chu, to our Budget Chair Mark Farrell, to the entire members of our Board of Supervisors. Thank you for being here, our commissioners, our department heads, our elected officials, labor and community leaders. And welcome to all of our residents who are joining us here at the chambers and certainly online. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, during the first time that I presented the budget to you, I shared my vision for a San Francisco that was safe, that was solvent, and that was successful, a city for the 100%. And my vision for our city has not wavered. The budget that I'm presenting to you today maintains that focus. When I first came to office, the city's financial outlook was very different than it is today. The unemployment rate then was 9.5%. Revenues were mostly stagnant, and we faced budget deficits of nearly $400 million. We all had to make difficult decisions during these challenging economic times to balance the city's budget. I'm pleased to say that today, with the release of my 2-year proposed budget, the city's financial condition has greatly improved. The unemployment rate has dropped to 4.4%. The first-year budget deficit is under $100 million for the first time in 6 years, and construction is booming across our city. However, thank you. However, this economic growth, which no one would have thought possible even 5 years ago or a few years ago, has also led to rising prices for homes and other goods and services across the city. I recognize that many San Franciscans are feeling anxious about how to make a living and a life in our great city. And I know that city government has an important role to play in making the lives of everyday people better. And through this budget, I believe we are making smart, responsible, targeted investments to ensure that San Francisco is more affordable and a better place to live for everyone. This year's budget proposal is the result of hard work and collaboration with all of you. And we've met in every district and listened to community leaders and residents, social service providers, both online and in person, to hear directly from them as we develop this 2-year budget that reflects all of our San Francisco values. We also work together with our employees to negotiate new contracts with each of them 27 labor unions. I want to thank our labor partners and the city staff involved in negotiating these fair, affordable, and responsible contracts that ensure our city's employees' wages keep pace with the cost of living. So let's get into the details of this budget. In this budget, you will see fiscal prudence. You'll see an increase in services to our residents, critical investments in transportation, education, our social safety net, and infrastructure, investments in our diverse neighborhoods, and a historic investment in housing. The number one issue I hear about when I'm in the community is the affordability of housing. I believe the success of our city will continue to be based on our commitment to making sure that San Francisco remains a place that people from every background and every economic income can all call home. The shortage of housing affordable to working and low-income people has become a genuine crisis and demands solutions. And that is why housing is a central focus in my 2-year budget. Earlier this year, we set an aggressive goal to complete 30,000 new and rehabilitated homes by 2020, with at least 1/3 of those permanently affordable to low and moderate income families. We must continue to build market rate units, especially rental units. The more options for housing our residents have, the less difficult it becomes to find a home. And by building in neighborhoods outside of our central downtown corridor, in the shipyards, near Candlestick, at Park Merced, or at the old Slade Schlock site in Visitation Valley, we will dramatically expand the number of homes naturally affordable to middle-income families. And this budget includes investments to help make my aggressive goal a reality. 2 years ago, we worked together on the Housing Trust Fund, and as a result of this good work, over the next 2 years, we will access directly from that Housing Trust Fund $48.4 million to produce more affordable housing. But given the challenges that we face, I believe we must do more. So in this budget, I'm including $50 new additional $1 million in funding by leveraging the growth in the Housing Trust Fund to expedite the construction of hundreds of new affordable housing units over the next 2 years. These additional funds represent a meaningful infusion to fill gap funding needs on projects and seed new projects throughout San Francisco.
For Thursday, August 7th, 2014, I'd like to remind members of the audience that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to advise members of the public that although you may not see all commissioners seated at the dais, they are actually in the executive chambers, and there is a monitor where they are reviewing and listening to these proceedings. Also, for the benefit of the public and for those who are viewing this in our satellite facility downstairs at the first floor South Light Court, when your name is called, please come upstairs. There will be plenty of time provided for you and giving you an opportunity to speak. All right? I guess with exception of media on this side of the room, if you're on this side of the room, you cannot stand in front of the doorways. You cannot stand in front of that accessible button. So please, if you could make those changes and move and find a seat, or go downstairs to the first floor Light Court. Again, there will be plenty of time for people to come upstairs and give their public testimony. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 17 for case number 2014.0707T, Administrative and Planning Code Amendment, amending regulation of short-term residential rentals and establishing fee, ordinance amending the administrative code.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I hope you're all comfortable. The item before you is an ordinance that would amend the administrative and planning code to legalize short-term rentals in residential units. Supervisor Chu, the sponsoring supervisor, is here to give you some remarks on that item. And after his remarks, I'll continue with my presentation. Before that, though, I do have a copy of the ordinance that is signed. It's no different than the one in your packet, but it does have a signature on it. We're told by the city attorney that you need the signed copy, so we'll pass that up to you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Let me first start off by thanking you for your hard work, your patience, and your extreme endurance. I also want to take a moment and thank all of the members of the community that have been involved in recent months with the legislation that we have proposed in front of you. Particularly, I want to start with your planning staff, who has done very diligent work in recent months on this. I want to thank the tenant community, in particular the San Francisco Tenants Union, for their early support when we introduced this in April. I want to thank the landlord and owner community, as well as the hotel and tourism industry, for their feedback. Of course, want to thank the many neighborhood activists and advocates that we've heard on this issue. The home share community, I want to take a particular moment to thank my aide, Amy Chan, who has worked on this topic for the better part of 2 years, as well as the City Attorney's Office, Marlena Byrne, who's worked on this for over a year, as well as Kate Stacy and others. Let me start first with a couple of observations. This topic of home sharing, of shareable housing, has been a real conundrum for our city. And let me just start with what I think we can all agree on, that this has been a difficult and challenging topic. I want to thank the Planning Commission and the planning staff for working with my office and our Board of Supervisors to resolve what had been years of debate around CEQA reform, around legalizing in-laws, around condo conversion. I think this is that next topic that I hope that we'll all be able to tackle and get our arms around and bring to some resolution. And let me also start with the premise that I think we can all agree that the status quo is not working, that we need a new regulatory frame. By way of background, in recent years, we have all seen an explosion in the number of short-term rentals in our city, facilitated by a variety of online hosting platforms. As a planning report indicated, we know that there are at least 5,000 listings at any one time in San Francisco for shareable housing opportunities. It's been estimated this past year over 100,000 incidents. And while current law generally does not permit this activity, there is significant public confusion about the law, and enforcement has been lacking and extremely difficult. And I would just note, I was told that the Department of Building Inspection only saw 27 complaints this past year, potentially, allegedly related to this activity. Now, I think everyone involved understands that we need a different approach, that the current system is not working. And today, I'd like to have a conversation about a proposal on a different approach based on months of feedback from community stakeholders, with 4 components. First, a very clear distinction between unacceptable activity and acceptable activity in San Francisco. Secondly, direct regulation for the first time of online hosting platforms. Third, real and strengthened enforcement. And then fourth, the collection of all taxes relevant to this activity, which would be a source of new revenue for the city as well as for enforcement itself. Now, our proposal. The genesis for the legislation you have in front of you, the underlying value of my legislation, is really to address our city's affordability crisis. How can we all afford to live in our city by 7 by 7 miles during our housing affordability crisis? And it really addresses it in 2 major respects. First of all, we know that there are too many instances where the status quo of what we see with shareable housing is actually pushing San Franciscans out of our city. We have seen instances where there are landlords who are Ellis acting entire buildings for full-time vacation rentals. And I want to thank and agree with our city attorney and the tenants community that these are situations that need to be pursued under the law as it currently exists. But on the other hand, I'll also note, we know that there have been enterprising tenants who have entered into multiple leases. They live in one unit, and they lease out other units as full-time bed and breakfasts. From my perspectives, all of these actors are not doing activity that I would support. And this legislation, for the first time, would establish a regulatory and enforcement structure. If you are using a shareable housing platform like Airbnb or others to allow housing to be used around the year as vacation rentals or bed and breakfasts, you could face $1,000 per day fines and potential criminal penalties. So that is one major portion of what we're doing with the legislation. Now, on the other hand, it's my perspective, and I think it's shared by many San Franciscans, that home sharing has allowed struggling residents to afford to live in our increasingly expensive city, whether it be seniors who are living on a fixed income, whether it be students who are out of town during the summer or the holidays, whether it be working families that are visiting grandparents during Thanksgiving or Christmas, whether it be workers who are traveling for their jobs, artists who have an extra space. Our legislation says for those individuals, as long as you are a permanent resident in San Francisco and you are playing by the rules, we would allow a level of this activity. Now, by permanent resident, what I have proposed is that we define that to be a San Franciscan who has lived in our city for at least 9 months of the year. Now, we selected 9 months really to coincide with the time period of a season. for when a student might be away for the summer, or a family might be traveling during that same time period, or a worker who might be traveling, say, 1 week out of a month. You will likely hear from members of the public who would want a 6-month time period, or others who think that 1 month is appropriate, and what we tried to do is really balance all of the interests and feedback that we heard. Now, what are the rules that we would ask a permanent resident to abide by? The major rules are 3. First, everyone who would engage in this activity would have to register with the city, so that if there are any issues, particularly in a neighborhood, we know how to address them. Secondly, we would require that anyone engaged in this economic activity would have to pay their full taxes. We know that this would likely account for millions of additional dollars into our tax coffers, and I think that is a fundamental part of what we would need to do if this activity were to be permitted in our city. Thirdly, it would be important that every permanent resident get liability insurance in case anything were to happen. Now, there is one more rule that I'll just mention, which was suggested both by tenants and landlords, and we have included it in our provisions to protect rent control. The idea is that there have been some tenants who have made more in a particular month than they owe to their landlord under their current rent. Our legislation says that no tenant can make more in a particular month than they owe under rent control, so we're not undermining those laws. There are a number of enforcement provisions. We require that all residential apartments in building of 2 or more units would be subject to regulation. We'd require that if a resident is not registered with the city but is found to be renting short-term after a complaint is filed, he or she would be automatically in violation and subject to penalties. We would also say that if a resident is found in violation, that person would be put on a blacklist, prohibiting him or her from listing the unit on a hosting platform until that person comes into compliance, or that person would be subject to penalties. And I will also mention that under our proposal, every hosting platform would be required to notify users of the short-term rental laws and other applicable city laws, including hopefully something that we pass before posting is allowed, as well as be required to collect and remit various hotel and transit occupancy taxes. Now, let me take a few moments to give my perspective on the Planning Commission staff analysis. And I want to first thank your planning staff for their very thorough analysis and their recommendations. And start also by saying that I 100% agree with the planning staff's basis for the recommendations. And let me just read them right now. The Planning Department believes that short-term rentals need to be regulated in order to preserve the city's housing stock, reduce impacts on affordable housing, and protect the livability of residential neighborhoods. Our city's current regulations are no longer sufficient to address this new technology and its associated impacts. If this industry remains unregulated, the department believes that the city will continue to lose permanent housing. In crafting its recommendations, the department sought to create a legal avenue for hosts who want to occasionally rent out their primary residence on a short-term basis while balancing concerns over housing affordability and neighborhood character. So again, I absolutely agree with the Planning Department's staff analysis and the consensus that there is, again, good activity that we may want to support, as well as unreasonable activity that should remain illegal, and that we not open the door with any new policies to unintended consequences. As we go through the 9 recommendations, let me just state at the outset that I agree with the general ideas that the Planning Department should be in charge of enforcement. And I very much appreciate all the thinking that planning staff had put into how we improve and make enforcement efficient and effective. I also agree with the idea that if you post online without registering, that should draw a penalty, that the registration number should be required to accompany short-term rental postings, and that we should grant citation authority to the Planning Department for enforcement and increase penalties for repeat violators. Now, there are other departmental recommendations that address requiring more data from hosts, putting it on a city map, the question of whether a hosted rental should have the same 90-day limit as a non-hosted rental, and whether single-family homes should have the same restrictions as multi-unit buildings. From my perspective, I think these are interesting ideas. I know there are very diverse opinions on these matters, and I'd like to hear feedback from the public and the Planning Commission on these as well. I will also mention there have been a number of other categories of ideas that have come from stakeholders. I recently submitted to you a letter asking for your feedback during this commission meeting, if possible, on requiring landlord permission for registration, on whether we should expedite the right for private action, whether we should exclude certain types of housing from participation, whether we should screen for code violations and address complaints dealing with nuisances. I haven't yet made final decisions on these ideas, but I'm very open to your feedback and ideas, as well as the feedback from the public. In closing, again, I just want to thank everyone for the many opinions that we have on home sharing. I do expect there will likely be a significant difference of opinion and perspectives. What I was trying to do with this legislation is to balance these perspectives with the premise and the value that what we need to do right now is address and tackle our affordability crisis. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chu. So the proposed ordinance primarily modifies Chapter 41A of the Administrative Code. These modifications would permit permanent residents in buildings with 2 or more units to rent their unit as a short-term rental for up to 90 days a year. Single-family homes would not be subject to Chapter 41A and could therefore be rented out as short-term rentals for an unlimited number of days. Hosted rentals, those where the host is present during the rental, would also not be subject to the 90-day limit and could also occur for an unlimited number of days. The ordinance also establishes requirements for permanent residents to participate in the short-term rental program and some limited requirements for hosting platforms, including the requirement that short-term rental platforms collect and remit required city taxes, city transit occupancy taxes. The Department of Building Inspection would be in charge with enforcing the rules for short-term rentals, and enforcement for any violation is through an administrative review hearing. The ordinance also adds a new enforcement provision that would allow DBI to prohibit an owner or leasee from leasing the residential unit on any hosting platform for 1 year. Finally, the ordinance modifies the planning code by adding language to the definition of dwelling unit, live-work unit, and residential unit, stating that use of a dwelling unit as a short-term rental in compliance with the Administrative Code Section 41A5 shall not alter the use type as a residential use. The Department is recommending approval with 9 modifications that mainly deal with enforcement. The recommended modifications are: place short-term rental controls in the planning code so that the planning department is the agency responsible for enforcing short-term rentals; modify the ordinance so that the proposed city-run registry tracks the number of nights a unit has been rented; require any short-term rental platform or company doing business in San Francisco to provide information on the number of days a property has been rented. Information should be reported back to the city on a quarterly basis at a minimum. Identify units that are on the short-term registry in the department's property information map. Amend the ordinance so that a posting on a short-term rental site without first registering with the city constitutes a violation that can be assessed a penalty even if the unit was not rented. Amend the ordinance so that the posting on a require the registration number from a city-run registry to accompany all short-term rental postings. Grant citation authority to the planning department if we are chosen to be the enforcement agency for short-term rentals, and provide for increased penalties for repeat violators. Subject hosted rentals to the same 90-night limit as non-hosted rentals, and limit single-family homes to the same restrictions as multi-unit buildings. With these recommendations, the Department seeks to create a legal avenue for hosts who want to occasionally rent their primary residence as a short-term basis, while balancing concerns over housing affordability and neighborhood character. As currently drafted, the Department finds that the ordinance is unenforceable, and in particular, recommendation number 2 seeks to address this by creating a city-run registry that tracks the number of nights a property is rented. The Department also believes that the ordinance should be expanded so that both hosted and non-hosted rentals are subject to the 90-day limit, and that single-family homes should not be exempt from the new restrictions. Not including single-family homes or hosted rentals in these restrictions would essentially allow anyone to operate a hotel in a residential neighborhood without any review, notification, conditions, or permits. Currently, this type of use requires a conditional use authorization from the Planning Commission. There also has been some confusion in the press and in the public about the Department's 4th recommendation, which would identify on the Department's property information map if a property is registered as a short-term rental. To be clear, every permit the city issues for a property appears on the Department's property information map. Permits to remodel your bathroom, re-roof your house, and especially a change of use permit all appear on PIM. The information we are recommending be placed on PIM would only indicate that the property is listed on the registry and the registration number. It would not identify the permanent resident's name when the unit is rented and who stayed there, only that it is listed on the registry and therefore allowed to be used as a short-term rental. To summarize, the department is recommending approval with modifications because we find that there is a city interest in creating a legal avenue for hosts who want to occasionally rent their primary residence as a short-term basis. However, as drafted, the department finds the ordinance is unenforceable, and without the department's recommended changes, we believe legalizing short-term rentals in San Francisco will come at the expense of the availability and affordability of the city's housing stock. That concludes my remarks, and I appreciate your attention and your time. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's open it for public comment. There is.
I was just going to say, Commissioners, that we agreed to provide an organized opposition group a block of time, so the San Franciscans for Neighborhoods, Affordable Housing, and Jobs have a 10-minute block with a minimum of 3 speakers.
Commissioners, my name is Doug Engman. I represent San Francisco for Neighborhoods, Affordable Housing, and Jobs. As you all know, I'm a former planning commissioner. I've been sending you a few emails about facts that we wanted the commission to consider. As you know, and Supervisor Chu and I probably agree with this, the proliferation of short-term rentals is already affecting the affordability of housing in San Francisco and undermining our residential character, which is why our campaign collected over 16,000 signatures to place an enforcement measure on the ballot, which can go on the ballot in November 2015, but we decided to defer putting it on the 2014 ballot so that we could see if the legislative process might be able to work. Quite honestly, this piece of legislation doesn't do it. The legislation before you will only exacerbate the problems by rezoning the entire city so that every permanent resident can rent out rooms to their tourists for 275 days a year and for 90 days when they're not there. Furthermore, as the department report indicated, the ordinance does not provide a meaningful enforcement mechanism. Without effective enforcement that combines a central registry with names so people in the neighborhood can complain like they would do at a front desk at a hotel when there's problems, with names, and some requirement for the hosting platforms to cooperate with the city in letting us know how many days each unit is being used, there's no hope we're going to be able to control the adverse impacts of this particular legislation. Furthermore, the legislation is not drafted very well. I've all sent you an email talking about this ill-conceived way of rezoning the city by just changing the definition of residential use to include a commercial use. It causes all sorts of problems about how you're going to be able to regulate this going forward. I urge you to take a look at other approaches. The City of Savannah really takes a logical approach, the way I would as a city planning commissioner, to solving the problem that the zoning presents. Now, we do applaud the department's recommendations on enforcements number 1 through 7. They're a really great step forward to be able to enforce the city's regulations if you're going to allow short-term rentals. Number 8, we'd say 90 days is too much. There's still too much financial incentive for people to rent out to tourists than permanent residents with 90 days. And number 9, recommendation of 9, I don't think the legislation allows single-family homes to be able to have short-term rentals because the administrative code only talks about 2-unit buildings. Now, there seems to be some confusion. The planning department thinks maybe it does. I urge you to ask that question. And finally, the department doesn't really deal with BMRs, SROs, the insurance requirement, which you'll hear from some people saying no commercial insurance is available for these kinds of units. It doesn't require landlord permission. There's no talk about collection of back taxes. There's over $50 million of hotel tax that's due from this activity over the last 2 or 3 years. The legislation doesn't deal with the ADA accommodation requirements. and it doesn't deal with the health and safety conditions that somebody has to meet. It's not a comprehensive approach. We urge you to disapprove the legislation and direct the department to go back and develop a new approach to dealing with short-term rentals if we're going to allow it in the city, and to develop specific language to implement the recommendations on enforcement. The issue is too important to the city and the future of San Francisco to pass this poorly drafted legislation. Thank you.
Calvin Welch, San Francisco Information Clearinghouse. Other than being unenforceable, the ordinance as drafted also undermines key affordability characteristics of San Francisco's housing stock. We are requesting that the Planning Commission amend the legislation to ban the conversion to short-term rentals of any SRO or residential hotel room, subject to Article 41. Currently, you cannot lease 13,000 residential hotel rooms for short-term leases. This ordinance would allow the leasing of those for short-term rentals. BMRs, it is extraordinary to me that the amount of time that we have taken to create an inclusionary zoning program whose whole point is to be able to offer below market rate rents would allow BMR units to be short-term rentals at market rate rents. Finally, the supervisor himself has urged that we adopt in-law unit legalizations in order to produce below market rate permanent housing that is rent controlled. His legislation, however, would allow such units to become short-term rentals at market rates, hardly serving the populations that Supervisor Chu championed when he pushed the legalization program. Finally, there's a lot of talk about affordability. These three items must be done if we are to take that talk seriously. There's another aspect of affordability, which is income. Every short-term rental unit costs a unionized hotel worker a job. I want to introduce Ian Lewis from Local 2.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ian Lewis, Local 2, Hotel Workers Union. I'm sharing with you a Business Times, or a posting on the Business Times commercial listings site. This is a hotel for sale. It's a hotel at 23rd and Vicente. It's a one-room bungalow, which the seller advertises took in $71,000 in gross income last year. $6,000 a month in income. That is the threat that these short-term rentals poses to affordable housing in this city. Working people in San Francisco are facing our greatest housing crisis since our city burned in 1906. And this legislation in one fell swoop is a green light to legalizing short-term rentals like this one and exacerbating the housing crisis at the worst possible moment in our history. No one is more affected by this than hotel workers. Let me remind you, we welcome tourists into our city because the hospitality industry is the biggest single private sector source of living wage jobs in our city. When tourists don't stay in hotels, workers don't work. And tomorrow morning, 400 housekeepers will not be working in San Francisco because 5,000 tourists are staying in short-term rentals rather than hotels. That slashes the number of shifts that are available to hotel workers. At the same time, it's driving up rental and home prices. You could not design a more effective way of driving out working people from our city than this, short of calling out the bulldozers. Now, I'm glad that the planning staff have brought a critical lens to this. But you need to go further. This is one of the most complex and potentially dangerous interventions in our city's zoning and business practices we've seen in years. It is defining away what is probably the most important definition in our code, that of residential. Clearly, we need much more robust and rigorous tools from enforcement, as staff have said. We need tight constraints to protect affordable housing, and we need to put a spotlight on the changes in visitor patterns, the economic patterns, and the demographics of our city that this ordinance has the potential to provoke. If ever there were a piece of legislation that calls for thorough environmental and economic review, this is it. And I know you don't have the ultimate say on whether this ordinance becomes law, but you should at minimum take the time that you need to understand all these very complex issues so that our city knows very well what it's getting into with this ordinance and what alternatives it has. Thank you.
Okay, so opening for public comment. If I call your name, please line up on the screen side of the room. And we will be limiting public comment to 2 minutes. I have a very thick stack of cards here. We want to hear from everyone, but if you find yourself repeating what others have said, maybe you want to align yourself with their comments. Bob Planthold, Rick Swig, George Wooding, Aaron Peskin.
I'm Bob Planthold. I oppose this legislation because you shouldn't even be considering it. This is incomplete. It ignores the fact that as a public accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act, these home sharing service companies violate the ADA. Not everybody can access their communication services. A person I know who's blind tried to list a unit, couldn't. There's incompatible software between that and the JAWS screen reader software for the blind. It goes beyond that. It doesn't indicate whether the units are accessible. That's a critical factor nowadays for residents, but also for visitors. Beyond that, you don't see anything in here to indicate that anybody at any level of city government, whether the sponsor, the planning staff, the city attorney, did they do any questioning? Does this comply with the Federal Fair Housing Act as amended? Is there a problem of possible violation of the California Unruh Civil Rights Act? Why is it that innovation such as this is allowed to proceed without integration? Integration both into having other laws it conforms to and responds to, but integration in the fact that though people with disabilities are protected classes, we're not able to participate in this. So many in this room have benefited from civil rights laws that affect people of color, that affect women, that affect youth, that affect the LGBT community. Many have benefited from those, but nobody has yet said, what about the disabled? Why aren't they able to participate? Why aren't they included? Why isn't there an analysis about this constituency? You ought to send it back.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Commissioners, good to see you. My name is Rick Swig. I'm a native San Franciscan who has been practicing in the hotel business for longer than I would like to know. In that spirit, Hotel News Now, a recognized trade in the hotel business, asked me to write an article which we published this August, and I thought I would share it with you, and I'll give it to the Commission Secretary. Regarding this legislation, it is seriously flawed, but this isn't about getting rid of alternative lodging companies or providers, because that proverbial horse is out of the barn, let's face it. The issue is what to do about corralling these horses to ensure that these businesses comply to legal statutes, which protect housing for residents, legislate taxes and fees to be paid by visitors for city services, and to ensure that residential districts and housing are not commercialized improperly. As a past chairman of the San Francisco Travel, and the current board member of the Tourism Improvement District, we're all about stimulating tourism business in San Francisco, because tourism brings huge revenues to San Francisco, brings huge jobs to San Francisco, and enhances the tax base, at least in the hotel sector, by over $200 million a year. And it's a tragedy that so far, because taxes have not been collected on alternative lodging, that probably $50 to $100 million in taxes have not been collected. Additionally, the the alternative lodging is not licensed. They're improper insurances, and they're just not legislated to maintain a proper safety, security, and otherwise standards. As a former redevelopment agency commissioner, I share I appreciate your service. So I understand that your responsibility is to protect the interests of San Franciscans.
Thank you, sir. Your time
Please
is
make
up.
sure that this legislation is adjusted properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is George Wooding. I'm representing the Midtown Terrace Homeowners Association, and I'm against David Chu's legislation. Basically, we feel our neighborhood is 819 homes, all RH1. It was founded in 1950 as a residential housing, one unit. What happens is we take care of our neighborhood through a homeowners association, and we feel that this completely violates and destroys our homeowners association. It overrides our CC&Rs. I think the biggest problem is we all moved there to have live in a commercial neighborhood, and we thought we knew what we were getting into. Now what's happening is our neighborhood is going to become commercialized, and this causes great consternation among the neighborhoods. We really believe in taking care of our neighborhood, and we feel it's a situation where if it becomes commercialized, we can no longer control what happens to traffic, tenant issues, density, the quality of life in our neighborhoods. So I ask you strongly to not support this Airbnb legislation, and I want to thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. As Mr. Peskin approaches the podium, I'll call more names. Charlie Goss, Dennis Antonori, John Lowell, Sue Hester, Tess Wellborn.
President Wu, Commissioners, my name is Aaron Peskin, and welcome to the newest Commissioner, Commissioner Johnson. As some of you know, I used to have the pleasure of sitting on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors as a lawmaker. And we grappled with a number of thorny issues in my time, and I salute Supervisor Chu and the department and this commission for grappling with a thorny issue. And as Commissioner Swigg said, the horse is out of the barn. Regulation is upon us, and the question is not if we do it, but how we do it. And I am here to speak to you about one thing that is, I think, in keeping with the thrust of the department's recommendations, and that is the issue of enforceability. As a lawmaker, I was reticent to pass laws or to introduce laws or support laws that were on their face unenforceable. And indeed, as your competent staff, Mr. Starr, indicated, this law, as introduced, will be very, very hard to enforce. But I am here to speak on the very narrow issue which is not addressed in staff's recommendation, which I think that you need to grapple with and that you need to recommend to the Board of Supervisors be included. And that is the issue of a fee. If you go to the department's website, you have today, at the height of the greatest building boom that we have seen since the earthquake and fire, 4 enforcement planners. You must impose 1 per quadrant plus a preservation one, Mr. Ram, 5, and 7 if you want to count the secretary and the head of the unit. If you want 7, I'll give you 7, but 4, 1 on the ground per quadrant. And if you want to do this right, and you're going to do something where people have to monitor the number of days, and you become the enforcement agency relative to DBI, you must draw a nexus, and you must figure out what the per unit or per night fee is, what the requisite amount of staff should be, and you should make that as part of your recommendation to the board, or your fundamental thrust of enforceability will be dead at its beginning. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dennis Antinori. When this issue first arose, I said, wait a minute, what's wrong with people doing this? I have friends who survive in San Francisco because they're renting out a room in their house. I know these people personally. I know people who stay there. What's wrong with this? What I didn't realize was that that type of situation is the tip of a very large iceberg, and that hiding behind those people is a very cynical operation, business operation, that is trying to take advantage of those people to try to justify what they're doing. They hide behind, first of all, they operate illegally. Secondly, they operate without having to deal with labor issues and with labor unions and organized labor. They operate without having to meet any regulations about fire safety, about other safety conditions in the units. They just operate wildly. They may have units with numerous code violations, and yet they're allowed to operate. They're allowed to completely ignore the interests of their neighbors. If you're handing out keys to a multi-unit building, I don't know who's going to be there. I live in another unit, and I'm not renting anything out, and I'm not protected by for my safety by having a safe building in which strangers are allowed to come in and out. I need to reiterate what Aaron Peskin said about enforcement, and to urge that if whatever is adopted in terms of regulations, that there be a dedicated source of funding for enforcing this law, and that there be a dedicated staff and a source of funds to fund that staff that's dedicated in advance, so we know that there's an adequate ability to enforce, because that's going to be the critical issue. Right now, all of these things are illegal, but nothing's being enforced.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Alex Lowell. I'm a resident of San Francisco, and I have disabilities that stem from a collision here in the city that related to sensory, cognitive, and mobility disabilities. I speak to you now regarding accessibility and the mission of it in this legislation by Supervisor David Chu. How will we define it in city code, what constitutes accessibility? There is no mentioning of what is an accessible bathroom and how will it be defined. Are there inspectors that involved? There is, and I would be willing to work with David Chu for him to reach out to the California Certified Access Specialist Program, where 538 licensed architects could come to each unit, inspect it, and identify what could be licensed and advertised as accessible. Then they would know what could be further improved. There is no legislation and mentioning in this legislation on what the outcomes would be if a vendor house apartment stated they were accessible. If they used the word ADA accessible, they would be in violation of federal laws. If they described one component of it, they would need to have defined it as an accessible bathroom, doorway, and a ramp that is a ratio of 1 up to 12 feet out. There is no definition of that in any of the literature from Airbnb or any of the other platforms that relate to this legislation. So I really consider that you would not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask those of you who are standing in front of the doors to please move, and you can move to this side of the room and queue up if you're here to speak. Thank you.
I'll call some more names. Jennifer K., Jeannie S., Gina K., Gigi T., and George K.
Sue Hester, I have a handout for you. I have two issues. One is on the ballot in November is going to be a policy for the city to adopt a creation of 30,000 new units. It will be a farce unless you include in this legislation a binding obligation on every unit that is approved that prohibits them from being used as short-term rentals. You can't create permanently affordable, permanent housing units, permanently affordable too, without a requirement that they really be rented as housing or occupied as housing. So the first thing I would ask is prohibit the counting of any unit, any subdivision, any building permit, any planning commission approval, unless there is a binding condition that is drafted by the city attorney that they cannot be rented out. Make the 30,000 goal real. Second, I am very familiar with the structure of the planning code and the non-structure of the administrative code. Mr. Sanchez has enormous powers granted by the charter and the planning code to interpret every single provision of the planning code. There is no such requirement in the admin code. And the cut and paste suggestion that the head of the Department of Building Inspection, come on, folks, get serious. Someone needs to interpret every single provision and make sure it works. And that is why this should be an amendment to the planning code. And the power should be in the zoning administrator, not director of building inspection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Charlie Goss, and I manage government affairs for the San Francisco Apartment Association. The SFAA is the largest trade group representing landlords and property managers in San Francisco, and we are the largest source of affordable housing in San Francisco via our rent-controlled apartments. I am here today to strongly object to the legislation before you and to urge a no recommendation, or at least hear another hearing on the legislation. Fundamentally, what Airbnb and similar vacation rentals do is to facilitate the illegal conversion of our residential rent-controlled housing. We are at a time and a place in our city where it is unconscionable to facilitate the illegal conversion of our housing, especially when it takes thousands of units off the market and drives up housing prices citywide. Planning staff has rightfully expressed concern over the impact that short-term rentals have on our housing stock. Choose legislation directly contradicts objectives 2 and 3 in the city's housing element. Those objectives seek to retain existing housing units and protect the affordability of our housing stock. Planning department staff has also noted that at any given moment there are 5,000 apartments available for rent nightly via Airbnb and similar websites. This legislation, as previously said, has serious lack of enforceability. The legislation tasks your department staff with significant enforcement responsibilities without any dedicated sources of funding for those responsibilities. The legislation also is the only item in the Planning Commission which does not require the building owner's permission for commercial and conditional use, and I want you to consider why that is. Landlords should have the right to prohibit short-term use in their buildings. No subletting clauses and lease agreements must be fully enforceable and honored. HOAs, condos, and new construction all have the ability to rewrite the rules to prohibit this, and they are prohibiting it. We do not have that right. We need the right to uphold our lease agreements and no subletting clauses against the illegal conversion of our residential rent-controlled housing. In sum, the Apartment Association... Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Tess Walborn, a resident in District 5. First of all, before doing any legislation, collect the back taxes owed. No more free pass on corporate bad behavior. Secondly, please consider in more depth the risks to rent control. 5,000 units a day available online. You had to act when 2,600 units were condoed because of outcry from the community. 5,000. Look at the numbers. It's pretty horrible. And it should be at least illegal to charge more than the rent. I personally think that 90 days is too long. 3 months of the year is considered occasional use? Come on. That's a lot. Let's look at beside the risk to rent control, let's look at the risk to residents. Perhaps the property owner doesn't know that the unit is being rented out by somebody else. Their insurance will be canceled as soon as the insurer finds out about it. Strangers entering the apartment building, one fire could displace all of the residents when only one, perhaps, is using a shared approach. Right now, we segregate hotels into certain districts, and bed and breakfasts must have conditional use permits. These things should be retained, not making a citywide change. There's no current enforcement. Well, let's look at really who benefits. I may benefit today if I would rent out my home or apartment, but who's really benefiting? It's the real estate interests. And let's look a little bit more deeply at what we need to do to protect housing for San Francisco residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, I'll call more names. GOB, Wyatt H., Ellen Liu, Emily B. Again, if I've called your name, please line up on the screen side of the room.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for listening to my comments today. I am a permanent resident here in San Francisco. I've lived here for 22 years. And more recently, I've become an owner. So I need to be able to pay my high cost of property taxes. And I would have to say that short-term leasing, when I don't have my own personal guest or family visiting me, has helped me to achieve that. In addition, I've brought extra income and business to my district by guests going to restaurants and having, groceries bought from the local stores. So I think this legislature to make short-term leasing legal will not only help a small group of people, but will help the entire residents of San Francisco, as long as there's some restrictions placed on who can rent and how many days. I think I agree that there needs to be some kind of monitoring and enforcement of the legislation if it comes into being, but I totally support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call additional names. Mick D., Melinda M., Mardis B., Nancy N., Marcia W.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Karen Breslin. I'm on the board of the Miraloma Park Improvement Club. We represent 2,200 homes, all R1 and R1D. We oppose the legislation proposed by Supervisor Chu for a number of reasons. A lot of them have already been said. The legislation applies to the entire city, in fact, rezoning all of San Francisco. What may be good for SOMA may be wrong for Miraloma Park. The legislation benefits only two groups, Airbnb and those who want to rent a hotel. It hurts long-term residents of San Francisco. There's no way this can help anybody who wants to permanently live here for lower rent. It will remove more long-term rentals from the market and decrease available housing for San Francisco residents. This will further drive more families from the city. I thought we were trying to provide more home to keep families here, and I feel this does totally the opposite. A recent sale in my neighborhood immediately turned into an Airbnb, a total home. So please do not approve this legislation to legalize short-term rentals. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Nancy Nielsen. I've been in San Francisco 44 years since I graduated graduate school in San Diego. I adopted 4 local foster children in the 1980s, raised all to successful adulthood. I now have 12 grandchildren. I worked 30 years for the local telephone company, which gave me the income I needed to buy a big house for my family in the southeast quarter of the city. The phone company outsourced my job to Bangalore about 10 years before I was ready to retire. So for the last 15 years, I've been renting rooms in my house, doing home shares with international organizations, and taking care of developmentally disabled adults in my home. It's been a very emotional, rewarding experience, but financially I haven't had enough money to pay my mortgage and my bills. In the last 5 years, my income was so small I don't even pay federal taxes. But I have to file because I'm a homeowner. Now Airbnb has enabled me to pay my mortgage, to pay my bills, to live in my house, to enjoy my grandchildren, and to stay in the city I love, in the home that I love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Gio, and my last name is Bellairs. I'm here to support home shares. I am a master tenant, and now I have a subtenant. I am a renter, and the landlords that I had were the best landlords that anyone could possibly have. They had a thriving business along 19th Street, and they allowed me to share my home or my apartment with guests with home shares. And in doing that, I have brought so much money into the local businesses that share in the Castro District. I'm in District 8. And there has never been one problem that I had with any of my guests. They have brought me nothing but happiness. They are nothing but wonderful people. And no one is here saying that home sharers aren't here to negotiate or help remedy some of these problems. We're here to share, we're here to learn, and that's really all I can say is that home sharing should exist, it should have regulations, but they should be shared regulations that don't interrupt other people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Wyatt Heyman. I'm from Marin, and now I live in San Francisco. There are few things that everyone is seeking. Feeling more connected is one of them, for good reason. Connection is critical support to well-being and all types of growth. At its core, home sharing is a mechanism for connection. I formed 2 of my closest friendships by sharing apartments in San Francisco while figuring out where to sign a lease. You will continue hearing examples of how home sharing inspires meaningful relationships, but home sharing also provides the best way for a visitor or a new resident to experience this city. Community is defined by connections. A community grows by strengthening existing connections and building new ones. I believe your job is to wisely guide the growth of this community. A network represented by both our current residents and our visitors. Please make sure that you support the growth of this community through increased connection, something that is very difficult to come by and essential for health and well-being. My hope as your constituent is that before making each of the many decisions ahead, you ask yourself, am I supporting disconnection or am I supporting connection? After all, everyone is seeking connection. Thank you for dedicating yourselves to the wise growth of this community.
Next speaker, please.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Emily Benkert. I live in Bernal Heights. The notion of sharing your home, renting out a spare room, perhaps or your entire home while away traveling, has always existed an option for San Francisco dwellers. Being able to share your residence has helped me and many others to afford living here. The home I purchased years ago in Bernal Heights to house me and my 4 children now has 2 empty rooms. And being able to host visitors looking for a unique experience has helped me make ends meet. It's a mistake to blame Airbnb and other home sharing websites. All they did was create a centralized market for an existing activity. They are responsible for increasing the efficiency of short-term sharing, not for starting it. It's the root economic conditions, not the elegance of Airbnb's website, that is responsible for the rising popularity of home sharing. What we are looking at here is a much larger problem. Economic factors are causing an exodus of the city's lower income groups, artists, seniors, service workers, and others. Concern for these groups and for how they help constitute the city's identity is well-founded. We risk becoming homogenous in a way that serves neither the city's soul nor its long-term economy. However, sharing is not a clear battle between good and bad. Crippling home sharing is as misguided as doing nothing. But just as with those buses ferrying tech workers south, we need to carefully address the root cause of our housing woes and not reactively swat at its more visible after effects. The city should study the economic pluses and minuses of home sharing to all San Franciscans and develop sophisticated and comprehensive housing regulations. San Francisco is a leader of home sharing, of the sharing economy, and the city should take the time to develop a smart, effective, balanced approach that can serve as a model for other municipalities, not just quickly shut it all down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. If that line of speakers wants to move a little bit forward, we'll save a little time between each speaker and make sure everyone gets an opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Niederhauser, and I've lived on Potrero Hill for 42 years. I bought a 2-unit building in 1975, which I could never buy today. I rent the second unit long-term and support affordable housing in this city because I charge a rent well below market rate. I always have, because I wanted someone such as myself to be my co-tenant, because I was a social worker for 40 years. I support home sharing, and over the past 3 years, I've offered a small guest room with a private bath, maybe 10 to 15 days a month, only while I'm present. This practice in no way contributes to the housing crisis because I would never rent that room full-time. I'd like to speak to you about how sharing one's home while you're present is very different than making available an entire apartment when you're absent. Being a good neighbor has always been crucial to me. I live on a very stable block and where we've known each other for decades. When I decided to try this endeavor, I let my nearest neighbors know in advance. Early on, one neighbor let me know they didn't like me having my guests on my roof deck because it impinged on their privacy on their roof deck. I apologized and immediately stopped that practice. This is what good neighbors do. When we are literally sharing space with our guests, we have a vested interest in safety, security, and consideration. This impacts us as much, if not more, than our neighbors. While I definitely had some trepidation about trying this at first, my guests have been some of the most respectful, clean, quiet, and delightful people I've ever met. Because I am home, I can and would monitor any outlier. I love Potrero Hill and understand a potential limit on home sharing activity to preserve neighborhood character. I ask that you consider a compromise for those of us offering rooms in our personal residence, somewhat between an overly restrictive 90 days and no limit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Melinda. I live in Twin Peaks. I've lived in San Francisco for 23 years, and I'm here to speak in favor of home sharing and some sensible regulation. And unfortunately, a lot of folks in this debate seem to not be thinking very sensibly about this. Obviously, lots of people are sharing rooms in their home. I have done that. That allowed me to write my Doctor of Ministry. It was the only way I could get a sabbatical, trying to make ends meet living in this city. And it's really important to really recognize that those of us who have been engaged in home sharing are not criminals. We have not gone out to destroy the city. We have not damaged our neighbors. We've tried to be good neighbors. And those few instances of bad actions can also be found by long-term tenants and people who own their homes. And they're really the sort of neighbor-to-neighbor problems that happen in every neighborhood. And just because it's a short-term rental doesn't mean that it's more likely. In fact, I think it's probably less likely. But you have no data for that. I'm also concerned that people keep throwing around these 5,000 units being taken off. There really is no data for that. There's no real data for that. Is my spare bedroom really a rent-controlled unit that would be on the market? No. I'll rent it short-term, like when I was trying to do my dissertation, to make ends meet. I'm not going to put that on the market. So you need to really think about the categories and understand this a lot better before you try to enforce something with draconian and difficult to enforce things like what the Commission report says. Please, please find a reasonable way forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mick Demas. I live in the Castro, and I support home sharing and believe there should be sensible regulation of home sharing. The recommendations of the Planning Department aren't sensible and go far and beyond the scope that they should. For example, recommendation number 5 states that it amends the ordinance so that posting short-term rental sites without first even registering with the city constitutes a violation that can be assessed a penalty, even if the unit wasn't rented. That's like, I bought a car, the officer hands me a ticket for speeding. That's ridiculous. In the United States, we are granted the right of due process. The recommendations of the Planning Department strip this right from San Franciscans. I'd also like to add that home sharing in an overwhelming majority of cases is a benefit to the neighborhood character. Allowing San Franciscans to share their milestones and achievements with their families and friends who do not call San Francisco home. Grandparents visiting grandchildren does not harm the neighborhood character. Mothers and fathers coming to visit their child, staying in the neighborhood their child lives in to witness their wedding is a net positive for San Francisco. Family members visiting sick relatives in one of our world-class hospitals should be able to create a home-cooked meal without being considered a criminal offense. Home sharing helps San Francisco make San Francisco a better place for San Franciscans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'm going to call a few more names. Jessica H., Julie O., Karen C., Rodolfo C., Lorraine R., Tanya S., Stacy B., Skate S., Sandra M.
Hello, my name is Julie, and I'm here in support of home sharing. I'm a homeowner and a mother of a 10-month-old and a 4-year-old. I'm also a full-time working artist. When we first purchased our home in Noe Valley, my husband and I were newly married and had just had our first child. This home was and is our dream home, and one that at the time we still needed to grow into. Renting our spare bedroom in those early years allowed us to meet the financial demands of a challenging new mortgage and property taxes. Over time, when we no longer needed the additional income to meet our monthly expenses, sharing our guest room or our entire home while we were away allowed us to make home improvements and to fund the renovation of an art studio for me below the main house. And now that we've just had our second child, home sharing has helped us to meet the increased and overwhelming costs of childcare and education. Most of our friends find it impossible to stay in the city once they have kids. And most, if not all, of my colleagues find it impossible to live and work as artists in San Francisco. Home sharing has made it possible for me to do both. And this is only part of our story, because more than anything, we love our neighbors and our neighborhood. And we're so proud of the home and city in which we live. Home sharing has given us a unique opportunity to be creative with who we are and what we have, to be creative and to celebrate our community and to feel connected. We send our guests to our favorite neighborhoods, shops, and restaurants. We spend time with them in our home over meals, sharing ideas, playing with trains with my son, and reading to my daughter. Being able to share a home has allowed us to meet the changing needs of our growing family. It has helped build and sustain my career as a working artist. And most importantly, it has helped expand our lives and enrich the culture of our family and our community. It's our hope that you can support the passage of reasonable legislation that will protect home sharing for our family and for people like us. Thank you.
If I've called your name, come on up.
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Tanya S., and I live in the Parkside Sunset neighborhood where I own a home with my husband. Home sharing is important to San Francisco, myself, and my family because it would allow me to get income for my family and allow me to share the city and home I love with travelers from all over the world, as well as generate much-needed tax revenue for the city and county of San Francisco. Win, win, win. Before having my two children, ages 2 and 3 years old, I worked as a professional chef for more than 20 years. While this is a career I have great passion for, my body has taken a beating, and I'm now legally disabled. I suffer from debilitating migraines, chronic pain, repetitive movement injury in my shoulder, and patellofemoral, where basically my kneecap is fusing with my femur bone with arthritis, to name a few of my challenges physically. Now I'm a stay-home mom doing the best job I can to take care of my children despite my daily pain challenges. At this time, I do have handicap plates in my car but do not receive Social Security, disability income, or benefits. I am eligible for them but have chosen not to receive them this time because I feel so strongly about not being on the government dole. Home sharing would allow me to have income that I do not have to leave my house or my children gain or draw from strained government resources. In our home, we have an in-law unit that we use for family and friends when they visit, but sits unused, empty for about 40 weeks a year. My family and I are observant Jews and live within walking distance to our synagogue. Observant Jews under Jewish law not only eat kosher food, but observe the Sabbath. There are very limited places to live, and as a community, we take in visitors from all over the world. Because of these many factors, we are unable to rent our unit to a permanent person or persons. Home sharing would allow us to provide a place for paying guests for the times we do not have Orthodox Jews to host or family and friends in town. My husband works in tech, and he's lost his job twice in the 3 years that we've been together, and this gives us income that we can count on. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Karen Cancino, and my husband and I have lived in the Western Addition for 38 years. We own our home, and it does have a rental unit that has been long-term rental the whole time, and we are not charging what the current rates are. We always check that out. We've been hearing a lot today about the benefits to the neighborhood. So I thought we decided we would survey some of our guests so that for the last 10 hostings we have, which is really, that was really like 19 people because most of them were two people. So when our guests arrive, Rodolfo my husband, does the greeting, and he tells them about the restaurants and the stores that are available and the drugstores, et cetera. But we've never really asked them, what they used. So we did a survey, as I said, of these last guests. So of our 9 most recent bookings, they represented 5 countries and 3 states. 7 shopped for food or snacks. 8 ate in local restaurants, purchased food, takeout food 3 times, and 6 shopped for personal items, gift, or souvenirs, all on Divisadero Street. Just like in other places in the city, neighborhoods are being impacted. So I believe that the sharing economy should go beyond what we're talking about with home sharing or cars, because we're sharing with the local businesses, their employees, their suppliers. So it's not just the hotel people that are being impacted. So I wanted to thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
I look forward. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Rodolfo Cancino. I'm a former retired teacher at all level, elementary, middle school, and high school levels in Oakland. That was my wife, a social worker. We've been here in San Francisco living 38 years. We've been with an Airbnb prior to this 6 years, only 2 years with Airbnb. Something that really moved me today was that our neighbor who 6 years ago pointed out that we might be doing or that we were doing something illegal and seemed very anti what we were doing. Today, as we were stepping out and my wife was waiting for me at the bottom of the steps, they said hello to each other, and she immediately, for some reason, volunteered. I guess she'd seen Karen's picture in the newspaper or something, and she volunteered that she had changed her mind and that she now felt positive about it. And I guess part of it, I think she shared that our guests had been so well behaved for that many years that that somehow she had changed her mind. Apart from that, I'd like to reiterate what my wife, the social worker who just left, said, that the businesses are throughout the districts, the Western Addition where we live, and other districts are benefiting tremendously, I believe. Not do I only believe, but I've read from so much business going to those small stores. It's allowed us to be less stressed. We're now able to help our law school graduate with a little bit of his debt, and we're able to pay some of my dental bills. Anyway, stress has gone away. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Rourke Bader. I live in District 5. I have a single-family home. I rent out one room on Airbnb, and I've owned my home since 1979. My husband and I raised our 2 children there. He's a retired law professor, and I'm semi-retired as a teacher. I still work. And I've been doing Airbnb for about almost 2 years. I've had only very positive experiences. And the money that I earn from my short-term rental helps me to pay for my husband, who's in an assisted living place on Geary. It costs me $5,000 a month. And even though we prepared for retirement, this huge amount of money is something that would really spend down my retirement fund. So I ask you to approve Supervisor Chu's legislation. In fact, I was very concerned about the planning department's recommendations about limiting the days to 90 days. I think that limit is stringent. I live in my home. I'm there. I meet the people. And my guests have been really wonderful. In fact, I'm a neighborhood resource for people who have family members visiting the neighborhood. Lots of people have had their friends and family stay with me. So the other part that I'm a little concerned about is a public registry. But is that it?
Yep.
Hello. My name is Sandra. My son and I host in our home in Duboce Triangle, where we've lived for 17 years. I'm a 4th-generation San Franciscan. I own my home. I pay my taxes. After my husband moved out, we began hosting guests in our master bedroom. I moved into a small room. My son has experienced the necessity of sharing and getting along with others, and he has seen his mother grown into an independent business person who cares for and about my guests. While I support Supervisor Chu's legislation fully, I would be severely hurt economically by the 90-day cap on short-term rentals. I also disagree with the proposed public registry for privacy reasons. Hosting provides us the income to remain in our house, in our home, to stay in San Francisco, and to earn money for his college tuition. It's provided new community for us and for our neighbors who support us wholeheartedly, as our guests actively support their local small businesses. Their spending remains in the Nopa, Castro, Hayes Valley, and Haight neighborhoods, rather than going to an out-of-state corporate headquarters. I support home sharing. I ask you to recognize how many San Francisco residents and small businesses are being helped economically and who are coming together in a truly democratic grassroots movement called home sharing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Skate Stone. I live in Bernal Heights. My wife and I own our home where we raised our 4 children. We now have an empty nest home. These are some things that I've learned about home sharing during my time as a host. For every story of abuse of home sharing you hear, there's a multitude of positive, untold stories of thousands of homeowners sharing rooms in their homes in San Francisco. Those rooms have not taken rental stock from the city, and they will never be turned into rental stock because they are just that, spare rooms in people's homes, not full-time rental units. The guests that stay in these rooms use local businesses and services most out-of-towners would not patronize in neighborhoods all over the city. Every host I have ever met or talked to or sat in a meeting with is looking for a way to make home sharing fair and balanced and will support legislation that helps make it so. Most of these hosts would be willing to pay taxes on their earnings and will welcome a mechanism by which that could be done, thus bringing millions of home sharing dollars to the city revenue flow. My immediate neighbors and local businesses actually support my home sharing because I house their loved ones when they come to visit and send them to local establishments. My guests are well screened and are not partiers or home abusers. They are family members of neighbors who don't have a spare room, young couples on their honeymoons, business people here for conventions, and families of all sizes and configurations. Home sharing enables my wife and myself and so many like us to afford our homes in today's economy and not have to leave this city. I call that affordable housing. And by the way, there is appropriate insurance for such activity, which I carry and is available to all home sharers. Home sharing is not new and it is here to stay, but there is work to be done. Those of us in support of home sharing are asking you to seriously consider the current legislation that is attempting to bring order to home sharing in San Francisco. We want to make it possible for homeowners to share rooms in their homes and to control others who abuse the system. We are asking that the time-honored tradition of welcoming travelers into our homes be allowed and that fair and balanced home sharing legislation be created in our city. I'm Skate Stone. I'm a home sharer in San Francisco, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, and I'll call a few more names. Phil Z., Paula B., Nancy N., Doug N., Damian H., Corrali S., Claude L., Christine L., Chris B. and Catherine B.
Thank you very much. My name is Ellen Leance. I am a neighbor of a home sharer and a member of my homeowners association in the West Portal neighborhood, and I support fair home sharing in San Francisco. We live in San Francisco because this is a city that's always believed in a better way. You walk downstairs and you see people getting married in our hall. You see more and more bike paths in our city, and I'm grateful for all that the city and the Planning Commission has done to keep us seeking better ways of creating community and of making this the great city we know that it can be. I don't currently share my home. I have a small house, and my son occupies my second bedroom, and we use that to save money while he goes to college. One day, I may want to share that bedroom with travelers and visitors, such as Skate just described, who are here in San Francisco to get to know our city and to add support to the progress that we make. But when I do travel, I stay in shared homes. It helps me to manage expenses, and it also exposes me to places and experiences that I otherwise would never know. I choose my destinations when I travel now because I can stay in shared homes. I avoid staying in places that don't offer me that because it gives me a better travel experience. My neighbors who share their home are a lovely couple. Their children are grown, and they share their home with travelers who come to our neighborhood and otherwise would not discover it. I meet them when I'm gardening or when I'm at local restaurants. And a few times when I've spoken with them, they've told me that they've loved getting to know this small neighborhood in San Francisco that otherwise would not be available to visitors and people who wanted to know it better. I believe in all San Francisco has to gain by becoming increasingly shared and shareable, and I support respectfully the legislation for reasonable and responsible home sharing in San Francisco to make this a better community and home for everyone here. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Damon Hernandez. I am a tenant and have been a guest also of the services of home sharing. I am currently a resident in Soma, and I am a fan of home sharing. In the past, I have stood in front of you representing the tech and building industry regarding SF becoming a digital smart city. Now I stand in front of you asking that you become a different kind of smart city, one that helps those that truly love living here and that use home sharing to maintain and, in some cases, as we've heard, improve the quality of their lives and loved ones. I started home sharing several years ago in the Outer Sunset, offering my couch to travelers at no expense. Initially, my household saw this as a great way to meet new people and share with them neighborhoods and a side of San Francisco most tourists don't discover. This experience evolved into one of the most impactful in my life. Home sharing has allowed me to meet people of all ages from all around the world and interact with them on a level that follows a belief that I have in life, that life is about meeting and sharing experiences with others and assisting a traveler in a foreign land when I know the way. Home share for me is about the collection of human capital and new friends first. In addition to my own gain of new friends, local businesses and stores were able to benefit from our guests. Places and areas in the city that have a rich history but are not on the tourist books were visited and experienced commerce from our guests. I moved into a new unit in Soma, and home share offered me a way of raising funds to actually help my neighborhood. There are cars constantly broken into on my street, and while I don't own a car, home share became a way of raising funds to get better lighting and security cameras for my street. This plan fell short because of my inability to host due to interactions with the landlord, and while I can't currently host, I am a supporter of home sharing and how it enables the great people like you have seen here. While not a San Francisco native, this is my home and I love it. I hope you support Supervisor Chu's legislation for those like me that want to engage in a very personal way in making the city better, either through interactions with our visitors, raising money for neighborhood improvement projects, or stimulating the local small businesses. Please support home sharing. Work with Supervisor Chu, and thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Justin Lee. I live in the Mission District. I think we've heard a lot of different arguments today. There are reasonable distinctions between a short-term rental of your home, like my boyfriend and I do, and purchasing an apartment and renting out full-time. I think that the legislation should take that distinction into effect. We rent with the full knowledge and support of our landlord. We rent with our neighbors. We have renters coming this weekend. We send an email to our neighbors with a picture of the person who's coming. And after a year of fairly extensive rentals, we have really good rapport with our neighbors. So there are ways to do it right. There are ways to do it wrong. And that, I think, needs to be something that we think about really carefully. I'm fully supportive of apartments staying on the market. We actually use our money to save for a down payment on a house, which there's been a lot of talk of longtime residents here in the city who are using existing homes that they were fortunate enough to buy back when they did. But for somebody of my age who's looking to buy, unless I end up working at a tech company and IPOing, I don't see how I'll ever be able to afford living in the city. So I have a very vested interest in maintaining affordability, but also making money and being able to leverage an asset that I rent with the full knowledge and support of my landlord. And I also think along those regulations, safety and minimum requirements are very necessary. Somebody should check to make sure that I have a safe home, that I have a fire extinguisher, et cetera, in my house. I'm not asking that there's no regulation, but I'm asking that the regulation allows it to be done in a legal and safe manner. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Blacona. I grew up in Argentina but came to the U.S. 25 years ago. I have been living in San Francisco for almost 20 years, and 11 years ago I was very lucky. I was able to buy a TIC apartment in a 3-unit building where I still live with my 2 kids. 2 years ago, we won the condo lottery and converted to TIC into condominiums. After I had to refinance, and because I have very low income, I was left on the brink of bankruptcy. I don't get alimony, child support, or any other fairy tale type of financial assistance. So the family depends solely on my income as a translator. My property taxes alone last year were $9,000. If you add to that my mortgage, my insurance, the HOAs, and that's not even considering home repairs, you can guess that just to keep a roof over my family's head, I needed a pretty stiff sum every month. I didn't buy a house to speculate. I wanted a home for my family. San Francisco is our nest, and I don't want to live anywhere else. If I were to consider the selling alternative, I couldn't find a place to rent in this market for less than my current overhead. So I won't. I'm not selling, and I love this city. I've lived here longer than my own country. My lifelong friends are here, and my communal family are here. We're not going anywhere, but unless home sharing becomes legal. So I really please ask you to support this very, very green alternative to building huge hotels in residential neighborhoods. We are just using creatively resources that are otherwise completely unused. That would completely change the face of the city if we were to build hotels where we live right now. Those neighbors would be gone. So here I really ask you to find a legal, fair, and good way to home share in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. My name is Philip Zakor, and I'm a native San Franciscan and a homeowner in the Richmond District. Sharing my home allows me to meet new people and learn more about their culture. Guests also have the opportunity to have a local experience and patronize local businesses that I recommend. But for me, home sharing is an issue of surviving in the city. A few years ago, my home was facing foreclosure, and I had 2 college-bound daughters to support. When I discovered home sharing as an option, things turned around for me. As a host, home sharing has helped me earn supplemental income so I can finance my children's college education, pay my mortgage, and keep my home. Renting out on a short-term basis gives me the flexibility to use my property for income, but also reserve the space for those times of the year when my daughters are home from college. The rooms I list would never be on the open rental market. I, like many of my fellow hosts, support reasonable regulation so as to prevent abuses of the system. I support the primary residence provision of the CHU legislation. However, as the owner of a duplex, I wish to be able to have the flexibility of being able to list my second unit as a short-term rental. For the past few years, I have rented my second unit to students at the nearby USF. They stay for the academic year, and in the summers, I've been using Airbnb to list the unit. The income I make over the summer allows me to offer my unit to students at below market rent. Under the provisions of the current legislation, I could not continue to do this. So my request is that the primary residence of the provision be amended to include 2-unit properties. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug. I live in District 8. I've lived in San Francisco for over 40 years. I'm a homeowner, have a 1-bedroom downstairs unit that I rent to visitors in San Francisco for coming to San Francisco. I spent 17 years in the hotel business in sales and marketing. I spent 8 years at the Convention and Visitors Bureau marketing the city, bringing conventions to the city. I've recently retired, and now I'm able to continue to sell the city to guests from all over the world. My other guests that come here are here to see their kids and their grandkids, and would probably have to spend their nights crowded into their families' homes, their kids' homes. Now they're able to spend it comfortably in my unit. There have been no problems in the year and a half that I've had this business. It also helps me now that I'm retired to help obviously pay for the mortgage and property tax, and for that I am very grateful. But it also still gives me the opportunity to sell San Francisco. In the neighborhood I am in, it has many great restaurants, shops, Walgreens, banks, whatever, that this business supports. And I did a survey of the 50 reviews that I've received over the year and a half, and 40% of them talk about their ability to shop and spend money locally. I can tell by the bags that we clean up after that those people are truly shopping at the coffee shops, the retail stores, and everything. It really supports the neighborhoods that make San Francisco special. And this business, home sharing businesses in those districts, in the areas of San Francisco, really helps support and keep the vibrant neighborhoods that are so fantastic and make San Francisco the greatest city in the world. And I hope to live here forever, and this will help me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Dana Reese, and like any controversial issue, the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. I am neither a landlord who is denying a permanent residence in San Francisco, nor am I a tenant in a rent-controlled unit, renting out space and denying the landlord his due. If I have any concern about the legislation, it concerns the time limit. As a person who lives on his Social Security and has a diagnosis of AIDS and been on disability since 1995, the ability to rent out a spare room enables me to stay at my home in San Francisco. I've lived here since in my home for almost 30 years. This is my community, and it's very important for me to stay in San Francisco for the great, wonderful care that I am afforded with working with doctors for over 20 years for my AIDS diagnosis. So I encourage you to consider not limiting the time limit at which someone could share their home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris, and I'm a host in District 3. I'm here to speak in support of the proposed ordinance, which could be improved, but it is a good start to including short-term rentals in our regulatory system. Please do not allow fear-mongering and polarizing rhetoric influence you to impose a punitive system of regulation. The issues are complex and call for a response that is both nuanced and inclusive. For example, many home sharers rely on short-term rental to augment their income, allowing them to continue living in their homes. This is especially important for people who must travel frequently for educational or employment opportunities. The limit on unhosted rentals by permanent residents should be increased to 180 days. Appropriately, the ordinance does not limit the number of days allowed for hosted rentals. Also, it is common for buildings of 3 units or less, including homes with in-law units, to be occupied by owners or their extended family for substantial duration without ever leasing any of the units to long-term tenants. All units are therefore occupied as contiguous shared space. In such situations, a unit can be offered as a hosted rental and provide housing for family members who periodically leave and return as circumstances change over time. Neighborhoods benefit from long-term residence by multi-generational families. In fact, the option of short-term rentals supports long-term stability for families to keep their homes intact and is consistent with Objectives 2 and 3 in the city's general plan housing element. Rental of these units should be deemed hosted rentals and accepted from limits on the number of rental days, provided that the units are on the same property as the permanent residence, primary residence, are occupied as primary residence by the owner and the owner and extended family, have not been leased on a long-term basis during ownership, or the long-term tenant vacated on his or her own volition, and have been owned by the permanent resident for at least 36 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'd like to remind members of the audience to silence their mobile devices. If you don't know how to silence them, please turn them off.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for your time and listening to all of our stories. It's very important that we get our stories out to you. I am a homeowner in Potrero Hill. I've lived there for 18 years. I've lived in San Francisco for 35. I rent out a guest room and bath in my home. I work as an independent contractor, a freelancer, and as I often have to say, sometimes there's more free than lance. And so it helps me greatly to pay my mortgage, pay my property taxes, keep the roof over my head. I depend upon the flexibility that this guest hosting provides me. I have elderly parents out of state. I am helping to support them now. And it gives me an opportunity to go travel and be with them when needed. I think that the neighborhood benefits. I host many folks who would love to stay in the neighborhood, but there are no hotels. What home sharing provides is a different level of service than what a traditional hotel does. And it benefits certainly hosts, certainly the community, certainly the families of the people that live in the community. I am concerned about the limited amount of time that is being proposed because it is an ongoing kind of a thing to be able to support yourself doing this. And also the privacy of a registry and the safety. I don't want, as a single woman, to have people know what's inside my house and know where I live and know when I'm in or out of town. Thank you very much for your consideration, and please support Chu's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Christine. I'm a homeowner in District 2, and home sharing came into our lives at a very critical time. For several years, my husband and I provided care for our 3 sick parents. 2 were fully handicapped and 1 legally blind. Due to this unforeseen circumstance, my husband was forced to adjust his work schedule from full-time to part-time, which depleted our income and which depleted our assets and resulted in a loss of income. In order to keep the home we worked so very hard to achieve, we began renting to short-term guests. In a time when war is going on across the globe, the philosophy of sharing should be recognized and appreciated. In San Francisco, we have zip cars, we share bicycles, and with all the unfortunate happenings around the world, it is a pleasure to know home sharing is bringing people together. In all my years in San Francisco, I have never seen so many happy people. As a member of San Francisco Fire Department NERT program, I provide a very safe environment with fire extinguishers and emergency exit protocols. I also disagree with public registry, as it is an invasion of privacy. And we ask you to please make it fair to share in San Francisco.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is J.J. Panzer, and I'm a homeowner in the Mission District in San Francisco. I'm also a rental property owner and a professional property manager, and I'm here to urge you not to support this legislation. As I've been told, the San Francisco Chronicle commissioned a study that found that 2/3 of the people who were listing units on Airbnb and similar websites were listing the entire unit. I'm sure that the stories about creative sharing and all of the wonderful shared experiences and opportunities are really wonderful, but the fact is that when we have situations where people are renting out entire rental units, not necessarily their homes, it brings up a number of different problems that are not being encapsulated by all of these stories. First of all, buildings that have multiple units and you have tenants who are renting out individual units on their own on the internet aren't meant for that kind of activity. They're not properly secured. As we heard at the beginning in the public comments, they don't have the proper ADA safety measures, and it brings up all kinds of additional issues, including what happens when we have many people coming in a short period of time from all over the world. We have bed bug problems in San Francisco now, and this helps to promote those problems. And I think that it's very ill-advised to lump in that kind of an activity of renting out whole units with renting out an individual room in your home. It's not safe, and there also is no insurance for it. So I would urge you to take a look at the insurance issues. This kind of activity voids the insurance for rental property owners who have commercial activity outside of their regular rental practices going on in their apartment buildings. Please do not approve this legislation.
Thank you. As the next speaker comes up, I'll call more names. Byron G., Ashley V., John Ballesteros, Luis Dorsey, Kevin Carroll, Andrew Long.
If your name's been called, feel free to approach the podium.
Hi, my name is Natalia Spell. I live in Mission District in San Francisco. I fully agree with the previous speaker because so far I have seen many people who come over here and they say how wonderful home sharing is. I haven't seen a person who is like me, lives in a duplex, basically, with the renters upstairs who decided to rent their room by room on short-term term from Airbnb. And that's not only my story. I have a couple friends who are in a similar situation. And what they're saying is kind of scary. Because, as you know, tenants sometimes are nice and sometimes are not. And people who come over here as a tourist, we don't know nothing about them. So I have seen garbage accumulation. I have seen sewage system backup. I have seen dishwasher broke. I have seen beer bottles thrown out of the windows. And there is nothing I can do about it, because with a rent ordinance in place, when you go and you try to do something about it, you end up spending thousands and thousands of dollars just for lawyers. What is more, and it's really outrageous, that owners are not even interested party in this bill, which means we cannot bring lawsuit or do something about when our guests, hosted by my tenants, do something wrong. We cannot even evict them. Or we can, spending thousands and thousands of dollars, and I'm not in a position to afford it. I'm not against home sharing. I just want to find out if it's possible to do it in a well-regulated manner. For example, you saying that the home sharing, when tenant want to share his room or his apartment, goes on vacation, for example.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm from Merced Manor, and my partner and I prepare our guest quarter in our house as the real estate market declined. Sharing it on Airbnb was the only way for us to be able to stay in our home in this economy. Being semi-retired, we live in a small income. With the cost of living in San Francisco, it is getting increasingly difficult to meet our monthly obligation. Both of us are HIV positive. It is imperative for us to be able to stay in San Francisco to get the best care we need. Last year, I was diagnosed with cancer. So whatever little work we had stopped for months. By sharing our guest quarter, my partner was able to care for me 24/7 that I needed, and were able to pay the mortgage of our now 16-year home. Home sharing allows us to stay in our home in a quiet neighborhood we love. All of our guests from around the world have been incredible people from the entertainment industry and the business world, mainly from the tech world. We have remained friends with many of them. The whole home sharing experience makes it possible for them to experience San Francisco the way only the locals do. We are on the other side of the city in the subdivision of Merced Manor, so few people come this way, but still are very well located in a quiet neighborhood. Home sharing opened the door for guests to see and explore other parts of our beautiful city. We introduce our guests to all the local restaurants and shops, go to free concerts at Stern Grove, go to dinner at West Portal, Sunday market at Stone Mall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Goldmans, and I am a resident in the Marina. It is a distinct privilege that I get to participate directly today to ardently support home sharing in San Francisco. I recently moved here to partake in the city's vibrant economy, but I am confronted with the same problem all other San Francisco residents face: ridiculously high prices. As a recent college graduate, such prices are a harsh reality, but sharing my home with guests would have made such the price bearable. My roommate and I had planned to share our home with people to help pay for rent while also allowing us to build our savings. We saw home sharing as a way to establish ourselves financially and for us to show other people San Francisco. I have personally seen the benefits of being a guest in someone's home, and I have seen how such an arrangement is mutually beneficial. Before posting my room on a home share site, my landlord sent a letter threatening eviction for short-term rentals. The only thing I can afford less than rent here is eviction. I'm concerned with the planning department's recommendation as it stands, as I see it as an encroachment on my rights, and I'm even more distressed with its encroachment on property rights. It is with this in mind that I have to express my concern with the planning department's recommendations and also express my support for the increased home sharing in San Francisco. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gladstone Liang. I'm an owner in the San Francisco Richmond District. The reason we have our property on Airbnb is mainly because we had experienced some financial shortfall for a couple of years, and despite all our cutbacks, the one thing that we couldn't cut back is property tax. And so in order for us to meet that obligation, we had to get our upper unit listed on the Airbnb. As a result, we were able to generate the kind of revenue to meet our obligation, pay our property tax. And I think personally, as a landlord, property owner, I'm against property that, without the consent, renting out to other for short term, without the consent of the other roommates and also the landlord. But for those property owners who do own property, they should have the right to rent to whomever they want. I think the city should stay out of the business of regulating this, mainly because we already pay enough on property tax. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello. I moved to San Francisco when I was 22 with a backpack, a laptop, and an interview outfit. I'm 29 now. I've lived and I've bartended throughout the city for the past 7 years. My name is Ashley, and now I host on Airbnb in the smallest Airbnb district, the Excelsior, on the outskirts with one motel. I've been hosting for a year. I've had 45 guests. I've not from all over the world, all over. We've not had one incident that was negative, bad, unsafe, nothing. Not to say that there isn't some, and we are definitely behind regulating, working out something. That was not the case with having to deal with Craigslist for the past 5 years. I love hosting. I love the opportunity to share my city, my neighborhood, my experiences. I tell them how to get where they need to. I make sure they don't make the same mistakes if they're planning on moving here. And as you hear from all the other hosts, we have great experiences. We love doing it. We bring money to our districts, to our city. It stays local. The money I make from off Airbnb, I keep in my neighborhood. I buy from my car from a local dealership. Our guests use our local small family-owned pop-up kitchens, businesses. We are personally and financially invested in our neighborhoods, our community. I now am more than ever. Like the other host said, we want to celebrate what we have. And I live in the blue-collar, humble, small district of Excelsior. The spaces we share are not just for vacation homes. They're not just for tourists. We help students come to SF to take summer internships. We help young tech professionals go on maybe a month-long project they work on. I help others like myself, like I was 7 years ago, move here, have time to look for a place in this competitive market that need a permanent spot. We help family visiting their family. We're not rolling in the dough. We're not against legislation. We are not against regulation or paying taxes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Carroll. I'm the Executive Director of the Hotel Council of San Francisco. I want to thank you for your time today and also recognize Supervisor Chu for taking on such a complex issue that obviously there's a lot of opinions about. One of the things that I wanted to leave, especially today, is the fact that it's really about creating an equitable playing field. We do agree that regulations must be developed and enforced, and I realize there's a lot of components to the enforcement side, but if we're going to have the regulations, they would need to be enforced as well, really to ensure the safety, security of our visitors and our residents here in San Francisco. Hotels collect last year over $300 million in taxes from our visitors, and those taxes go to support anything from city services, city programs, to the Grants for the Arts program. Short-term rentals are a business and should be required to collect the taxes that are associated with that when people are coming into our city. Those are collecting the taxes and then remitting them to the city as well. Visitors, whether they're staying in a hotel or staying in someone's home, are using city services and city services that are here, and they should be required to collect the same taxes as well. And that's something that when we look at the way this is set up, that's really about the equitable playing field that we're talking about. If you're going to be running a business, you should be operating a business under the regulations that are there also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Ballesteros with San Francisco Travel. And at San Francisco Travel, we see our role in the development of public policy as one of being the voice of the visitor. And as such, we know that there's a segment of the visitor that prefers this type of option when coming and visiting San Francisco. So in order to meet this demand, we would resist any effort to prohibit short-term residential rentals and instead advocate for the creation of a responsible and enforceable path to legalization for these tourism-related business functions. A path that protects our visitors, that protects our partners, which includes the visitor industry, and protects our communities and neighborhoods. We can achieve these goals in a number of ways. To protect our visitor, we believe steps must be taken to require minimum levels of insurance and ensure enforcement of applicable safety codes regulations. To protect our partners, we believe that there must be a level playing field, one that ensures equal collection of all taxes, fees, and assessments, ones that establishes appropriate business operation requirements such as insurance, safety, and security requirements, and the creation of a process that enables enforcement such as licensing, permitting, or registration. To protect our communities and neighborhoods, including the protection of workforce and affordable housing, we believe regulations must have a primary residence requirement, establish a citizen complaint process, require or establish a maximum number of days of availability, and have rent control sensitivity. The original legislation offered by Supervisor Chu was an excellent step in this direction of establishing a responsible and effective path to legalization. The proposals being offered by your staff go a long way towards improving the legislation and will lead us towards a path to protect our visitors, our partners, our neighborhoods, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for hearing us. I've lived in San Francisco for 15 years. When I came here, there was a housing crisis. I bought a house 12 years ago, and there was a housing crisis. I got married, and my wife moved in, and there was a housing crisis. I don't think home sharing has much to do at all with a housing crisis. Maybe a little bit. Recently, I had a child. I have a son. Now there's a housing crisis, and it's my personal crisis because I'm going to have to leave the city. The cost of raising a family is prohibitive. I don't really have words for it. Airbnb lets me stay in the city. I work, my wife works, her parents live with us and help take care of our child, but we can't really stay here without some alternative. I also want to say that renters aren't perfect either. Those long-term people, we have neighbors, they're not perfect. Some of them are nice people, sure. They leave cigarette butts in my bushes. They have parties at night. They do all kinds of stuff that, pretty much everybody does. So again, I don't think you can blame home sharing on all the ills of the world. I think if you did a little research, you'd probably find there was a housing crisis back to 1849. Maybe a lot of other quality of life issues. I will say in my own neighborhood, I live just off Divisadero Street in the Western Addition. When I moved into my house 12 years ago, people got shot and killed in my neighborhood. We had a lot of crime, we had break-ins, graffiti was a big problem about 5 years ago, unemployment was a big problem. The last few years have actually been pretty good. I think there's been a lot more vibrancy in the city. Can't really say exactly what it was, but I don't think the city is suddenly falling apart with 5,000 listings of rooms on the internet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Louis Dorsey. I live in District 7, and I'm on Warner Street between Ulloa and Terraville. When I moved into my house 24 years ago, I looked at the listing that said a nice, quiet neighborhood with single-family homes. Approximately 2 years ago, one of the men that live on my street, just 4 houses up from my house, started this Airbnb stuff. It had completely changed the face of my block. my block was a quiet, peaceful block until this Airbnb thing came to my block. It has made my block more unpleasant than I've ever experienced until this Airbnb came along. I am extremely opposed to Airbnb. I see nothing positive about what happened to my particular neighborhood as a result of what goes on there. I see taxi cabs coming early in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, picking up people to take them back to the airport. I see taxi cabs coming at 10, 11 o'clock at night, bringing people from the airport. My particular person on my block also goes down to the DPT and gets these temporary parking things. I see 4 to 5 cars regularly on the block that has these stickers in the window. So he's taken up some of our parking. He's changed the face of our block. I have nothing pleasant to say about most of the people that come to the block, to include the experience of being discriminated against by a man who walked up the street, noticed this black face of mine, went around the corner and walked back over to avoid me. He went into that house. That was very unappreciative in my case. I just think that the whole concept of temporary housing is despicable. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Long. I do not think this legislation is anything near ready to be finished. I'm a landlord. I have a considerable problem with the issue of landlord permission. I think the landlord should have to give permission to any tenant that wants to do this, and the landlord should have the right to withdraw that permission unilaterally if there's any problems whatsoever, which we can't currently do under the rent ordinance. I'm against the secret registration. I think the registration should be public so landlords will know when their tenants are doing this without permission. I think a lot of tenants, especially long-term tenants, are going to be using this as a way to profit off of the landlord's property by renting out price-controlled units at a substantial profit, contrary to the rent ordinance, and also possibly nullifying the landlord's insurance. So if there's a fire, the insurance company may not pay out if there was a short-term rental in the building being run by a tenant. I also don't understand why Airbnb is getting a free pass on back taxes. When the city reformed its parking tax a few years ago, part of the amnesty was that the landlords had to pay 2 years back taxes for the parking tax. I don't know why Airbnb is getting a free pass for all the past taxes they have not paid. And the last thing is this whole issue of calling it shared housing. Let's be honest. These are people who figured out a way to monetize part of their home or a second home, and it's all about money. And I really don't care if an owner does it, but I don't think a tenant should be allowed to rent somebody else's property without their permission. Thank you.
As the next speaker comes up, I'll call more names. Wyatt Heyman, David Bishow, Karen Bresson, William Fee, Richard Juster.
Hi, my name is Carrie Davis. I work in tourism. I'm very fortunate to be a homeowner, and I love sharing it. A couple of things that I just wanted to share. It's called Fair to Share, and I think fair is really the operative word here. Airbnb is not for everyone, and home sharing is not for everyone, but it's fair to offer choices to visitors about how they want to spend their time in San Francisco. It's fair that I decide how I want to share my space in San Francisco. And I totally think it's fair to regulate and make it a level playing field. I'm willing to do whatever is decided to make that fair and to everyone. I'm really proud. I'm proud to be in a community of people who love the city, who love sharing the city, who love making an experience for our visitors a great thing and wanting them to come back again and again. We really are about creating great experiences first and foremost. The long-term versus short-term, to me, that doesn't really seem to be the issue. We create wonderful experiences for these people, whether they stay for 29 days or less or 30 days or more. It's good for my neighborhood. And the self-policing aspect of this, you get reviewed. You're a host and you get reviewed. If you do a poor job, you're not going to be a host anymore. You get reviewed as a guest. If you come in and you cause a problem in the neighborhood or with anything in the properties, you're no longer going to be a part of this community. Everyone wants to do the right thing. And the fear of problems, of course, the potential exists. I just see it rarely happen. I hope it'll be fair to share in the future. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ashir. I'm a resident, homeowner, property owner, landlord for the last 22 years in the city. I own 2 duplexes, one in Wiz Valley, tenants or regular tenants, Section 8 tenant, and private tenants, and I own another duplex in Haight-Ashbury. And I have rented my unit to young people for the last 14 years. And when my children, 2 of them who went to public schools and private schools in the city, here went to the East Coast to study medicine, I had an empty nest and also a big bill to pay because we were supporting their tuition, housing, and other expenses. So the Airbnb has helped me and my wife. My wife teaches science at the juvenile court school, and I'm a chaplain. So it helped us, the income, to be able to afford to pay our property taxes, which are rising every year, and pay our mortgage payments, and also be able to afford to send our children. My children want to come back and practice medicine in the city that they love. And they should be able to, with the support that we are providing, I really think that they would be able to come to the city to practice and to live their dream. So I support home sharing. It contributes to the local economy and also contributes my ability and my family's ability to live comfortably. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Kwan. I'm a resident in District 3. I've been a home share for 3 years. I'm also the founder and organizer of Home Shares of San Francisco. We are a support group of local home sharers with over 1,060 members. I wish to speak in favor of home sharing. I wish to also speak in favor of the legalization efforts of Supervisor Chu. I and my members strongly believe that the city should pass fair laws that make it legal to engage in home sharing. The opponents argue that home sharing is bad for neighborhoods. They say that it degrades the quality of our neighborhoods. I would like to share a story that demonstrates just the opposite. Recently, a neighbor of mine who doesn't live very far away called me and said that she was about to go to hospital for eye surgery. She's a single woman who lives in a 1-bedroom apartment. She wished very much for her mother to come into town to look after her during that time after that she has a surgery and during her convalescence. Unfortunately, in our neighborhood, the hotels are very expensive. The Best Western costs over $350 a night, well beyond her means. So she wanted to know if I could accommodate her mother. This is not a rare and exceptional story. I hear stories like that from our members all the time in how we help each other out and make our neighborhoods better for each other. Finally, I wish to speak specifically to the recommendations of the staff report. And I wish to stress that my organization and home sharers, we strongly are troubled by many of the recommendations. To give you 2 examples, we believe that the recommendations that speak specifically to the efficiency of enforcement, we've heard a lot about enforcement and how important that is. We believe it is important, but it should not be at the cost of personal safety and personal security.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the public, we appreciate that everyone's waited so long to speak. I do have 60 more cards in my hand. I think that if you hear people, if you are repeating something that you've heard said before, some editing would be appreciated. But again, thank you for coming out.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Stone. Together with my husband, I own a small home in Bernal Heights. I've lived in San Francisco for 33 years. My husband and I have raised 4 children in this wonderful city. We've built a community here. In our 4-bedroom home, we have 2 spare bedrooms that are empty when our boys are away. We can't rent these rooms full time. We need to keep them available for when they come home. My husband is a public school teacher. He's been teaching for 35 years. Unfortunately, the cost of living in this wonderful city has far overtaken the wages that we earn here. There is no way that we would be able to stay in our home if he ever stopped working. Our only chance of being able to afford to continue to pay our mortgage and property taxes was for us to have the additional income for renting our 2 spare bedrooms. 2 weeks ago, I received the devastating news from the San Francisco Planning Department that we have to stop sharing the 2 spare bedrooms in our own home. That letter has destroyed our dream of being able to stay in the home and city that we love. The Planning Commission needs to understand that home sharing creates affordable housing. We cannot afford to stay in our home without it. We are not taking away any housing from San Francisco. These rooms will be empty if we cannot share them for short-term rental. I ask you to please consider, who are we hurting here? We bring valuable business to our Bernal Heights restaurants, coffee shops, and grocery stores. Our guests use public transportation. They see and experience the real San Francisco, and real human connections are made. Our friends and neighbors love that we share our home. Many of them do not have spare bedrooms like we do. Earlier this year, we hosted a Buddhist monk. Her closest friend, a fellow monk, lived just 200 yards from our home and was dying. For 2 weeks, she was able to come and go in the middle of the night to sit at her friend's bedside and to have a place to return. After the memorial, she hugged us. She told us there was no way she could have stayed in San Francisco in a downtown hotel. This was the only way that she was able to be there for her friend's passing. I ask you please to allow home sharers to share the home in which they live. We're living during very difficult times, and this is the only way that we can make ends meet. Thank you for considering Supervisor Chu's legislation.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Eve Vanderschmidt. My husband and I live in a duplex in the Mission, and we share our home regularly. There have been countless benefits to sharing our home, but for me, the most important is that it makes it financially possible for me to visit my mother every month. She's frail and elderly and lives in her home in Boston. Her mind is great, but at 85, she needs assistance with a lot of things. I'm on the East Coast once a month to spell my brother. He's the primary caregiver. And to spend time assisting my mother with chores, driving, shopping, and medical needs. Unfortunately, my mother also has occasional medical emergencies, which catapult me back to the East Coast and have been happening more and more often. Home sharing has given me the financial means to be able to afford this time with my mother. And home sharing has allowed me to have control of my schedule so that I can spend this time with my mother. I would also like to comment on the Planning Department's report. I object to the yearly 90-day limit. As it is now, I need to be on the East Coast a minimum of 84 days a year. I rent out our space during these times. When my mother has medical issues, the number of days increases. I depend on home sharing income to live in San Francisco and spend significant time in Boston as well. The 90-day limit would curtail my consistent and needed caregiving. Life throws us all curveballs. I want the ability to react by organizing my time and income as I see fit. And in my case, I want to be able to be there for my mother. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Chris. I live in Nopa, and I own my home, and I do come here today in favor of home sharing, so thank you for your time. And I could go through the whole list of things that you've already heard, how it helps me financially, and I've had these amazing experiences with cross-pollination with different cultures. It's been great. But the thing I think that hasn't been mentioned, that maybe I haven't heard, is that this is the wave of the future. You know, if you look at the sharing economies and what's been happening in the past few years, this is a progressive city. We can't close ourselves off to what's happening, not just here, but around the world. So I'd ask you to consider legalizing home sharing. I'm not in favor of the registry, and I'm happy to pay my taxes, and I think that that's a great part of what would be a wonderful compromise. So I'm in favor of paying taxes and in home sharing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. As the next speaker comes up, I'll call more names. Brooke Turner, Jude Winterhalter, Jim Hirsch, Michelle Horniff-Cohen, and Janan New.
Hi, my name is Gary Fye, San Francisco native, longtime property owner. My concern with the sharing issue is how it undermines the body of law that protects tenants and landlords. There's a whole screening process that we go through to ensure that our tenants are safe in a multi-unit building. If we start losing control of keys to common areas and entryways and that kind of thing, I'm having my tenants put at risk. It's one thing if a single-family homeowner wants to rent their place and there's total control there, but the aspect of people coming and going in a multi-unit building with no control, no screening, is very problematic. Also, you can consider that there's an incentive also to for tenants to try subletting their units and take advantage of things. So this is my concern, that there could be public harm, to future renters and to current tenants and landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dave Bischow. I'm fourth generation San Franciscan. My kids are married, live and work here in the city, and I have grandkids that are here. None of that has anything to do with anything. I'm president of Westwood Highlands Association and former president of West of Twin Peaks Central Council, and our neighborhood strongly oppose this legislation. There is no sharing involved at all. It's taking. And there would be no new wealth that's created if this passes unless you're one of the following two groups that take this wealth from others. Airbnb shareholders will win big time. Homeowners that have violated city ordinance and subjected their neighbors to all the risks and inconveniences associated with strangers coming and going all the time. A blanket rezone like this is not the way the San Francisco Planning Department has worked. In the past, for many years, if zoning changes were to be considered, the Planning Department would host workshops in one particular neighborhood or commercial district at a time and entertain comments by residents, businesses, and other stakeholders. Then the department would come up with a proposal for that particular area. This has not been done, and this should be done if this is to be considered. This is not fair, it's not open, and it's a payout for just a few. And it has huge consequences for those that consider staying here and living in San Francisco.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Richard Juster. I'm a resident and homeowner in San Francisco. I have no interest currently in renting my property to anybody else. The reason I'm here today is to comment on the fact there's been no public discussion of the insurance liability issues that are associated with with liability claims that emanate from the commercial use of residential property. Almost every homeowner's policy, HO3, HO4, HO6 policy in California, conforms to the ISO standards, which restrict the kind of claim that emanates from that kind of liability. And I'm surprised that the Supervisor Chu's office or the Planning Commission staff has not addressed this issue more directly. It's very unlikely that most of the people in this room who've spoken of the benefits of this so-called sharing are aware that their policies will not cover claims arising from this type of use of their policy, and they are likely to be canceled if their insurers found out about it. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I think it's an issue that has to be handled first and foremost before you can talk about changing the ordinances. I tried to bring this to the attention of Supervisor Chu's office, but basically they didn't seem to be very interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy McPhee, and I'm a landlord of about 18 properties. They're not here in the city, so I am just a tenant here in the city. And I am a single mother, widowed, with a 4-year-old that goes to school here. And I have a 2-bedroom apartment, and I rent out one of the apartments. And I just want to say that my apartment is by UCSF. I just got a request the other day from a family of 3 that want to rent out the private room. The husband is getting a bone marrow transplant out at UCSF, so they need to stay right close to the hospital for 40 days, according to them. So I thought about it, I thought, wow, there really is no hotel close to UCSF or maybe the doctor would have recommended it to them, for them to stay for 40 days at the reduced price that a private room could cost. And then I thought, well, as a landlord, if you've got a house and you're renting out a room, do you really want to rent out a room for only 40 days? Most people that are renting out rooms don't want to do it for 40 days. They want someone long-term because they don't want to have to go through that process again. Okay, their other option would be maybe to rent out an apartment for a 30-day period. Not many landlords want someone to rent out an apartment for 30 days. Hotel, really? 30 days at a hotel rate in San Francisco? So I see that, yeah, there's that niche that everybody's talking about. They're a different type of people. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker comes up, I'll call more names. Dana Reese, Gustavo Vasquez, Lupita Hall, Blanca Limon, Elrod John, Guadalupe Chavez, Rosie Sia.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brooke Turner. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Better Housing. CBH represents owners of nearly 50,000 rent-controlled units here in San Francisco. We have grave concerns about this issue in San Francisco and what it's doing, and I'm only going to speak about one tonight, and that's the insurance issue. Is that we've had so far 5 owners of rental property who have had their insurance canceled because it was discovered that there was Airbnb going on within their buildings by tenants that they rent to. So they lost their insurance because of an action that was taken by someone else, not themselves. And so what we did was we commissioned a study on insurance that's available for Airbnb-style rentals and found some disturbing facts. First, of course, there is the host guarantee that Airbnb has, which is an insurance policy. And that only affords coverage to the host who owns 50% more of a home, a condo, or an apartment. So obviously, most tenants do not own part of their building. So a tenant of an apartment unit is not afforded coverage. The apartment owner or the host or the apartment owner, the host or the apartment owner are not afforded coverage under the host guarantee. Renter's insurance does not cover this either. So what we have is that there is no insurance that's available. If someone accidentally burns down a building, everyone is out. The owner loses the building, the other tenants lose all of their belongings and their homes, and that's it. Something needs to be done. $150,000 is certainly not nearly enough of liability coverage. Normally, it's $1 million or $2 million. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gene Winterhalter. I am a partner at Pembroke Insurance, so I am an insurance broker here in the city. And just to echo more of what Brooke was just talking about, speaking from the mind of an insurance carrier, it actually kind of doesn't really matter what everyone decides here between the legislation or Airbnb or me as a broker. What's going to matter is when the claim happens, what the insurance adjuster decides. And that's really what, in the final say, is what's going to happen. And the problem is that a renter's insurance or some other policy like that does not take into account that this is a business activity. And that's the problem at the end of the day. And actually, I believe these hosts, Airbnb, VBRO, et cetera, could solve this problem by writing a master insurance policy and then adding either the landlord or the homeowner as an additional insured to the master policy. That would solve the insurance issue right away. So that, I just want to add that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And let me call a couple of names. Jim Taylor, Matthew Noltz, Stephen Brown, Marla Knight, Teresa Flandrich, Gladstone Liang, and Andres Budman.
Good evening. My name is Gustavo Vasquez, and I work at the Hilton Financial District. I love San Francisco, and I want to stay here as long as I live, because this is my city. And and I will do anything for my city. We should not allow short-term rental to push me out of San Francisco, raising the cost of living. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is John Elrod, and I've been a hotel worker in San Francisco for over 18 years. And I take great pride in our industry and our city. Short-term rentals like Airbnb are attacking us in several ways. Number one, it's taking our jobs away. And two, by virtue of these short-term rentals driving up the cost of housing in San Francisco, our workers can't afford to live in the community where we work. For hotel workers, this presents both a jobs and a housing crisis. As hotel workers, what are we supposed to do? In our industry, when occupancy is down, we don't work. In other words, no occupancy equals no shifts. In addition to the loss of income, when we don't work, we also don't qualify for our health insurance. Without health insurance, many of us would be forced to rely upon taxpayer-funded public health services. Why should the taxpayers of San Francisco subsidize the proliferation of these short-term rentals? For workers, this is a potential perfect storm. In addition to the jobs of hotel workers themselves, there's another economy involved: the business owners and workers who are vendors of goods and services that support the operation of the hotels and our city's tourism industry. Food supply vendors, commercial laundry and cleaning services, etc. If hotel occupancy suffers because of Airbnb, this will also have a deleterious effect on these jobs and businesses. Lastly, this could present a public safety issue. Not knowing who your neighbors are this week doesn't exactly inspire confidence in the safety of our children at play or the elderly who wish to remain active while feeling safe in their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Taylor. I'm a Local 2 member and a longtime hotel worker in San Francisco. I also bought a BMR condo in 2010 and became a member of the board of directors of our association. I'm also opposed to short-term rentals because of the potential loss of hotel jobs, and these are jobs with good pay and very good benefits. And I'm also concerned about the loss of affordable housing. In my particular situation, I'm concerned about investors versus owner-occupants. In our association, we have noticed increasingly that the units sold are going to investors, and they are renting out our units to short-term rentals through Airbnb and other such agencies, and it's causing a lot of problems in our association. We have difficulty enforcing the rules because renters are short-term, they don't learn the rules, and they're treating these condos as hotel units. They're sort of expecting someone to come along and clean up after them, and so it's increasing our costs. We no longer know our neighbors. We're concerned about safety, and it's just a bad situation for condo owners in particular. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rosie. I worked at the Hyatt Regency. I have been in the hotel for 33 years. I'm also a member of Local 2. This is San Francisco, the most beautiful city in the world. It's too bad because this is also a very expensive city to live in. I'm a hotel worker. If this Airbnb company will go on, I'm going to lose my job. We used to own a house, but mortgage was so expensive. That's why I'm just renting a room for myself. What if I have a small kids to support? That will not be enough. That's why these short-term rental companies should be put to stop. This is making our lives in the hotel industry very difficult. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Matthew and I live in San Francisco. I urge the Planning Commission to allow existing short-term rentals in small properties to continue their current operations without change. Any curbs for small properties should be applied to those newly entering the short-term market only. A 1 to 4 unit building, which unlike larger buildings is mortgaged by a personal loan rather than a commercial loan, may be the chief or only investment a retiree has managed to cobble together after decades of hard work in San Francisco. Mortgages must be paid every month, not 90 days a year. It would be cruel to yank the rug from under mom and pop operators who have been positively representing San Francisco to folks from around the world, welcoming visitors in a deeply personal way that is simply not possible for a corporate-run hotel. The 1981 ordinance applies only to buildings of 4 or more units, and many small owners have invested heavily painting and decorating, purchasing comfortable beds, fat screens, TVs, and vacation-quality pillows, linens, towels, blankets, hair blowers, irons, and other home-away-from-home necessities. They buy, install, configure, and maintain software for reservations and hardware such as credit card readers. They sign long-term promotional agreements. It's hard work scrubbing bathrooms, vacuuming, laundering, refilling amenities, dusting, using lint rollers to pick up stray hairs, and making beds between visitors. Prospective visitors must be solicited, communicated with, screened, booked, and refunded when necessary, and reviewed. Visitors do a lot of shopping in the city, so an owner has to haul a lot of trash, such as shopping bags, restaurant cartons, maps and guides, and packaging materials, such as a stack of new but empty shoe boxes, as well as the old shoes worn out by the hills of San Francisco and left behind. It's constant and hard work, and it's not for everyone, so it won't take over the long-term market. It's much easier to collect a monthly rental check from the same person who never moves due to rent control. Undoing existing small operations will result in units being offered at top market rates to new renters who have been lured to San Francisco by large salaries, renters who may well have incomes greater than the mom-and-pop owners. This would not increase affordable housing at all. And any existing operations account for only a couple of percentage points of the 250,000 units in San Francisco not occupied by owners. Thank you.
My name is Laura, and I'm concerned about a lot of the misinformation that seems to be out there, and a lot of the abuses seem to get the attention in the news because that makes interesting news. I'm an owner. I would be hopping mad if I had a tenant that leased out my place without my permission. So I completely understand how landlords would feel, and I don't believe that they should be part of this legislation. I am, however, a homeowner who has lived in the city for almost 30 years. I ended up divorced unexpectedly. My job went away. I'm in my late 50s. I don't see an opportunity to have a secure job in the future. So even if I get a job, which I don't have at the moment, this is a way that I will help secure my future and stay in my home. I have a 2-level condo. Each one has a separate entrance. I'm actually listed as 2 units in VRBO. I am not. Those are bedrooms with bathrooms. They are not separate units, but because they have separate entranceways, I list them as separate units. They are not otherwise things that would be available to renters long term. One of the downstairs, I really am trying to keep open because my mother, who is 84 years old, I expect her to move in with me when she can no longer live on her own. If I actually took on a roommate, I would have to be subjected to rent control and all the laws associated with actually getting rid of a roommate so that my mother couldn't be able to move in. So this makes affordable housing for me work in San Francisco. I'm also a very responsible neighbor. I rent, most of my guests are friends and family of neighbors who can't fit into the units they have. I have increased my insurance with the full knowledge of my insurance agent about what I do, so I'm not sure about the insurance issue, and I clean my own unit, so I'm not taking jobs away from hotel workers, and these are people who would not stay in hotels otherwise, and they come and visit with me regularly to see their family. And just one last thing I want to add is that I do believe the taxes make sense. I actually called the Planning Commission to find out how I could pay taxes, and it was not possible to figure out how to do it. But one of the things I think that we should do is earmark the taxes for affordable housing so that it actually has a purpose and helps other people.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Brown. I'm a landlord, property manager, homeowner. I strenuously object to the legislation. I think there's a big distinction here between homeowners who wish to share their homes and tenants who rent out their homes, their units. The homeowners have the right to do what they want with their homes, and it's supervised. Our tenants do not. All my leases say they cannot sublet, and I want to keep that way. I should have the right to say no, and no one else should tell me what else I should do. As a landlord, we screen our tenants very carefully. We don't want unauthorized people in our buildings. We don't want to affect the safety and quality of life of our tenants. And as other people have mentioned, our insurance problems. It says in the ordinance that the tenants, that 25% of the year people can rent out their units. As an owner, why can't I do the same then? Why is there a distinction between the tenant and the owner? Why can't I take 25% of my units and rent them out, or 25, my units and rent them out 25% of the year? I could use help paying my mortgage. I'm just like anyone else. I believe that for this to be enforceable, that it has to be that tenants must register, and a notice must be sent to the owner, and that the owner must know what the tenant is renting it out for, because there should be no profit in a rent-controlled environment. You say that there's affordability issues. It's hypocrisy to say that there's a shortage of housing necessitating the need for rent control, and then allow tenants to act as to rent out their units as hotel rooms. And so this whole thing makes no sense. And by the way, as a property owner, we also help the economy. We have elevator maintenance people, plumbers, electricians, painters, contractors,
Thank you,
roofers,
sir. Your time is up.
etc. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Marla Knight. I represent the North Beach Tenants Committee, which formed early this year in response to the wave of evictions that we have had in North Beach. Home sharing in North Beach is not about renting out a spare room to supplement an income. Home sharing in North Beach means that whole buildings are being Ellis Acted, and people are being evicted, and they're being turned into B&Bs, vacation rentals, and we also have quite a number of corporate rentals. So we've been hard hit. So I support the idea of having some regulation, obviously, because our neighborhood has become increasingly destabilized. I don't think, however, that this proposal, I think it needs to be reworked. I'm concerned about the enforcement requirements, about the blanket zoning, and the lack of distinction between whole buildings being turned into vacation rentals, whole units being turned into vacation rentals, and spare people using a spare room. It just seems two totally different things. Anyway, I do hope that this will be worked on. Again, our neighborhood in North Beach has been very hard hit, and now with the addition of these burgeoning B&Bs, it's really bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Flandrick from North Beach, and I wanted to speak about the specifics of on my street, which is just on Lombard between Stockton and Powell. If you go 2 doors down from my home, there is a 4-unit building that is a rental vacation building. All 4 units are being rented out to vacationers. 2 more buildings further down the street, there is another building that an entire unit is being rented out, vacation rentals since 2011. And then 3 more buildings further down the street, just before you reach Powell, at the end of my street, is an 8-unit corporate rental building. That is owned by an investment group. The 4-unit building, 2 buildings down from me, is owned by a realtor who also has another vacation rental building over on Sonoma Street. There are people coming and going all the time. I raised my son in this neighborhood, and I feel for my neighbors there are a few who still have small children. There are families there. The stability of knowing and the security of knowing every other building you know someone, so that your child at 8 can walk to the boys and girls school, to the playground, because you are known. So it is dismantling, it is disrupting our neighborhood, not only for the children, the families, but also for the elderly, because there are so many unfamiliar faces that are coming and going. So I do not support this legislation. I would like to see something worked out, but this is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Mark Henderson. My family has been in San Francisco 4 generations. I am a property owner of rental units in San Francisco, 21 units, some in Hayes Valley and some in the Guerrero Mission District. I don't see how this legislation can move forward forcing multifamily buildings to participate in this if they don't give consent. So the lack and the vague language around owner consent is very, very concerning to me. Almost all of the advocates for the shared housing that spoke tonight are private property owners, homeowners, which are participating in this voluntarily, and that's important for them, and they're supplementing their income, and that does make sense. I don't see how private property owners who don't want to participate in this should be dragged into this if they don't have to, if they don't want to. And obviously other speakers have illuminated the issues with insurance. Some of the buildings we're talking about are over 120 years old. They're not set up for this. So the language around owner consent is very, very important. I think this legislation should not be recommended as written. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker comes up, I'll call more names. Ellen Lintz, Michael Demas, Sarah Sherburne-Zimmer, Tony Robles, Byron Gordon.
Good evening. My name is Dan Kerrigan. I'm a tenant in the Outer Richmond, and I support home sharing in San Francisco. After I was laid off from the nonprofit where I worked last year, my girlfriend and I had the amazing experience of sharing our apartment. We stopped because we want a clear path from bodies like yours that allows home sharing. Our initial goal in home sharing was to help us have an affordable option to stay in San Francisco. But we found that our guests wanted to know how we lived. They shopped in our neighborhood at the same Richmond District restaurants and stores where we shop, far from the more heavily touristed areas of our city. Every visitor we had left with a personal experience that they would be able to take back and share with others and tell them what a great city we live in. This lasting personal impression is an extraordinary public relations effort for tourism. I applaud your efforts to enable citizens to use this simple, innovative approach to remain in their homes while bringing real dollars to our local businesses. Every policy decision, no matter how sensible the proposal, will have detractors who simply don't want change of any kind. Instead, I would urge you to take action that helps ordinary people, not entrenched, powerful interests. I oppose a public registry due to privacy concerns for hosts, and I oppose a cap on the number of days that a host can offer. Thank you for clearing the way for the city to receive the tax dollars it deserves while helping regular citizens to continue to offer home sharing in San Francisco.
Next speaker.
My name is Sylvie E. I own a condo in a 2-unit house, 2 condos. I have 3 bedrooms. I have 3 children. One is spending 1 week with me, 1 week with his father. The other 2 are in college. So home sharers allows me to rent the 3rd room when my kids are in college, and I can get it back when they come back. I would not be able to do that with a roommate, and I would have to leave San Francisco. I would like to maybe talk about the insurance issue. I believe that I am insured through CBIZ. I have a commercial liability policy. I actually renewed it today for tomorrow, 2nd year. Of course, you never know with an insurance if you're really covered until something happens, but I really discussed very harshly this renewal that, we were on this page of a bed and breakfast contract. There are contract issues which actually guest on Airbnb automatically sign a contract and they tell me I'm covered. I believe that if there was legislation that included insurance, if that product is not the best one, other insurers would probably see the benefit of creating the right product for this type of situation, and I believe that's needed. I also wanted to talk about security. My younger son was 11 years old when I started Airbnb. He's now 13. He has grown and participated with me in this experience. I have a neighbor in the other unit. At the beginning, he was concerned. I handed him out my my listing on Airbnb, and I tell him, hey, just look at the reviews, And he's grown totally comfortable with this situation. Like others have said, I want to protect my son first. I'm selective about the people I host, and I live in the house. And I don't feel there's any security concern for me. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Bree. I'm a resident and a small property owner in District 5. And I wanted to thank you very much for taking the time to consider this and find a appropriate solution to something that is so critical and timely. What I do want to ask is that you please not make it any harder to be a small property owner in San Francisco, and to please take that into account. I own a 2-unit property. I purchased it at the bottom of the market a couple years ago, and it came with 50 years of deferred maintenance and a protected tenant who is paying less than $1,000 for 4 bedrooms. That doesn't cover my property tax. 3 months ago, I lost my job. So I had to take into consideration, do I sell my property? Do I make a couple $1 million on my property because now it's worth a lot more than I paid for it? I don't particularly want to sell my property, have someone who's very wealthy move in, kick out my tenant upstairs, and then have to decide if I want to stay in San Francisco or not. I've lived in my neighborhood on my block for 15 years. My family has been in my neighborhood for 115 years. My great-grandfather was the captain of the police station 3 blocks from my house. I would like to stay in the city. I would like to stay in my neighborhood, and home sharing is allowing me to do that right now. I'm extremely considerate. I'm thoughtful. My neighbors are renting my house when their families and their friends come to town. Please take this into consideration. I know the small property section is a much different group than the rest, but we are already facing so many difficult challenges as small property owners. Please help us stay and help us keep our families in San Francisco. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Gruber. I am president of the Coalition for Better Housing. The group that I represent and my family own apartment buildings here in San Francisco. We are highly regulated. We are different from the homeowner that has their ownership of one residence. We were here probably 2 or 3 years ago, I think, maybe a little bit longer, because there was concern of rentals being allowed that were less than 30 days, and that was completely vetted. And it was affordability issues were brought up, the taking housing out of the rental stock. That was all brought before us, and we understood what we needed to do, and we decided that there could not be a rental of less than 30 days. Now we have a proposal in front of us that our tenants are going to be allowed short-term rentals. It doesn't quite work. What we need to do here is to understand that there are 2 different groups here. And as owners of large properties, the simple answer is to give us the permission to deny the short-term rentals. That will cure it all. Then we're happy. Thank you very much.
Call a few more names. Come on up, sir. Brenda McConnell, Roger Ritter, Brian Bassinger, Dale Carlson, Jason P., David Thompson, Ramon, and Eric M., please. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commission members. My name is Tony Robles. I'm with Senior and Disability Action. Our organization advocates for seniors and people with disabilities. I'm also on the board of Manilatown Heritage Foundation, the iHotel, just celebrating our 37th anniversary of the evictions of elders from the iHotel. There are a lot of things in this proposal that are confusing. I'm very concerned about SRO hotels and converting those into Airbnb. There was an article in a recent copy of the Examiner that talked about this. Many seniors and people with disabilities don't have any other options outside of SRO hotels. That provides the bulk of the housing stock for many elders living in San Francisco. There are zoning considerations that still need to be vetted out, and I just think that there's a lot of things that haven't been done as far as the details, and I think this really needs to be reworked. This narrative about, the benevolent property owner, this narrative of sharing is absolutely ridiculous. We're seeing an absolute ridiculous amount of evictions over the last 3 years. And I'm not seeing the communities of color and the working class communities, I'm not seeing anything being shared there. Okay, so this narrative about Airbnb, and I guess B&B would stand for benevolent and benevolent. I got to say, as a renter, I'm not seeing a whole lot of benevolence, and there's a lot of wealth and a lot of money being made in the city on our backs. And I'm speaking as a board member, the board president of the iHotel. And we stand for low-income housing and housing for seniors and dignity for seniors. And the fact that these folks have gotten away with not paying their taxes, share that. If you want to talk about sharing, share the $50 million that you've been beating the city out of, okay? Share that. Thank you.
My name is Losam Olam. I've been a resident of San Francisco for over 25 years. I currently reside in District 10. As a resident here in San Francisco, I have served with a nonprofit agency, currently with Women Inc., providing services for survivors of domestic violence. I'm also an artist and traveler. I practiced as a Tibetan Buddhist monk for over 10 years, studying with my teacher here and abroad. As such, I have been a guest of countless people around the world in their homes. Upon leaving my life as a monastic, I was able to secure housing in a very expensive city, working at a nonprofit. I worked with my landlord to discuss and to have both long-term and short-term tenants. I agreed not to collect more than the rent, and I've been able to host both short-term transitional housing and long-term guests, family, and friends. I only ask that you yourself try the experience either as a host or as a guest here in the city. And when you've had that experience, judge for yourself. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Roger Ritter. I'm president of the West at Twin Peaks Central Council, which represents 20 neighborhood associations in western San Francisco. We respectfully ask the Commission not approve the proposed legislation to legalize short-term rentals. First, the proposed legislation would effectively rezone the entire city, rather than allowing people in each neighborhood to decide whether they want to allow those rentals in their neighborhoods. Second, classifying short-term rentals as residential uses, when in fact they are commercial uses, would make it much more difficult for homeowners associations, such as my own association in Balboa Terrace, to enforce their CC&Rs against businesses in residential neighborhoods. Third, the draft legislation states that short-term rentals would be allowed in buildings with 2 or more units, but the staff report suggests they would be allowed in single-family homes. This has to be clarified at the very least so we know what we're up against. Fourth, the staff report recognized that allowing short-term rentals in single-family neighborhoods would adversely affect neighborhood character, but nevertheless still recommended approval with certain restrictions. However, there would be a much greater impact on neighborhoods of single families than on neighborhoods that are already zoned for multiple uses, apartments, hotels, and bed and breakfasts. Finally, I've spoken with many homeowners in my neighborhood, recent homeowners, established homeowners, people who've lived there for a long time, people who just moved in. They've all told me they moved into the neighborhood because they wanted to live in a single-family residential neighborhood, not a B&B neighborhood, not a hotel neighborhood. We're sympathetic to the stories we've heard today, but I ask you to be equally sympathetic to the single-family residents who want to live in these kinds of neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dale Carlson with the San Franciscans for Neighborhoods, Affordable Housing, and Jobs. 3 quick points. First, I want to talk about the myth of home sharing. We've heard some very heartwarming stories tonight, but they are not the narrative of what's actually going on in this city. 2/3 of the listings on Airbnb are not extra rooms, they're entire units. Virtually all of the 3,000 listings on Airbnb or on VRBO and HomeAway are for entire units, entire condos, entire apartments, entire homes. So the home sharers testifying today represent the smallest part of this issue. And if they were the core of Airbnb's business model, the company wouldn't be worth nearly $10 billion. Airbnb depends on professional hosts with multiple units, and it's a very lucrative business. The top 100 Airbnb hosts in New York City pocketed $54 million. I doubt that it's that high here, but it's high. And Airbnb is walking away with 15 to 18% commissions on every single booking. So let's be clear. There really isn't a sharing economy. That's a vapid marketing phrase. And there isn't any home sharing. There is only renting, with middlemen taking fat cuts. Second, the argument that the names on the public registry should be redacted or secret is absurd. If you take out a business license, if you buy a piece of property, if you take out a marriage license, that's a public record. Apply for a building permit to remodel your home, every neighbor within 300 feet of your property is notified. And finally, there's no foundation to the staff assertion that there's no environmental impact, no physical environmental impact from this legislation. You can't make that claim. Without a cap on the number of units that are eligible for this, without a cap on the concentration of units in any particular neighborhood, the number of short-term rentals could explode. This legislation deserves further study. These issues deserve further study, and I would encourage you to refer it back to your staff for additional work. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Thompson, a longtime landlord. My wife and I are a mom and pop operation going on 40 years now. We support home sharing, and we support David Chu's proposed ordinance. I think of it first as a potential job creator. Take all that tax money it will bring in and build affordable housing, construction jobs right there, right up front. What troubles me today is the Planning Department's draft report on home sharing. It cuts the heart out of the proposed ordinance while professing support. I'm talking about the amendment that would limit hosted rentals to 90 days. We have a tenant, a family, that can pay the rent only with the help of income from short-term rentals. And 90 days a year is not enough. I suppose I could evict them. I know I'd make a hell of a lot more money. But the city would lose one more middle-class family. My guess, there are many tenants like this, folks for whom housing here is not otherwise affordable. I plead with you, help keep them in San Francisco. Do not adopt a 90-day limit for hosted rentals. I'd also like to make a point about owner-occupied buildings. Why not allow one unit in any 2 to 4 unit building to be used for short-term rentals? Notice I said owner-occupied. Problems tend to disappear when the owner is on the premises. I'm appalled that absentee landlords are converting all the units in some buildings to short-term rentals. Stop speculation. I believe David Chu's proposal would do this, and I believe it would bring order to a chaotic market boost tourism, help neighborhood businesses, and provide much-needed tax revenue for the city we all love. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Ron Jordan. You've heard a lot of stories, and I can echo those stories about being an Airbnb, having Airbnb really helping me and my family. It has been a godsend to us. I was going to say a lot of the things you have heard already. There are a couple of things I'd like to point out. You've heard a lot about different groups. Well, here are the two real groups. People who do home sharing, and yes, home sharing is a real thing. And a definition of it is sharing your living space. People who do home sharing do it because they need to do that in order to stay in their homes. Or they needed to do so to make it to the end of the month. But there's another group who are in it for fun and profit. And from what I've heard today, that is where a lot of the opposition comes. A lot of us real home sharers, we stand with the opposition. You should get rid of those people or put real legislation so they can't do this, because those are the people who are taking down the housing stock. If I cannot rent out my bedroom, it's not going to go on the market. It really isn't. Sharing economy is, in fact, as someone said earlier, something that's coming. What we don't have are laws in place, and I support David Chu's, Supervisor Chu's legislation. Here's a suggestion. Why don't you take the tax revenue that you're going to get from home sharing and put it in a separate fund, and take that money and put it toward affordable housing only, because that is the real goal. They get homes for people. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Cowan. My husband and I settled in the North Panhandle area of San Francisco about 32 years ago. And we've, in the intervening time, we've been appalled by the rise in the cost of housing and the concomitant decrease in the availability of housing for people who live and work in our neighborhood. I'm not going to go into the details about why we participate in home sharing. They would probably be similar to what you've already heard from so many other witnesses at this hearing. But I would like to mention that we deplore the fact that some property owners have abused the home sharing model and fully support efforts to ensure that rental units are made available to people who live and work in our communities. We welcome home sharing legislation that is firm, fair, and applied equally to everyone. In particular, we call upon the authorities who are crafting this legislation to make certain that it has teeth in it. The new legislation, whatever shape it takes, will be of little use unless it can be vigilantly enforced. Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Robin Altman, and I am a residential rental property owner in San Francisco of 6 units, family business. You guys look like glazed over. You've had to listen to a lot today. I'll keep it short. A couple of my colleagues have made this point, people that I know from the industry. I don't understand how it can possibly comprehend allowing tenants to do this without permission from their owners when I have to operate in such a highly regulated area. It is so hard to be a small property owner in this city, and we're not getting rich from it, and I don't have a single tenant that pays market rent. Total 6 units that my sister and I own. It's a tough business, and every aspect of everything I do is regulated, watched over, etc. And so it's just incomprehensible to me that it would be okay for a tenant without permission from an owner to do this, possibly make 5 times more than they're paying us in rent. It is what it is. San Francisco has rent control, and it's just a fact. You have to live with it. But for them to be able to make significantly more, it mentions in the legislation that they shouldn't be able to make more, but there's no mention of how it would be enforced. How would you enforce that? So I already heard a young lady here today talk about how she's boosting her savings in her rental unit. Well, her owner may not be. And also the fact that we could lose our insurance, or my building could burn down and my family's retirement, et cetera, would be at risk, as well as 3 other tenants losing their place to live because one person chooses to do this. My insurance would be invalidated. And that has got to be covered. That has got to be covered before any of this can go forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Anita. I bought a house in the Sunset neighborhood in 1996. I had a job at that time. In 2010, I lost all my jobs, and I signed up for Airbnb at that point because it really wasn't a choice. It has come in very, very handy for me, paying my mortgage, my taxes, my insurance. Without it, I really would be lost. So I'm hoping you will help me pay my bills. I haven't kicked out any tenants. It is the one roof I have over my head, so I will not be renting it to anybody long term. This helps me keep my house and keep the roof over my head. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon, and I own a home in West Portal. My husband and I moved into our home in 1997 with our 7- and 8-year-old daughters. The following month, my husband collapsed and died of a massive heart attack. I was able to keep the house and raise our daughters. The girls ended up going out of state to college and have since secured jobs out of state. I work full-time, but maintaining the house has become a very difficult endeavor. Home sharing has helped me pay the mortgage, property tax, address ongoing repairs, and also has allowed my daughters to have their rooms when they come home and visit and hopefully move back home. The portion of our home would not be rented out to long-term tenants if I was unable to home share. My home sharing does not affect the permanent rental market in San Francisco. I have many stories about nice people that have enjoyed our city since they were able to be a guest of home sharing, which is affordable. But my first guest stands out. She was a UCSF kidney transplant patient who preferred to stay in a comfortable setting to recover rather than a hotel. My neighbors are aware and support home sharing, as they want nothing more than to see me be able to stay in our house and remain their neighbor. The merchants in West Portal know me, my daughters, even my dog, after 17 years of supporting their businesses. They too support home sharing and are very happy that my guests support and enjoy their restaurants, bars, shops, and the conveniences that West Portal provides. I'm asking you commissioners to support home sharing and take a real close look at your limitations, especially the 90 days, because if I am limited to 90 days of sharing my home, I will not be able to keep my home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Gabriel Turner. I've lived in San Francisco for over 15 years. My wife and I moved to the Mission about in 2010. We got in when there was a high rent, and then I became unemployed and then became self-employed. My wife and I are both self-employed now. And we have a baby daughter, new baby daughter. My parents live in Los Angeles, and we love to be able to go down there and actually visit them. Sharing our home on Airbnb has allowed us to do that, and there would be no other way. And actually, it has allowed my parents to come up and visit their new granddaughter because they're able to stay in our neighborhood in an affordable apartment as opposed to paying a hotel, which they couldn't afford here in the city. So it's really important for us that, I understand there's people who abuse this, but please don't ruin it for the rest of us who are actually doing this legitimately with landlord approval, with all of my neighbors knowing we do this, the corner store owner, all people that we know and love and share day to day with, they know that on the weekends when we go away, we're doing this, and they're supportive and they're helpful in the process. So as you consider this legislation, I ask that you please recognize us for doing this legitimately, and yeah, thanks so much.
Next speaker.
My name is George. I'm a resident in San Francisco for more than 40 years. And to enable to live in the city, and we paid a lot of hard money, and especially for taxes, mortgage, things like that. I'm retired, so that's an extra option maybe can help me survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, but I've got a lot more cards, and they seem like they keep coming through the door. But let me call up some more names, because we probably have another 45 cards here in my hand, okay? Dennis Moscovian, I see you in line already. Louis During, Helen C., Chris E., Cindy McPhee, Justin Lee, Maloney Hessack, Carrie D., Peter I., Felix R., Dan Corrigan, Aaron Milroy, and Blaze H.
Hi, I'm Stefan, and I'm Airbnb host, and I'm also a startup entrepreneur. And as you might have heard, these first years when doing a startup can be really, really hard when you don't find customers, you don't find the right market fit. So when I heard about Airbnb and about a possibility to offset my rent, which was the highest cost for me and my business, I was very happy, and I decided actually to rent out my own room. Don't ask me where I stayed. But I really am happy about this service, and it enabled me to do a startup in the city. And I think the example of Airbnb, a startup that failed 3 times before it found that market fit, is a great example how harsh that first phase can be, and a phase that many people endure in the city, come to the city to endure, and I think which makes the city great. So I just want to ask you to support it for that. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am a tenant in the Haight-Ashbury neighborhood and a host and guest in favor of home sharing. I recently became a single mother, and hosting through Airbnb helped my son and I stay in our rent-controlled apartment in San Francisco, the city I moved to from the other side of the country in 2006, the city where my son was born and the only apartment he has called home, where he's learned to walk and talk. He's starting a highly coveted preschool in September, which will be walking distance from our home and a short bus ride from my job here in the Civic Center for the state's Judicial Council. For anyone who isn't aware, getting accepted into and affording a good preschool in San Francisco is only rivaled by getting into and affording a home in San Francisco. Without the extra income I've been able to make through home sharing, I would be forced to either live in a studio apartment, sharing a room with my 4-year-old son in a decentralized part of the city and buy a car, or move across either bridge and find a new home, new community, and school for my son, and sacrifice quality time for a much longer commute to work. While home sharing may not be a sustainable solution for my particular financial situation, it has been a short-term godsend while I figure out how to stay in the city I sought to live in nearly a decade ago. Reciprocally, home sharing makes travel more accessible to my family and families across the world. Being able to rent a home with a kitchen that may be furnished with baby gear, toys, an extra bedroom makes a huge difference for a family with children and their ability to travel more economically and with greater ease. The families that have stayed in our apartment have been very respectful and always expressed sincere gratitude. I've only hosted a handful of times and already hosted families from France and Sweden. The human connection and cultural exchange achieved through home sharing is absent from traditional lodging. Coincidentally, human connection, culture, and unconventional are the values I moved to San Francisco 4 years ago, and the same values behind home sharing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom, and actually in support of home sharing. I applaud David Chu's legislation. It's a great first step into recognizing the new era of business and new wave actually of people living, just like it was 20, 30 years ago. out of 400,000 units in San Francisco and rent control 200,000 units, only about 1,650, that's what I counted, is the units there actually just the full units for rent. That's 0.5% of all of them being available, and that represents less than 0.5% of all rental stock. So we're talking actually about 0.5% rental stock. And Davis Chu's proposition to tax these things is a perfect way to create additional income, to give it to the city so we can build affordable housing. And that is affordable housing. They're actually getting the money and building it for people actually that can put it in. Having people are talking about 3-4 bedroom units for rent and all that stuff. That's not affordable housing. Those units are usually high-end units that will never be for rent. And those are people who have a second home or the first home that actually just will never be for rent for affordable housing. Also, people talked about insurance. I want to address that. I actually rent mine, and I actually called my insurance broker, and I got insurance for it. So there's actually brokers that they're creating their policies for people that actually they can grab and get insurance for it. And it's very easy. They just need to call, and it's a whole new market. The taxes will create the new jobs that will actually benefit the city and will keep the money within the city and will create affordable housing. And that's the most important thing to learn from here. This. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg DeMeza. I'm a longtime resident of San Francisco, 30 years now. I've owned my house in Bernal Heights for 20 years, and I'm a host with home sharing. And I'm in support of legislation. I don't think that what's on the board right now really works. I want to pay tax on my property that I rent. I once owned a piece of property in Florida, and there I was issued a user's permit. They have portals online where I paid every quarter, along with the insurance. The insurance was set up that I could hold the policy and insure up to $1 million. I had a I was an owner in a multi-unit building, so I know it can work. I know that it's possible. I just think this needs a little bit more work, and there are so many benefits. I can go on and on. I could show you the receipts from my guests, and the experience that I've had has been great. So I hope it doesn't get killed in San Francisco. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dennis Moscovian. I'm a native San Franciscan, and I've lived in the city over 70 years. I want to look at this from a slightly different point of view and mention something that has not been mentioned. When I look at this legislation, I think this legislation isn't about the heartfelt stories that you've heard from homeowners, which I believe were true, but it's about whether or not how to regulate an industry that is actually in the process of dismantling much of our regulated residential housing and our economy in the city. And it's only one piece of efforts to deregulate and dismantle the economy that we've known for some decades. It's real that some people raise needed income from doing this, but I don't think that's what the issue is. The issue is, how is this going to be regulated, and will it protect our residential housing? Now, let me get to what I really wanted to say. When I listened to these stories, and I said much of them sounded real and believable, I hear back what was said when Prop 13 was up in front of us. That Prop 13 was the only way in which seniors were going to be allowed to stay in their homes. I happen to be a beneficiary, having bought a house before '78. But what that really was the little people put up front while the corporate interests, big real estate interests, and owners of huge amounts of commercial property were the real winners. And the state of California was denied its infrastructure funds for over 36 years. Now, how does this relate to this? There was a distinction that should have been made between residential and commercial. There's a distinction here that needs to be made between the groups, the corporate interests behind this, and the mom and pops who own a single-family home who are renting a room to sustain themselves. And if that distinction isn't made, and it isn't made sufficiently in this legislation, then much more work needs to be done. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gina Grandi, and I speak here as an individual of San Francisco and as a citizen of San Francisco for 12 years. And I would like to say that I really hope that this commission and this city can create sensible policies for the shared economy. And I would like to say I am a proponent of the sharing economy, including the first shared thing that happened. It was city car share. That was one of the greatest things that ever happened, and it's continuing to proliferate. I would like to see San Francisco be a leader not only in this state, this nation, but also the whole world, because I know the world is watching San Francisco and looking for us to create a fair, balanced approach to the shared economy. I also am very concerned about the future of our city. We know that 97% of hotels are full 97% of the time, especially in the downtown. And we know that more people are coming. Just look in the sky in Soma, there's over 46 cranes. We know that there's so many tech companies coming to San Francisco. And we have a serious crisis of housing. We have not built the right number of houses, and I think the shared economy is one of the answers to this crisis, and it can be a solution. So I'd like to say, I hope that this ordinance and other thoughts and input and other expert opinion can be included here in legislation. And I hope that the shared economy will be something that San Francisco can be very proud of. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bobby, San Francisco resident. Not paid by anyone to be here. Just going to give a little input, I guess, on what I think about it. My experience so far with Airbnb, it's been about, I've been doing it about 3 to 4 years now. Had some amazing stories, but one particular, couple guys came over from Germany, made friends. I've actually visited them in Germany, and they showed me their town from a local perspective, just like I did for San Francisco for them. Great experience. So just learning what I have just standing in this room about, seems like there's 2 issues. There's a group of people that are trying to make ends meet with the soaring prices of rent in this city, and then there's also developers and landlords or people, I guess, speculating and renting out whole units and buildings for a profit. That's just capitalism. Everybody, if they had an opportunity, they would probably make as much money as they could too, if we were all honest. But I think being real about it, knowing my experience with, like, say, Craigslist, that goes back about 15 years. I've done over $1 million in business on Craigslist, selling and buying homes and cars and this and that. I think Airbnb is a social networking platform that allows a lot of transparency, connection to Facebook, puts the reviews, the comments, and all that stuff, which makes it even more safe. So if you get rid of Airbnb and they can't succeed, technology being at progress that we all know that will prevail, our technology world will allow just either Craigslist or whatever to prevail, and it won't be as transparent. So it'll still happen. Thanks a bunch.
Coming up, and I'll call a few more names. Anna Marie Rainers, Chloe, Tom, Janice, Russ C., Yafa T., Sarah G., Laura T., Philippe M., and Asher R. Sounds like a song.
Commissioners, thank you for taking time. My name is Phil. I'm a homeowner in a Sunset area. I support this legislation to allow hosts to rent out their own primary homes, especially when they're there. Home sharing has allowed me to take a risk and start a small business in San Francisco. It has allowed me to hire people in San Francisco. It has allowed me to host guests who are from other cities, other states, and other parts of the world to start business here and create jobs. It has allowed them a way to basically cope with our housing shortage, because otherwise they would not find housing right away, and a lot of them can't afford hotels. It has allowed me to send customers to struggling businesses in my area, including a Brazilian restaurant that whose proprietor I'm a good friend of. It has allowed a grandmother from Brooklyn to come every year. I've had her over for the last 4 years to visit her grandson, and it's allowed her to stay there for a week, even though she would not be able to afford that at a hotel, and she would not be able to walk to the neighborhood where her grandson lives. So to me, this is really about family. It's about one of my guests stayed because her husband was undergoing surgery for cancer at UCSF. I live in a Sunset, and it's a lot better for them to be able to walk there and to be able to stay and cook a healthy meal and be able to afford it. So to me, if you're hosting your own primary home and you live there, it is not a housing issue. It's an issue of family reunion. It's an issue of San Franciscans having opportunities for themselves. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for staying so late. The world population is traveling more and more. If I travel, my space is empty. In a city like San Francisco, dense as it is, this is simply wasteful. I could rent out my space to another traveler while I'm gone. It's more flexible this way rather than doing home sharing. I can use that money to spend in other ways. It fuels the local economy as well by creating cash flow. Hotels do create more jobs than home sharing. This is a fact. They are less efficient in a way. They require more labor, and they include services. These services are considered by some, such as myself, as unnecessary luxury. But at the end of the day, it comes down to personal preference, whether one prefers hotel hospitality or internet-powered home sharing. What is fair, however, is that everyone participating in this economy pays their taxes and applies to regulation. Disallowing, however, home sharing would be very backwards thinking, and it would be detrimental not only to the local economy and public well-being, but also our rights to freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Helen Chen, and I've been the SF resident for the past 3 years, although I grew up here in the Bay Area, and I'm here to speak in favor of home sharing. I was laid off about 8 months ago, and since then have been sharing my extra room with guests and just to help subsidize my rent. And without this extra income, I'm afraid I would not be able to afford the rent, and I'd be forced to leave San Francisco, a place I've been raised and have grown up. And I want to speak especially against the 3-month restriction on shared housing. Since I've lived in my home, I've never rented out my entire place, only my spare room from time to time while my schedule allows. This speaks to the false data of 5,000 available places to rent, or the rental stock. My extra room is not for rent and will never be available for rent due to the amount of family and friends that come visit. And of all the guests I've hosted, almost all of them have been international guests, and I've never once had a problem with my guests. In fact, some of my closest friends have come through Airbnb, and I just came back from visiting one of them in the south of France. I think and believe that San Francisco will only gain from home sharing, first economically by shopping via local commerce, and secondly by instilling a shared economy mindset, keeping San Francisco the progressive, fun-loving city that we all love and enjoy. Please support David Chiu's legislation in home sharing. Thank you.
Come on up. Next speakers, Greg DeMeza, Robert A., Reagan P., Susan Cowell, Sarah A., Sylvia E., Amanda L., Brian H., Gabe T., and Adele B.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm stood here with my son. Both my children were born here. My daughter's at the back. She doesn't want to get up here. She's too shy. But my family went through very difficult circumstances. I went through a terrible divorce. I was facing foreclosure. And the way that I held on to my home while I fought the banks tooth and nail to try and get a loan modification was through home sharing. And the flexibility of home sharing meant that sometimes me and the children slept in a room downstairs. Sometimes I rented other rooms. And it kept the family going for the last 3 years. And I just wanted to share that story with you. Without the flexibility of this, I don't even know how this came into my life. I was just looking on the internet one day and I found it. And I thought, this is going to help me a lot. And then bit by bit, I became more comfortable with the idea of home sharing. And the kinds of guests I have had have been interns at San Francisco General Hospital that are coming for 3 or 4 weeks. I had some men from Berlin that were trying to get investment for a startup company. They were in town for a couple of months. I now have some interns that are working for companies in the mission, and they need accommodation that lasts for, 4 weeks to 8 weeks, and they don't want to stay in hotels. Also, lots of families that are relocating to the Bay Area because I have a home and I have toys and I have family stuff. Those families came, stayed in my home while they were looking for permanent accommodation in San Francisco. Thank you. I'm a supporter of home sharing.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janice, and I'm a retiree who has a home in Noe Valley. I rent out a room and bath to solo women travelers, and I feel that I need this extra income to maintain my home and other things. But I feel you're really reaching a niche market, and I think many of the people here are, that this is for people of modest means to stay in the city, to visit the city. And I just had a woman the other day said, well, she wouldn't be staying if it wasn't for the price I was offering. And I serve breakfast. My people all use transit. I give them a Muni map, a Clipper card. I show them how to use the Next Bus application. So I think that's more than a concierge would do at a hotel. So I think it is a niche special market, and we need to find a way to preserve it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I live in Presidio Heights, and I'm here in supporting home sharing, and I'm not going to read you the whole beautiful essay that I wrote last night and edited, because you're probably as tired of sitting around as I am, and I've only been here for 2 hours. So I'll just kind of say the bottom lines of my request, and then I'll make 1 or 2 personal comments. I am in favor of there being a license so that now I am, working with Airbnb. I'd like to have a legal status as a home sharer, and I would like to be able to pay taxes, and apparently it's hard to do that now. That's my first request. My second request is I don't think the public registry, at least for myself, private homeowner, is a great idea. I don't want strangers to be able to see photos inside my house and know if I'm in town or not. I don't know the solution, but it sounds like a problem. I would like to feel like I got to control the use of my own home. I own a flat in Presidio Heights, and it would be nice to feel like I could do what I want to do in my own home. I'm not sure about the number of days. I'm wondering if 90 days is long enough. I'm not sure it is. I wouldn't do it that much myself. But anyway, and I also do think that tenants should be required to have landlord's permission to share their spaces. I am a landlord in other places, and I really am in favor of that. It's been an amazing experience for me. I've only done it for 3 or 4 weeks. I was house sitting for friends. I needed a little extra money to help a family member. It's been amazing. I ended up just sort of feeling very different about the world I live in because of opening up my home to strangers and learning to trust strangers, and Airbnb makes that feel safe in many ways. So thank you, and hope you guys get to go home sometime soon.
Hello. I'm lucky. I am not in the difficult circumstances that a lot of the speakers are in. So I feel lucky about that. But I do have 2 points to make. The first one is similar to something that some other folks have said, and that home sharing helps very local economies. Nobody who isn't staying way out in the outer Richmond is going to come to Lewis's for breakfast. If you don't know where Lewis's is, it's because you've never taken the 38 to the end. So nobody who's staying downtown or anywhere else in the city is going to come out and spend money at those businesses if they're not staying out there. And they don't hear about it from somebody like me who tells them about them. I think the other point is that visitors who come to San Francisco and stay in a resident's home are looking for a different experience. It's not the same thing as staying at a hotel. There are very good hotel staff in San Francisco, but it's not the same thing as having a half an hour or 45-minute conversation with me and planning their whole day in places of the city that they would never see. And I know that those conversations that I've had lead to a deeper connection for visitors. When visitors leave after having that kind of personal communication, they have a deeper connection to San Francisco. They have a different experience. And because of that deeper connection, they're more likely to come back to San Francisco and spend their vacation dollars here again, which is ultimately what we want.
Next speaker. There's still a lot of cards here, and come on up, ma'am. And we've been here since 3:15 hearing these. We have 4 more items after this. And let me call some more names. Courtney Clarkson, Gina Garandi, Melody D, George, Sharon, Mike P, Michael G, Martha A, Tony C, and Nelson.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Emily. My husband and I own a single-family home in the Sunset District, and I'm here in favor of home sharing in San Francisco. For me, one of the primary reasons is because it has afforded me the opportunity to stay home with my 2 preschool children, and that has dramatically increased my quality of life for my family. I've also had the opportunity to host relatives of local residents, which has opened avenues for new friendships and relationships in my local community that would not have occurred otherwise. And that gives me a deeper sense of connection to my local environment. And lastly, as the previous person said, my guests go to the local businesses in my neighborhood that I want to see financially thrive. And so I feel that they are also contributing to the local economy in a very positive way. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Lilo. I've lived in the city of San Francisco for my entire life, and my family's been here for almost 100 years. I am in favor of home sharing. Even though, my family does not currently participate, I believe that it opens up an entire market of people who are willing to travel if only they had an alternative to staying in, like someone echoed earlier, a very, specific part of town, which is like a downtown area when you have to stay in a hotel. Again, a lot of people who would not rent out, a single room in their apartment because they feel they would have to vacate in order to have their own space would be willing to give out a 1 room in order to support the local economy because, when you do host someone from out of town in a specific neighborhood, it does allow them to actually be able to interact with that local neighborhood on a much more personal, real, experiential level. And one thing I do want to comment on is that there's been a huge gap between the negative and the positive reactions and experiences with Airbnb. And in any case where that is so, and there's so much money coming in, I just believe that, if it really is as money-making as people say, there's much more benefit in regulating it and making it work with existing infrastructure rather than just shutting it down entirely. Because when something works, you don't want to just get rid of it because it doesn't work with what you already have. It should enrich and make everything better, in an optimistic sense. Also, I think home sharing has been happening for a long time before there was any way to, get through it online. I know that a lot of my friends' parents who have empty nests now, they fill it with kids who are, trying to relocate here and find jobs and strike out on their own by having, actual apartments. And Airbnb provides an easier way to make that transition happen, to fill those empty rooms. Yeah, that's mostly of what I have to say. But, if people have the foresight to see all the horrible things that could happen if home sharing were, definitely a thing, I think that having that foresight allows you to have the foresight to come up with some kind of regulation to make it work and enrich everything else. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian, and I'm a birth resident of San Francisco. A couple of quick points. The first is I think there's a perception that everybody involved in home sharing, and I'm for home sharing, by the way, is making some kind of a killing. When I divide the square footage by my cost of my place and what I charge for people to stay there, it barely covers the cost for that night, let alone all the other nights that the place is empty. So there's no profit motive here at all. It's merely to offset some of my cost of maintaining my housing. Second thing is that the previous speaker is correct. Home sharing isn't new. People have been doing it with VRBO and other sites for a long time. In fact, the fact that Airbnb has brought this on the radar is what is frustrating people on one hand, but on the other hand, it also is providing the infrastructure and the insight to make taxation and regulation even possible. So that's something to consider. And to caution you that if you were to make the regulation too difficult or to make it impossible for people to home share, you send a lot of it underground again. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney Clarkson, and I own a 5-unit apartment building in North Beach in which I do not live. And I frequently will get a cup of coffee at a well-known coffee store and coffee shop. And last year, I noticed that a lot of people in line had sweatshirts, T-shirts with their America's Cup teams on them, and I'd talk to them, and I'd say, "Oh, and where are you staying?" And they'd say, "Oh, I have this wonderful apartment for 3 weeks or for 5 weeks in the neighborhood, and I can just walk to everything." Now, when the papers talk about all the money that was not spent on hotels during the America's Cup, if these people had actually been paying their taxes, maybe the bottom line would have looked a lot better. At the same time, I thought, well, this is very strange. My green bin for compost is getting filled up with unopened cans and bottles and all this garbage. And what in the world is going on? Well, turns out that one of my tenants in the studio apartment was renting his apartment to people through, I don't know, it was Airbnb or what. And when my tenant did finally move, fortunately he wanted a bigger place and moved, I had such a mess in the apartment. Now, it just doesn't seem right that tenants can go and rent their apartments without the permission of the property owner. I had to do so much work, and it was so expensive. And, it's one thing, a single mother, extra room, whatever, but take that into consideration. This legislation needs a lot more work. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be brief. My name is Michael Grova. I'm a resident of San Francisco for 9 years and a homeowner in the Mission District. I'm in favor of David Chu's legislation. I rent a room in my home. I believe that it's only had a positive experience in my home as well as in my community of the Mission District, where there are very few hotels that would be able to house the people that come through. I've had travelers from all over the world. They've all been positive experiences, and I've been home and part of that experience throughout. I've been doing it for about the last year. Thank you for your time. I hope that you'll consider the legislation and support home sharing in the future for San Francisco. Thank you.
Esteemed counselors, my name is Mike, and I'm a professional working here in San Francisco. While I do not rent out my own space from Airbnb or VRBO, as many people have stated before, it is important to understand that what these companies bring to San Francisco is new life that is energized by current residents, people who have been living here for either 5 years or 100 years. And these people get to learn firsthand about all the beautiful things that San Francisco has to offer from a native resident. That to me speaks more than any sort of anecdote about trash in your compost or misplaced bottles. I think it's very important to understand that people who use VRBO and Airbnb love the cities that they're staying in and will continue to share those experiences with other people. Secondly, instead of talking about anecdotes, let's talk about facts. Many people here have came and said that they would like more regulation to be put in place, that people really want to be taxed on the amount of money that's coming in through Airbnb. That's a very singular experience. Very rarely do you see people say that they want to pay taxes on the money that they're getting. However, these people are so thankful for the opportunity to house share, to rent out their places. Honestly, I believe the terms are somewhat interchangeable, that they're willing to reinvest into our communities and make sure that it's strong and lasts for as long as it possibly can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nelson, and I was born and raised here in San Francisco. I'm currently a student. My mother and father own a Chinese restaurant out in the Excelsior, and the only two employees are my mother and father, making it a true mom-and-pop shop. So recently I volunteered in there, and I ran into a group of people who clearly were not from around here, and I was helping them navigate the menu when I asked where they were from. Turns out they're from Germany visiting, and they had found the rooms through Airbnb, and their host insisted that they come eat at my father's restaurant. And it's pretty rare to see a new face in an area like that, and I was pretty excited. They were very excited to be out there, and I was very happy they were there. They came back on multiple occasions, and they loved it. They had a great time. And I can only imagine how many other people are getting patrons thanks to the hosts of places like Airbnb and coming back to the community and eating at local places like my father's restaurant. And I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very much.
My name is Melanie DiCarlo, and I tried to write a haiku, but it's a little longer than that. In 1983, I was left with the responsibility of raising my only daughter. Despite working full-time as a well-educated waitress, I could barely afford the cost of living here. So I slept in a hammock in the living room and rented my own bedroom. Home sharing is nothing new to San Francisco. Several years later, I moved away. When I returned with a doctorate in physical therapy in 1998, this hardly made a difference. I wish I had never left my rent-controlled apartment. I was envious of my friends who are beneficiaries of this golden handcuff, earning substantial incomes with relatively low housing costs. Now I work in home health and serve patients in every neighborhood of our city. 3 years ago, I purchased my first home, a flat in the outer Richmond, borrowing from my retirement account at a loss for the down payment. I was concerned that I could be displaced as a tenant, but believe that landlords have rights also. Soon after moving, water intrusions precipitated repairs totaling more than $72,000. I might currently be a homeless rolling stone again. Fortunately, I have an extra bedroom and have hosted residencies for students, professionals affiliated with the VA nearby, and STEM wizards on internships. Families of neighbors and tourists are also drawn to Land's End. New cafes have emerged on languishing Balboa Street, and our classic cinema has been renovated. Home sharing promotes sustainability and reinforces the nobility of mankind. Indeed, I feel safer with carefully screened guests in my home for reasons I don't have time to enumerate. While one neighbor might be envious, my family pities me, the poor relative. What is required in order for the city, county, and residents of San Francisco to benefit even more from home sharing? Is that the intention of this legislation? Who does this truly protect? Please proceed consciously.
Hi, my name's Martha. I live in the Outer Sunset. I'm a homeowner and an Airbnb host. I'm an avid supporter of legitimate home sharing in San Francisco and strongly urge you to support fair and reasonable home sharing. I'm very much opposed to abusive and unregulated profiteering in the housing market. I rent out a room in my house that would not be a rental property if I weren't using it for Airbnb and family members that come stay half the year. The income's critical to me. I wouldn't be able to afford my mortgage if I didn't have the income I get from Airbnb. I fully intend to pay the taxes on that. I'm hoping that that happens and that Airbnb collects them for us. I want to speak about what our guests benefit from also. They experience the city in the Outer Sunset, in our neighborhood where not very many people come, through the eyes of myself and our neighbors. They frequent our restaurants, our coffee shops, local yoga studio. They leave here telling stories about it. We have repeat guests who come back for Outside Lands and Hardly Strictly Bluegrass. That money goes to Golden Gate Park. I could go on and on with stories, and I won't. I'll just end by asking you to please consider my circumstance, that I love San Francisco as it is, as it has been. I'd like to continue to live here. Please support reasonable and fair legislation that will allow me to do that and simultaneously protect other San Franciscans. Thanks.
Come on up, next speaker, Bobby Lee, Ron, Connie L., Tony C., Joe Murray, Martha A., Peter L., Anita K., and Suhas B.
Thank you. Good evening, dear commissioners. My name is Tony Carroll, and I assist with hosting a single room in an owner-occupied home in the Outer Sunset. I'm here today in support of fair and reasonable home sharing legislation, and I'm asking you all to support the same. The benefits to home sharing are many, both personal and economic. The rewards benefit our guests, our neighborhoods, and the city throughout. Some of our guests stay because they have children and grandchildren in the neighborhood who are unable to accommodate them for overnight stays. Some stay for nearby events, marathons, music festivals, or just to stay in a quiet neighborhood and walking distance to the beach. You've all heard a lot of personal anecdotes, so I'll forego mine. I do understand that standards and practices need to be in place to ensure the safety of our neighbors and ourselves. But I don't believe a public registry is the answer, at least not as it's proposed. It would serve no purpose other than to single out those who are home sharing and expose them to possible ne'er-do-wellers, possible break-ins, endangering personal safety and that of our guests as well. I feel the violations that are proposed for a non-registry are extreme, and the cap of 90 days unreasonable. You've heard a lot of stories where people are in a position where they're having to rent out short-term just to afford to stay in the city and to keep their mortgages. And a lot of these are properties they wouldn't be renting out long-term anyways. I am opposed to the abuses, those who are trying to get over on landlords, those who are purchasing multiple property units for the sole purpose of short-term rentals. That is what's taking away from the housing market, not the single-family homeowner trying to make ends meet. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, my name is Bryce, and I support home sharing. My wife and I live in the Mission District. We're owners of a 2-bedroom apartment. Last year, my wife expressed concern over my financial contribution to our family. Since then, I found a higher-paying job, and we've also started sharing our home on Airbnb. For over a year now, my wife and I have struggled to conceive a child, and we'd really appreciate your prayers and positive energy. The child that we hope to conceive someday soon would live in our 2nd bedroom. Renting our 2nd bedroom is not an option. We're afraid that if we ever had a tenant, we'd be unable to remove them when our child came along. Airbnb is helping us to save up for our child without compromising our ability to house our family. I support regulating the home sharing economy, but I believe it must be done the right way. I strongly support the tax as a way to give back to the city. And although our guests so far have been amazing, I'm afraid that without this legislation, we wouldn't be able to call the police if something went wrong. I'm also frightened by the idea of maximum number of days for home sharing and a maximum price. Both of these practices make it much harder for longtime residents and for our family to save extra money and stay in our homes. Most of all, I'm afraid of having my neighbors reporting on me for using Airbnb. Rewarding neighbors for spying on each other feels like a step towards McCarthyism. I don't want to live in fear of my neighbors, and I don't think that's the kind of city that we want to create. To sum it up, I want to share my home in a way that's responsible. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you tonight. I'm in support of home sharing. I began home sharing about a year ago after a 2-year unemployment status, and without home sharing, it would have been impossible for me to pay my mortgage. I entered home sharing with that thought in mind, that I am employed now and hope to continue home sharing. I own 1 unit in a 2-unit condo. I have discussed my home sharing with the other owner who rents out his condo, so that we have no problems there. Most of the people that I have hosted have fallen into 2 categories. They're young European travelers who are accustomed to home sharing because that's quite common in Europe, and they prefer to stay in a home share rather than in a hotel. Furthermore, what they like to do is to not spend their money on pricey hotels, but to come here and enjoy spending their money in our local economy. Most of them buy an extra suitcase or 2 when they're here. They're shopping both from chains and independent store owners. They frequent our restaurants. And I think this makes it very desirable for this clientele to visit us. The second group of people that I've hosted have been older adults who like to come to the city for a weekend. They want to go to the theaters, they want to go to restaurants, and this makes it possible again for them to spend their money where I like to see them spend their money, and that's in the local economy and not just with hotel chains. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Suhas, and becoming an Airbnb host has changed my life in many positive ways. The money I earn helped me pay my partial mortgage, utilities, and property taxes. I'm an artist, and it is very difficult to survive in an expensive city like San Francisco. I, as a host, also bring international travels to Bayview. I live in Bayview, and I don't think a lot of people from San Francisco also know that area very well. A lot of cab drivers, even they don't know that area, but because of the Airbnb, a lot of international travelers, they are coming in that area. And as a single person, it feels nice when my guests ask me how my day was, and I do the same for them. It brings nice social interaction. I also send them to local restaurants like Hard Knocks Cafe in my neighborhood, and that's a very interesting thing to add. I urge you to allow and prosperous Airbnb in San Francisco. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker, let me call a few more names. Peg M., Catherine Beckworth, Naomi D.R., and Patty L.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Barbara. I'm a homeowner in San Francisco. I started sharing my home last year when I lost my job, and being able to share my home has saved me from losing my home. The rooms that I share were never on the long-term housing market and never will be. One area was a small home office that I had used when I was working, and the other is a spare room that I use for friends and family who are visiting. Most of my guests are international. They're families from overseas. They're middle class themselves. For many of them, this is their first time in the United States. And for many, they would not be able to afford to stay in hotels in San Francisco. Many of my guests have told me that if home sharing were not available, they would either make a day trip of the city or maybe stay one night maximum. On average, they stay at least several, 2 to 3, sometimes 4 nights. And they visit the local restaurants, they do a lot of shopping, they contribute to the community in very positive ways. I have concerns about proposed restrictions, specifically on the number of days of home sharing, in particular if you live there. Right now I'm working on starting a small business, and if home sharing were restricted by the number of days, I would be forced to abandon these plans. Secondly, safety. The platforms that exist today are very effective because of the transparency and the trust mechanisms that are there. It's been a very good way of vetting who you enter into a transaction with. If there are restriction on the numbers of days, I'm concerned that people who engage in home sharing, particularly out of economic necessity, are going to flock to less regulated or unregulated shadowy forums. We know many stories from Craigslist of a lot of dangers that happen there, but my concern is that it would create a market that has a lot of risks for all concerned. So thank you for hearing me, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine Beckwith, and I am an owner of a building where I have tenants begging me not to let Airbnb stay there. I personally think that Airbnb is a wonderful business. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. But on fair sharing, I think that the fact that it's not transparent to the owner is not fair. I think that not knowing who is in your building, I think $150,000 worth of insurance is risible. I think that my personal experience is my neighbor rents out, he's not there. Most of the time these tenants, these short-term tenants are wonderful. Sometimes they're there to have a great time in San Francisco, and they're very noisy, and that's what my tenants are objecting to. I also don't know if it's fair that a tenant has a rent-controlled building that I'm not allowed to raise the rent on, and they are. I just don't understand that. They get to change it to another type of business that I'm not allowed to have, and I don't even know about it. I can't do anything about it. That's it. Thank you.
Expect to follow that. Hi, everyone. My name is Charlie Remsen. I'm a renter in the Mission District. I work as a carpenter. Thought I'd have my whole life. Almost everything I've got made by wrapping these fingers around the handle of a hammer or shovel or pipe wrench or some such thing. I bring that up only because Airbnb seems to touch on issues of gentrification. My other roommates aren't typically associated with gentrification either. Santiago works in the coffee shops and down the way like that. Sometimes the construction jobs take me far away from the city, and when they do, the small amount of supplemental income that we can get from home sharing really helps alleviate some of the high cost of living in the Bay Area generally to me and my roommates. I just started home sharing this calendar year in March, and I had a recent experience where I had one phone conversation with the guy, Cosmin, who was coming in from Bucharest, from Romania, Budapest. Almost got the wrong city. And I guess I mentioned to him in passing on the phone that must have been an interesting city with an interesting architecture, and I'd be interested to see photographs of it. And when they showed up, they brought this picture book, huge, heavy coffee table book inscribed in English, and they only stayed for a weekend, but it was pretty touching. And it's interesting because a lot of the web communities and interactions are all this texting and it's people with pseudonyms. But in the Airbnb platform, which is really new, you meet people briefly, and then you invite them into your home, and you meet them in one of the most intimate, high bandwidth, full-fledged, traditional ways to host and meet somebody. And I've made a lot of connections with people from other states or more commonly other countries. And it's a delightful thing, and I hope that it doesn't get taken away from all of us. Thanks.
Hello. Hope you're having a good day. All right. So about 13 months ago, I actually started home sharing. And the reason being is I'm an entrepreneur here in San Francisco, and that requires lots of time, money, and a network. So this allowed me to create time so I could work day and night, and build a network. I started hosting lots of entrepreneurs come to the city. They're absolutely amazing, still friends with them. And then additionally made some extra money so I could actually start my startup. So a little success story is 13 months later, fast forward to today, I have 13 employees here in Soma, all full-time San Francisco residents. And they're really here because of home sharing. And yeah, it's made a big impact on me. So I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your time, because I'm sure this is a lot of time for you. But I've lived in San Francisco my entire life, and we converted our home we converted a space downstairs for renting, mostly because my mom is 90 and needs help at home. And so this allows her some extra income to pay for someone which she wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. But our experience has been wonderful, not just with Airbnb, but with the guests as well. And it's wonderful for my mom, who loves to talk and loves to help them. We give them the non-tourist guidebook on where to go, so they get not places that are paying for recommendations, but places that we give them insightful information on all the wonderful places in San Francisco, including restaurants and whatnot. And I do agree with, we all want to pay taxes. We all agree with that, I think. And I do agree that it would be inappropriate for someone who is renting to be able to rent out without permission from their landlord. I do agree that's inappropriate. And I believe that's good enough, because I know you guys are very busy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Naomi. I'm a San Francisco resident since '89, and I'm a homeowner in District 6 for the last 6 years. I'm another who wouldn't be able to have kept their home without home sharing. Not every .com is a success, and the one I was at was not. So instead of getting rich, I had the year of not getting paid. So this helped me to hold up my end of the mortgage and stay in my home, which was the first non-rented home of my life. Also, now today we're starting to renovate our 108-year-old painted lady. But more important than boring practicality, even though I'm an accountant, is the soul of my city and my neighborhood and my house. Our house was one of the first in our area to be rebuilt after the great earthquake and fire. In true San Francisco style, the owners picked themselves up, cleared rubble, and rebuilt their house in 1906. For the next 65 years, our house was rented to local workers and took in boarders. In the 70s, Lauriane Vignier, a local artist who ran Noir Enamel Works next door, bought our house. She joined the yards of her home, the factory, and our house to have ocelots, because she was the priestess of Isis, and so she needed to have ocelots. She also remodeled our upper flat with friends to create the Temple of Isis, which was a very 70s pad and apparently had some very interesting parties in its day. We bought our house from her. When I share my home, I share my love of San Francisco with visitors to new transplants and honor the history of San Francisco and my house, which has welcomed workers, new transplants, and artists for 108 years. I get to be the Mrs. Madrigal I always saw myself being. And I'm honoring the history of my town that welcomes weirdos and outcasts, ostracized from their own homes, and gives them a true place that's safe to call home.
Hi, my name is Dee. I'm a native San Franciscan, born, raised, Commodore Sloat, Baptist Junior High, Lincoln, Lowell. And my story seems the same as many people here. I want to save my family home. My family had all died and gone to heaven. And I was here back in San Francisco, and as a woman of a certain age, unable to find a job. I'd made a living as a performing artist for 45 years. And when I returned here, there wasn't very many jobs for me to do. So I had to reinvent myself and recreate a new family. So Airbnb gave me a short-term rental situation. I was able to preserve my family items within my house. I didn't have to clear it out. People came in, they got to share the history of 75 years of San Francisco here. And I also got to make friends from all over the world, which was very important for me to recreate a family. On the west side, I got to open up a whole neighborhood to people from all over the world, bringing back West Portal alive to all the restaurants, down to Sigmund Stern Grove, over to the zoo, and, down to Ocean Beach. The West Side is a wonderful place. West Porthole, being the West Porthole of San Francisco, very important part of the city. I do support the taxes, which Airbnb is working on with you to figure out how to pay. I support the insurance part of it. I also, thank you. I have to say goodbye now.
You have 25 seconds.
25 seconds to sum it up. I am opposed to the public registry, as I don't even put in my address. I look out, Airbnb has a verification, and so do the others, so that I look out my window, I give them an intersection, I can match their face to what is there. I don't want a public registry. I don't want people to know where I live. And the maximum days would definitely, I would not be able to afford to stay. Thank you.
Good evening. True market economies have multiple players entrance into the economy, and this is just another piece of that. Our economy growing up and becoming technology feasible. And I've done quite a bit of work with the SEC in peer-to-peer lending. We've seen that it works. Peer-to-peer lending or peer-to-peer ride sharing, and then in this case, peer-to-peer home sharing. It does work, and it brings revenue, not only revenue, but I think goodwill, to the city. And a little bit about, my background is, we did a lot of work with the SEC with a company here in the city that that wouldn't have the type of support that it would have had without some of the commissioners in California. And that was very important for us in pushing along that legislation through the United States government. And I think that's something that if we're a truly progressive city and think about ourselves as a truly progressive city, this is just another piece of that pie, falling into place. And like people have said, this is going to happen, and it's happening right now. And so an important part of it is understanding it and being able to put controls around it and adequate controls around it, and really grasping, what are the main risk factors that are out there. And so, you hear different horror stories and things like that about different people's experiences, and you hear some really good things. And I wouldn't let the couple of the bad apples, spoil a good piece of legislation as long as it is formed correctly. Thanks.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you so much for letting me come up here and speak to you about home sharing. My name is V, and I'm also a host with Airbnb, and I've been hosting since 2012. Have never had any complaints from my neighbors or anybody in my community, saying that they had any bad experience with people coming in and out of my house. One of the things that, I don't know if you're familiar with Airbnb, but one of the things that is great about Airbnb is that you get to read the reviews before you accept the reservation for each guest. So you can be very discreet about who you take. And that way is appropriate for your community, is appropriate for your neighbors. And so being in a community out in the outer Sunset, I'm very, very concerned because of the fact that there are kids around and people are living in their homes and they come home from work. So when I pick the guests, I always pick the ones that know that they're coming into a place, surrounded by people living there. Okay, it's not a commercial district, it's not a hotel. And without Airbnb, I would not be able to stay in my home. As you know, property tax in San Francisco is really high. I'm paying $9,000 a year for my property tax. And with Airbnb, I'm able to keep my home. I'm able to meet, great people from all around the world. I've hosted, people that are coming over to San Francisco after they have found a job and they needed a place to temporarily stay while they're looking for a permanent home. So it's not just for people who are traveling leisurely, it's also for people who are looking for a place to live. Okay, so I really implore you to please, let us continue doing what we do. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Janann New, and I'm here tonight representing the San Francisco Apartment Association, which represents rental housing owners and providers here in San Francisco. I, too, like many of you, live here, and I've also been sitting here listening to this testimony since about 2:45 today, so I know you're tired. I'll be brief. The only thing I really heard tonight that anybody agreed on was that single-family homeowners that want to rent out a room in the homes that they live in for extra income should probably be allowed to do that. That's the only thing I think that this group here would agree with. Everything else is up in the air, and I just want to alert you to one thing that I find glaring in all of this. There's a 30-day rule in San Francisco that no one can rent a dwelling unit for less than 30 days. So none of my owners can rent a dwelling unit out to someone for less than 30 days. However, we're allowing tenants to rent dwelling units out for less than 30 days. And I just want to bring to your attention that this could really jeopardize the entire rent control ordinance, because I don't know any court in the nation that's going to look at this as a fair application of the rent control law. So I just think that this esteemed body should not be burdened with making a decision this evening on this complex piece of legislation. And other cities in our country, New Orleans for one, which I had the privilege to travel to this summer, has established a citywide task force made up of owners and tenants and hotel people and city officials to examine this law and come to a conclusion on how travel websites should be governed. So I really think that we in San Francisco, whether it's you or the mayor's office, should do something similar, because it's just way too complicated to decide this evening. Thank you so much.
Is there any additional public comment?
Hi, my name is Agnieszka. I moved here to San Francisco 14 years ago now, and I've been using Airbnb. I grew up in Europe, so I've traveled using home sharing in France, Italy, Sweden. It's an old tradition. It's been there for years before Airbnb even existed. So we've heard some scare tactics about it's not safe, it's this or that. It's simply not true. It's been around for a very long time. And I live in the Mission, so I deal with residential hotels, and they are much more unsafe, and their residents are much more unruly than my guests that I get from Airbnb. So I wanted mostly to make a moral case about how I should be allowed to do that without any time limit. I like the legislation, I like the tax, but limiting the number of days, I don't think it's fair. I went to an expensive school. I have tens of thousands of dollars in student loans, and being able to rent my unit full time when I travel just helps me to pay for school. Otherwise, I would have to get a job as a waitress, and I could not paint anymore. I went to Academy of Art University, so I have a lot of loans to pay off. And I hear all the time here comments about tenants' rights and how we have to preserve, stock for the tenants. But I have my rights too. And again, I work 12 hours a day. I paint every day. I put my whole soul into it, and I'm not sure why I should have to forgo my rights to provide housing for other people. I just think it's extremely unfair and just unjust. And one more thing. People who come stay with me from Airbnb, they are not people who would be staying at hotels. It's a different group. There are people who would not be able to come and afford, staying at a Hyatt for 10 days. So I think that issue is also like the red herring. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, my name is Brad Paul, and I wasn't planning on speaking today. I was actually here for a mid-market Tenderloin CAC meeting that I sit on, but I got to hear a little bit of the last few pieces of testimony, and I think we have to focus on the big picture. The mayor has a proposal to build 30,000 units of housing, a third of them affordable, and we are all doing everything we can to make that happen. But the net increase or decrease in housing is the real issue here. And if we build 1,000 units a year or 5,000 units a year, but we lose 2,000 or 3,000 units a year to Airbnb or other kinds of conversions, we're not going to reach that goal. I have friends and relatives who rent on Vrbo and Airbnb, and they do it for a weekend every 3 months. They do it for a week when they go on vacation. And I think that that is something that makes sense. But whether a unit is a primary residence for someone or not is the key issue here. If somebody is just buying up a building and renting out all 6 units in there on Airbnb, that's a loss of 6 units of housing. And as the Chronicle story recently showed, that's beginning to happen. And if you can make far more money doing that than you can renting those units out to residents, more and more of it will happen. There are only a few ways to control that, and one of them is to limit the number of days a year you can do that. And I would argue that I believe your staff is recommending 90 days. That seems like a fair number, because I just did the math, and if you do 90 days times $100 a night, that's $9,000. That pays one of the last speaker's property taxes. If you rent out at $200 a night, that's about $18,000 a year. That's going to pay a lot of student loans and property taxes. When you start letting people rent out for 180 days, where half the time they're not living there, that's not a primary residence. That's a loss of a unit of housing. And it's going to be hard to monitor. So I think you have to be very careful in how you do this, and I would urge you to take your time, because we can't be losing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of residential units so that some people can turn them into hotels. That doesn't mean that people shouldn't be able to rent out for a week or a weekend to make some extra money or to trade and be able to afford a vacation. But I think you have to put limits on how many days a year you can do this. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, public comment is closed and opening up to commissioners. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. That may be a record. I'm trying to think back to the Home Depot discussion or others that have had a lot of testimony, but I'll have to ask staff if it was the longest time. But very interesting discussion, and I thought it was very well grounded. And we have a global reality here, as people have pointed out, that, I heard that just using one platform, Airbnb, as an example, they have more rooms for rent worldwide than any of the large hotel chains now, Hilton or Sheraton or Marriott. So it is here, and it's not going to go away. And the key for us is to regulate this in a way. Everyone tonight has had no objection to the taxes, which should be there, and we should be able to benefit from this activity which is going on in our city, and use those taxes for, someone suggested affordable housing, which certainly would be a very good use of the taxes. But I think that if this is done in the right manner, it could be very beneficial and help us solve many of the problems we have in San Francisco. I have experience with this. A number of people talked about experiences in Europe, and actually when I visited Europe my only time in 1972, my wife and I had a very limited amount of money long before credit cards, so we almost entirely stayed in people's homes. The way it was done in those days was you went to the train station and you looked on the bulletin board, and there'd be Zimmer free if it was in a German speaking, and you called them up and they said, come on over, and you went there and you stayed in their house, and it helped us to make the trip and be able to afford it. But, you know, there's all sorts of different things that go on, but now with the platforms that exist, it allows this thing to happen without having to go to the train station. So I think it's a it allows people to stay in San Francisco at rates they can afford, where they may not be able to afford the hotel rates. So I think it's important that this option be there. And on the west side of town where I live, there are almost no hotels. There are no bed and breakfasts. There are very few places for people to stay if they're don't have the availability to be able to rent in people's homes. So I think many of the people spoke about fears that there are units being taken off the market and used entirely for short-term rentals. Well, that's not what we're really addressing with this legislation, but what we do is when we get this legislation in place, then those types of rentals would not be compliant anymore, because for everything I've read in President Chu's legislation, as well as what staff has put before us, always requires that there be a tenant, an owner or a tenant as the primary residence, and then they are subletting their unit, either additional space within the unit or their unit themselves for a certain period of time. So, and anyone who any situation where there is not a resident in place would be in violation of this ordinance. So I think this is a step to address the problem that everybody's talking about losing long-term rental units, because they would be in violation if we pass something along these lines. I have a few thoughts on the various parts of the proposal. I don't think anybody disagrees with the fact that permanent SF resident is 275 days a year. I mean, nobody has any arguments with that, and that sounds like a reasonable thing. Registration, I think, has to be with the city. There has to be an assignment of a number. There has to be an address. But this should remain confidential as far as who the people are. There are lots of things we file with government, like tax returns, which remain confidential. And just because it's something that's filed, but they know where we are, and if we're in violation, they know where to get us. And I'm sure that this could be the same way. And those wanting to complain about a particular property would certainly be able to look up the address and check the registration number that corresponds, and then they could file their complaint. But we don't have to have everybody's names publicly all over the place. Another issue that was not discussed today, but it is mentioned in the legislation, is who may sue and who may not sue. I think it's cities going on down the wrong road to try to address that sort of thing. I mean, there are laws, and the courts will decide whether a lawsuit is a valid one or not, and trying to dictate who is allowed to file suit is not the right way to go. I think we should be silent on that. We have to, of course, ask for documents to establish the permanent residency. Registration fees are kind of a tricky one. There was talk about it being $50, not to exceed $100. I think we're going to have to make the whole thing work where we have enough revenue generated from this part of it to allow for regulation, enforcement, and inspection. Now, some of this obviously could come from the hotel tax that the platforms will be paying, but I mean, I think that we have to look at that amount carefully to make sure it's adequate amount to be able to pay for the enforcement. I think we should allow unlimited rental in single-family homes when the host is present. It doesn't, and 90 days maximum when they're not present, because, if they're there 275 days a year as permanent residents, there would be a period of time when they're not. For those people who did speak, a few people from the single-family neighborhoods came and objected to it, but I think that, this is a use that if it's properly policed, it should be much less disruptive than what I see in many of the western neighborhoods where whole houses have been taken over for student housing or other activities that are questionable ones. Many illegal ones are going on, and we all know about those. So I think that, if we have something that is where there is an owner there, the majority of the time, and we have registration, and we can police this, I think it's won't be very disruptive. In terms of the years of records kept, I think they had asked for 2 years of records after the laws passed. I'd actually advocate for more. I think it's not unreasonable to keep 3 years of records and make sure those are filed on a basis, and they'd also have to be filed with the platform. In fact, I think that this whole system should go through a platform because it's going to help you with the liability situation. I mean, there may be a case where someone could rent their home or a room in their home independently, but I think that is, more the model of the bed and breakfast where they'd have to, do it independently. But if you're going through a platform, it may help some of our liability problems because you have a way to police them through the platform and make sure that, things are being done the right way. So I think that would make a lot of sense. And insurance was another issue that was brought up, and I think that it's going to have to be a significant amount. It may have to be over $1 million liability where it is today. One person came and spoke who was with an insurance firm and talked about a master policy, a commercial policy that might be able to be written with the help of the particular platform they're working through, and would spread the liability, and you certainly would have deep pockets, so it would not be just the individual homeowner who would be the liable party, but it would be spread to the platform too. So I think that might be a way to do that. I think on the amount that renters can charge, if renters are allowed, and I'll speak more to that, I think that has to be something that has to be negotiated with the landlord. I don't think that this city should be silent upon that amount. It will have to be negotiated because it would absolutely, for my vote, be necessary that any renter would have to obtain written permission, preferably as part of the lease from the owner, to be able to have short-term rentals in the building. It just makes no sense with all the restrictions we put on owners. We have and let renters just do whatever they want to. I think it may help them, but they have to get the permission from the landlord. And perhaps in buildings with multiple units, there might even be a case made that, the other tenants within, let's say, the 6-unit building would have to be consultant, and they might, I wouldn't say that they would all have to be agreeable, but I certainly think it would be a courtesy that other tenants would know about it, and the landlord would take their opinions into his consideration before granting the ability to do this. Rental platforms should collect and remit the hotel tax at the time that the rental is made, and I'm sure I've talked to one of them, and they're certainly willing to do that. And I think there has been some legislation that's been passed in Portland. It would be instructive for us to find out what they did in Portland and see how that's working up there. Whether the planning department or building inspection does the enforcement doesn't matter to me. I think planning's fine, but it just would be the two departments to figure out what would be the most appropriate place for that to be done. Rentals in condominium situations are a little more difficult. I think if there are condo units that are being sublet, then I think that the HOA has to allow for this, the homeowners association. And if they don't allow it, then they wouldn't be able to do it. As far as the amount of time that they'd be able to do it, I would be supportive of, up to 180 days for them to do it as long as it's a hosted situation. I mean, if they've got an extra room in their place, then they should be able to use that extra room for a considerable amount of the year, and possibly up to 90 days if they're not there, because, again, it allows them to make their payments and pay their taxes and do a lot of other things, but they still have to be the primary tenant. They're not taking any space away from anybody if they're using a spare bedroom. And nobody's going to rent something to somebody for a 90-day period, except under certain circumstances. That would be a short-term rental anyway. Violations, I think there is some. I asked some of the staff for the amounts, and I think that was not really certain what we were going to be charging, but I think there was $400, was that right, the first time around, and then it jumps up to $1,000 if there's a second violation. Well, I would say that would be the least amount. I think we have to put some teeth in this thing to really make it very clear that we will not tolerate, not following the laws. I think, and also on this whole thing with the landlord, I think it would be in, if it's in a lease and it's written and there's a term to the lease, then it would have to be allowed for the term of the lease. If it isn't in a lease, then I think if it's a month to month, I think the landlord could revoke it at will. But I mean, it just depends how it's structured. It's a private agreement between the parties involved, and it's something that they have to do. But there has to be something there. And then, of course, tracking the rental history of the unit is fine with me. And also in neighborhoods that have CC&Rs, many neighborhoods have CC&Rs. I think the exception to someone renting a single-family unit for any period of time they want to would have to be allowed in the CC&Rs of, let's say, St. Francis Wood or any one of a number of neighborhoods that have CC&Rs. And then I think the idea of I don't know if we're going to get through this today. I don't know if we're going to make a decision, but I would be supportive of, some kind of a workshop, or certainly staff working with the supervisor's office, with other stakeholders over a period of 90 days, and if that's okay with the supervisor's office, and then bring it back with some sort of a new recommendation, because I think staff's recommendation limiting the days to 90 is not, especially for single-family homes, is not something that would address what people are trying to do. So those are my main thoughts on the situation, and I'm very supportive of trying to get something done, because we're never going to control the situation till we have some sort of legislation in place.
Commissioner Hillis.
So thank you all for coming and testifying. Unfortunately, we're going to have to be out of here by 8 because I've rented this room to a family from Germany. They're Ubering from the airport right now. So, but thank you. I think it's helpful to hear from folks on all sides of this issue. I agree with Commissioner Antonini. I mean, this started on bulletin boards. It's moved to Craigslist and VRBO and now Airbnb. It's not going to stop. I mean, if we don't do anything, it's still going to continue on and happen. People like this form of visiting and staying in places. I've used it myself in Turkey. It was helpful. It was great. It allowed my family of 5 to stay in a neighborhood. I don't always do it, but I think it's useful. I applaud Supervisor Chu for taking this on, because I think it's got to be. It's easy for us to just kind of duck or punt on this or move on or wait till we get it perfect. But people are renting their spaces now. I think it's important that we start collecting revenue and start regulating it. So there's 3 things I think are important globally. 1, to generate revenue and tax it, and I think a lot of people spoke on that, and I think that's important, which isn't part of this ordinance, but I think Airbnb has agreed to do that or is working with it. It's part of this ordinance, yeah. Second is prohibit units from being taken off the market and permanently taken off the market, and entire units being used for Airbnb or short-term rental units. And I think the limit of 90 days does that. The key will be enforcement. And then also to limit it globally so it doesn't have a big impact on neighborhood character. I mean, that's kind of my lens in looking at this, the 3 kind of important policy issues. So the issues that came up, and I've got a question for staff, is one on the single-family rental. There was confusion as to whether and there was confusion as to whether it applies to single families or it doesn't.
We feel that it's not clear in the ordinance, and we want to make it specific that it does apply to single-family homes.
And I'm supportive of that, and I think your recommendation to have it apply and have the same rules apply as it would apply to a condominium or other units be important, and I think I support that recommendation. The other issue that came up a little bit was kind of why, and this is a bit technical, like why in the admin code and why don't we amend the planning code to do this more of like as an accessory use instead of in the admin code?
I believe we didn't exactly spell that out perfectly, but that is our intention, to put it in the planning code. And all likelihood, if it was in the planning code, we would consider it an accessory use to a residential unit. There are other ways to do it, but that seems the most logical way, in the way our controls are already formed. So.
Okay. And I think that would make sense.
And if I may add, that coincides with our recommendation that the planning department be the enforcement agency, and if it's in the planning code, that makes
So that would move the language from the admin code and into the planning code. I think that's important. The issue came up about SROs and inclusionary units in in-law units. Did you look at that at all or have an opinion on kind of?
The issue of inclusionary units didn't really come up, but it's certainly something that I think was important to get through this discussion. SROs, I believe, are regulated under the admin code in Section 41 and would not be covered under this. So I don't believe they would be allowed to do short-term rentals with that. And Scott is shaking his head, so that's correct.
I think that's important that SROs aren't included in this. I'm kind of two minds on the inclusionary units. I mean, you know, I think someone who goes on vacation and wants to rent their unit out for 2 weeks, I don't see a problem with that they're in kind of a subsidized, quote unquote, subsidized unit. I don't think really matters, but I kind of get the point that was raised about inclusionary units. I don't know where I stand on that necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, just because they're an inclusionary housing out unit, does that mean they shouldn't be able to rent their home? Also, some people buy inclusionary units,
right.
So they actually own the unit.
Right.
So.
Okay. So I think it's important that SROs are called out, and that's good that's clarified. Then the hosted versus non-hosted kind of limits, and Supervisor Chu's legislation didn't have any limit on the non-hosted number on the hosted, but had limits on the non-hosted, and in the staff is recommending limits on both be the same. I think there should be limits on the hosted. I don't know if it's the same, 90 days, 180 days feels better to me based on some of the testimony we heard. I mean, I think that's what we want to promote, is that kind of the one room in a house, where someone's moved out and they're kind of using that periodically. Again, I think it's hard to enforce. That's going to be hard to kind of figure out who's hosting and who's not hosting in this.
Yeah, I think our big concern about that was because it was so ambiguous, it would have basically allowed anyone to operate a bed and breakfast without any controls. And right now, you can operate a bed and breakfast in most neighborhoods, but you need a conditional use for it. So the people that were up here saying, I have these rooms in my home and I like to rent them out, well, they could do that right now in the planning code. They could get a conditional use, and they could get a conditional use to operate an inn with less than 5 rooms. So there is an avenue for that already.
Yeah, although I think maybe there's a cap on the number of rooms you also can kind of.
It depends on the zoning district. And actually, as an example, on July 24th, the Planning Commission, I think, unanimously approved a project that was at 1257 Guerrero. It was Noe's Nest B&B.
Right.
This was owner occupied, and they had 5 rooms dedicated as a hotel use. It's something that had been operating illegally, but they came in to legalize, and they had full neighborhood support.
Right, which feels a little different to me than someone leasing a room in their house. Their kids have gone, they're empty nesters. I mean, I get it, they could do that, but providing kind of an easier avenue to do that, I wouldn't consider some of the testimony we've heard to be, equivalent to kind of Noe's Nest. Certainly, they could take that and do it in 5 rooms and kind of skirt the CU process for that. So maybe not only there's a limit on the number of days, but there's a limit on kind of the size. Like it can't be more than 2 rooms in a house if it's hosted.
Portland, I think 2 weeks ago or a week ago, passed one that it didn't touch multi-unit buildings. It only touched single-family homes, and they limited it to 2 rooms.
Yeah.
So it seems they were grappling with that issue as well. But again, they didn't deal with the rest of their housing stock or the other issues. They just focused on that one issue.
Right. And I think that's an interesting concept. Then the last kind of issue I think is a major one is kind of reporting and enforcement. So walk us through how you think this is going to work. So I want to Airbnb my room, that my kids moved out. I want to start doing this. Would I get a permit? I would come down to the planning department. I get a permit. How would it work?
Well, we don't envision it as a permit per se, but that you sign up on a registry. Since it would be considered more of an accessory use, you tend to not need permits for those. Some you do, some you don't. And then that would just indicate to us that you are doing this activity in your home, and would set up the mechanism to have the short-term rental agencies report how many nights your unit was rented so that we could track it. It's more of just a way to know who's doing it and how many nights they're doing it so that we can ensure that they are complying with the law.
So they would file to be on the registry or whatever process that is. That would appear on the property information.
Right, like all other permits in the city, part of our recommendation was to have this also appear under the list of permits or in the city that are for that property. So even on commercial buildings, they show miscellaneous permits. They show re-roofing permits. They show electrical permits. They're all accessible on our website
and searchable by address.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's important too, that it shows up much. I mean, people are used to going to the property information map and looking to see what permits have been filed in their neighborhood. So I think that's a way. I like that way of doing it, that it would show up in there. But then who would report how many nights, they've had guests in there?
Our recommendation is for the hosting platforms to give us that information. We feel that it should be their responsibility, and that way we're not relying on the homeowner or the resident to do that.
And is that that's a recommendation from you? Yeah, and I think that's important too, that there is some, because I think enforcement is going to be the key, and it's going to be difficult, but if you're getting reporting from the hosting platforms that tell you addresses and how many nights a certain unit is rented.
That information we wouldn't make that available on our website. That would be internal. Anything that we have though is sunshineable, so actually any registry or anything someone could actually request, but we wouldn't make it easily accessible on the website.
And how would we know somebody's renting without a permit or without being on the registry? That would just be a matter of matching the data from the hosting agencies with what's being reported?
Right. So one of our recommendations is for when you list a property on one of these sites, you have to put your registration number so that we know that. So when we do a spot check or we're monitoring these sites, we can see if someone doesn't have that registration number, and then if they don't, then we can try to correct that situation.
Right. And again, I think it's key to get data from the hosting agencies, or else we're just kind of surfing their platforms to try to figure out who's doing it, who's not doing it, which I don't think is productive. I mean, there's easy ways to kind of figure this out if people are cooperative and the data is forthcoming to the city. And it doesn't necessarily have to be public, but I think that is important to get. And then, sorry, there was one final issue, the issue about kind of landlord-tenant, how that works with landlords and tenants. And I imagine most current leases have a no subletting provision. And I don't know if you check with the rent board, would this fall under, I mean, if somebody were to do this for 10 days or 14 days, would this fall under a no subletting provision?
We haven't really gotten a clear answer from that. I don't know if Kate has an answer for that, but I guess we assume that if it does have a no subleasing clause, then you're not allowed to do short-term rental. But again, that's a contract between the renter and the landlord, and the planning department doesn't get involved in that transaction. So if the landlord says no short-term rental, no matter what is permitted in the city, they're not allowed to do it.
The planning code does not supersede any contractual obligations that exist between the lessor and the lessee or any of the CCNRs. So this legislation would not supersede any of those other restrictions which may already be in place. Those obligations are not enforceable by the city, but they would be by the private parties per the term of their contracts. And maybe I just wanted to clarify, too, about the searchability of our website. So you can search by property.
Right.
You can't go and search by, tenant name or owner name. In terms of the information that is available, that's something that can be discussed further. Now when you go to the website and look up a permit, you see the permit number, a description of the permit, what the work is. There's a question about how much information is shown. I mean, it's a standard condition of approval on conditional uses that you have a community liaison information. Maybe that is something, and that's something that was, I think, raised during public comment, maybe that is useful information to have, because if someone does have a complaint about someone using a short-term rental on a property, and they can go to the website, see, well, they are authorized as a short-term rental, but I have concerns about how this is going on. If there's contact information that's easily available, that may be something to consider. But definitely the question about how much information is publicly available is something we can have further discussions about.
Right. But just back to that kind of the landlord-tenant issue for a minute. If somebody was to go to DBI and want to file a kitchen remodel permit, does that have to be the owner? Could a tenant go file their own kitchen remodel permit, or does that have to be?
So I think there's some nuances to that. Generally, you do have to have the authorization of the property owner in order to pull a permit, but I think that there are some agency issues as well, like an architect may have the ability to go and pull a permit. I mean, that there are some nuances to that. I think as a general statement, it would be the property owner and having owner authorization for the permit.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so, I mean, that one, I think most leases aren't going to allow it. So us allowing it with kind of without landlord permission, I think is just throwing this back into kind of a legal issue between the landlord and tenant, and maybe kind of punting it to the rent board or whomever is going to govern it. So I don't know. I mean, that one is I think it's a tricky issue.
I guess one concern I would have is if that information wasn't correct, like they had forged that document or something, and whether or not we would be responsible because we determined that it was okay. I mean, there's just some enforcement with
right,
that.
but you don't know if somebody comes and files a permit, whether they're the owner or not, even if it's the owner.
Probably more
Right.
of incentive with this, but
Okay. Well, I mean, I know we've been here a long time. I think it's important to kind of move this on with our recommendation. We've heard a lot of testimony. I think your analysis of this has been great. So, I'm kind of prepared to discuss this more and move it on.
Okay. Well, I think based by the length of comments that both commissioners just made, I was kind of prepared and hopeful to move this on as well. But there's so many hanging pieces to this that I'm not sure if it's there. And I really applaud Supervisor Chu for trying to take this on. But it's kind of like grabbing spaghetti. You got some of them are hanging, and there's some slip through. And as one speaker said, I think we would benefit from maybe finding out some of the legal questions about insurance, about subletting, subleasing. And I realize that we don't supersede contractual relationships between tenants and landlords. I understand that. But if something were to happen on the insurance side, who's really liable? But let me go through my list because it's long as well, and it's almost 5 hours old, so who knows what order it's in. Disruptive innovation, that's the mantra of all the app builders, trying to discover something new that brings something to market or approaches market in a different way and disrupts it. I think this is absolutely one of the reasons why Airbnb and others are successful, is they've successfully done that and done that to us as well. This is I think a slippery slope in some cases, but I want to be clear. I want to try to see this get somewhere. Ryokans, I love the idea of the shared economy and shared space. Ryokans was introduced to me fairly recently in Japan. This is not something new to San Francisco. It's not something new to America. It's been around for thousands of years, where a weary traveler or a warrior came down the trail and needed somewhere to stay, and someone who had an extra room would lease that out to him. So I think that is here to stay. It's been around. It's not absolutely something brand new, and I think we should spend the time and energy to try to solve this problem and think it through carefully. I start to think about how taxi cabs were in opposition of Uber when they first came on site. And, it was sort of theirs to lose. And I think some very careful thought about how to bring Uber, Sidecar, Lyft into the city and work with taxi cabs is kind of a precursor to maybe how we approach this one. I had some question initially and some frustration about trying to get some idea about scope. And I don't mean to pick on any particular platform here, but when I asked the question specific to them, how many units are actually how many beds are being slept in tonight versus how many are available? I know the planning department did a lot of research to find out how many are available. We have 33 hotel rooms in San Francisco tonight. Maybe 80%, maybe 90% of them are slept in. Apparently, there are 5,000 rooms of Airbnb units available tonight. How many are being slept in? I still haven't been able to figure that out. I've asked the question to several different people and haven't been able to find it out, which lends me to kind of believe, how are the platforms, how honest and forthright are they going to be about reporting? This points to me that we still have a shortage of hotels in San Francisco. We heard an information on about expansion for Moscone Center. Hopefully we do approve it. I think that's the right thing for San Francisco to expand our convention center. But there's clearly a shortage of hotels. I have many friends who are hoteliers. They benefit from the price and the rate and the occupancy, but that also is, I think, driving this as well. Very interestingly, speaking of that, about 5 years ago, I was part of the group that formed the Tourism Improvement District in San Francisco, and that really is a voluntary assessment by hotels to put additional funds together to help improve, in fact, Moscone Center. When I asked about it, we were talking about it, I said, well, what about VRBO? And someone very clearly said, no, don't worry, that won't have very much traction. And so I bring it up not as a knock, but I think that here we are trying to set some policy collectively that we need to think about what the next thing is and try to cover our bases for the future, which we don't really know what it is. Landlords spend a lot of time screening their tenants for safety reasons, for credit reasons, and I feel very strongly that landlords should have the consent or at least the notification of which of their tenants is doing short-term vacation rental. I think it's fair to the landlord. I think it's a safety issue. One speaker I think was very interesting when she said, well, she was actually opposed to a registry because she doesn't want anyone seeing the inside of her apartment or knowing exactly where she lives. Well, the landlord should have the same right. The landlord should know who's coming into their building, if in fact they're living in the building, or maybe not even, who's coming into the building at 2 a.m. and how often. I think that's a right. I think it's a courtesy to property owners. I think it's a courtesy to San Franciscans who reinvest in San Francisco, which is not cheap. And, for those who own properties, there's a fine margin, a thin margin there. Yeah, again, I think there's some legal questions around insurance. And I think that the host, while I really do appreciate and think that some of the stories are really fascinating, and to some degree, Airbnb has maybe saved some lives, which I think is great. But I think that they need to absorb some of the risks, and share some of the risks. If there's a trip and fall in a building, that landlord's going to get named on that lawsuit. I'm not a lawyer. I don't profess to be. I don't think anyone sitting up here is, and partially why I think that this takes a little more serious look and serious thought before throwing something out there. And that's not a knock on the proposed. I think it's a really good attempt to try to grab a lot of different things in one piece. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I respond to a couple things that have been raised? And be happy to engage in a little conversation.
Typically we don't, but because we want to get the thought going. But if you want to just take some note, maybe if there's collective thought after we go through.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who made public comment and has been here for so long. I love how my first 3 meetings have been fantastic. Okay, so I agree with Commissioner Antonini. I hope that we can come to some conclusion tonight. I don't know that we'll be able to because, as Commissioner Fong said, there's so many sort of dangling spaghetti that I don't know, and all of them are interrelated. So if you change one thing, like are we going to decouple hosted from non-hosting rentals, it changes how you feel about other things, like should we regulate single-family homes. So there's so much here. I think that we hopefully maybe can do a little bit more work on it, but I want to respect, Supervisor Chu and all the work that he's done, and also, his right to do what he wants with his legislation. So I think it behooves on us to get our ideas out as much as we can tonight and see what we can come up with. So I just have, again, a list, and hopefully this will be first and last time I talk, and maybe we can come to some sort of conclusions after this. But I want to start by saying that, I definitely believe that living units are for living. And so I think that that good thing that is good about shared housing, it allows us to get more closer to 100% utilization of housing units. You can't force anyone to rent out, particularly if they own. You can't force anyone to rent out a room if they don't want to. So if this allows, a little bit more utilization, I think it's great. So a couple things that I want to run down, and I took some notes here so I can run with it. I think that the privilege and also the responsibility of allowing the land use of a short-term rental in a property has to go with the owner and not with the tenant. I think that means that it should be the owner's responsibility to register the property, make sure that there's insurance if their current insurance doesn't cover it, and also any other changes in terms of security or whatever else they want to be able to do to get comfortable with having this land use with their property. That being said, if they want to delegate some of that to the tenant, meaning they allow their tenant to register the property or allow their tenant to actually do the listing, I'm definitely supportive of whatever language we have so that the tenants can take some of that role on themselves, including getting some of the revenue. But at the end of the day, I think that privilege and responsibility should go with the owner. And as a specific change, if we were going to do a modification to the ordinance, I think that means that we have to amend the definition of an interested party and owner as it currently reads in the ordinance so that it's very clear that it's the owner's responsibility to both register and make sure things are done, and then also their privilege as well, and they can delegate it to a tenant. The next is I would also simplify the ordinance as it relates to how we talk about how landlord-tenant contracts supersede the legislation. I also have questions about whether or not the term subleasing even applies to short-term rental, but I feel like that should be neither here nor there on whether we say that a private contract can supersede the legislation. And I think whatever language people agree on that covers short-term rentals, I don't know that it should be the purview of this ordinance, and we shouldn't get into that fight to be able to say that a private contract can supersede a legislation. I want to talk a little bit about the hosting platforms. So one thing I also want to make a change is that if I were going to do a modification or a suggested modification is that I think we need to define a universe of hosting platforms that we are actually checking. This will help with enforcement and also just clarify the universe for people. People have talked about Airbnb as sort of the lightning rod here, but as Commissioner Antonini mentioned, a note stapled to a pole can also be a hosting platform. A Facebook page could be a platform. My own personal website could be a platform. A Twitter account could be a platform. So I think we need to find ways to define what is the universe of hosting platforms that we're checking and also that we're putting into the system of them having to give us information. And I completely agree with Commissioner Hillis' suggestion that the hosting platforms, we need to find a way that if you're going to want to be a legitimate business that is a short-term rental platform, you need to give us information so that we can enforce our own laws. And so a list should actually probably be part of the enforcement mechanism, and that list can change over time as new platforms are created. The other thing about hosting platforms is that there are notification requirements in the legislation or the current legislation that say, a couple of different points that hosting platforms should be required to tell potential hosts certain things. And I think one of the things that needs to go on there is that if you are a hosting platform should say that if someone stays in your place for 31 days or more, they can potentially have tenants' rights. I think that's something that's been forgotten here. Maybe some people understand that. I don't get the sense that everyone does then. And I think that there is a shift from short-term rentals, 2-3 days here, maybe 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there, to someone being in your place for 2 months. They're now effectively your roommate, and I think that hosts need to be notified of that. I also think that in terms of insurance, the ordinance should be clarified to state that we're requiring insurance for short-term rentals and not general property insurance for the property. This will clarify the universe so that the insurance market, which is a private market, can come in and create products that will work in this marketplace. There's demand, and so insurance is a private industry, so they're going to create a product eventually that will cover this. And I think if it's clear that we are requiring insurance for short-term rentals, that in insurance, if I'm an insurance provider, that makes it easier for me to say, okay, well, maybe I only need to create some sort of rider or some sort of additional insurance product rather than reworking the terms of what we mean by property insurance. That's not an actuary, but I kind of feel like that might clarify things for people. This is next point, a little bit controversial, and then I only have 2 more, and then I'll let it go. Heard a lot about rent controlled and inclusionary units and how, and one of the controls that's in the current ordinance is to somehow, we'd have to figure out how that somehow, not allow people to collect more than they pay on a rent controlled apartment in any given month. I feel like that's hard to enforce and also present some issues as it relates to current rules under rent control legislation. So here's where I actually might suggest that we put potentially some sort of moratorium on the ability to rent BMR or rent-controlled apartments, at least until the year of the mayor's goal on creating housing, which is 2020, or until we can figure out how to square up how rent control legislation can apply with short-term rentals. I feel like that's a huge bowl of spaghetti. I don't know that we're going to come to a conclusion tonight. I want the ability of anyone who lives anywhere, rent-controlled or not, to be able to use short-term rentals, but I think it's messy to create legislation that isn't going to be consistent from day one. So maybe that's potentially an idea. And then I feel like it's going to be hard to enforce hosted rentals. How do you know I think that might be hard to enforce, so I might actually would be okay with decoupling hosted from non-hosted rentals and saying there's a cap on non-hosted rentals, but having no limit on hosted rentals just because there's no way to keep count. So if you can't keep count of something, why track it? But again, I don't have a particular policy position. It's just more, let's do whatever we can keep track of. And then again, I don't believe that a public registry should be completely public. I think that a lot of points have been made about there are ways to track the information and make it available to people who have complaints without putting people's names and faces and the pictures of their homes on a publicly available forum. So those are my main points. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Let me start with thanking Supervisor Chu for just kicking this off. This is an extremely complicated issue. It does not have a single answer. It does not have many ties in our existing legislation. It goes into areas of defining actually new uses for which we do not have precedent. Short-term rental is by itself not a category which we have anywhere in land use language. My question is, given everything we heard today, is short-term rental and home sharing a residential or a commercial activity? By asking that basic question, we would need to find a crossover between 2 different pieces in the code by which we are addressing the commercial aspects of residential in either code. And I think by categorically redefining residential, we're doing ourselves a great disfavor, because just in simple planning language, land use is categorized by 5 basic categories, of which residential in its own is a basic definition under which other categories are explained and then tied into particular laws. I agree with all the questions you have raised. I have a couple of others. I've tried to communicate them and partially discuss them with the supervisor. For your benefit, I'd like to briefly just mention a few. Let me first say that the personal stories we heard today all ring true with us, particularly as they change people's lives, as they continue to be essential for people to be able to live here. I am very open to finding ways to bring that in an acceptable code, but not at the expense of anything else we do, particularly if it is at this moment and not a regulated land use. We all together need to find a way of how it becomes acceptable, how it can be tracked, how it needs to be taxed, who is the recipient, who notifies, etc. So everything which was said here rings true with me, should stand on its own, expressed in the form of question that it was. I'm not going to restate, be pro or con, but add a couple of more questions just for your own consideration. As I said, home sharing for me is almost like a cottage industry. For your information and for those who speak about more hotels, Europe has picked up a large number of other categories which go into the lodging and rental housing. It is not as much renting rooms in individual homes, but having what's referred to as a pension, which is kind of like a bed and breakfast, and on and on and on. We might consider additional bed and breakfasts to meet the larger needs in neighborhoods if any of the restrictions on 90 or 180 days are not fulfilling what people are experiencing relative to the diversity of their neighborhoods and how they want to host people with families having visitors in town. I think it's a separate discussion, but it could tie into what we're talking about here today. What I asked President Chu is the following. To my understanding, RH1 is a very good category for short-term rental housing, particularly when it is a hosted situation similar to what we heard today. When it comes to multi-unit buildings, and in order to protect other owners or renters in the building, I think there needs to be added language similar to what a supervisor does in his in-law units, where the proposed legislation does not trump any bylaws of a building's HOA or a subdivision of HOA, such Balboa Park, for example. That way, tenants of a unit owner or the unit owner himself is less likely to run into a conflict with other unit owners in the building or subdivision if the HOA and CC&Rs prohibits rental or limits of the use of units for short-term rentals. If a unit indeed is tenant-occupied rather than owner-occupied, I think it would be of benefit that the registration is one which first requires the owner to be notified and the tenant then either gets the permission and with mutual agreement move forward, including resolving together of what additional insurance requirements need to be in place. I asked the supervisor to specifically shed some more light on condominiums, which are governed under a completely different set of laws. That's the David Sterling Act, which creates unusual requirements in terms of what condominium owners own as owners and what they own in association with each other, for which different insurance terms govern than what applies to the unit itself. So rental within those units is complicated, if not impossible. I've called my insurance company, telling them that I'm not trying to do it, but they told me there is no way. And I happen to be insured with USAA, which is a very large and reputable company, and they, at this moment, at least nationally, do not have any model which addresses it. They did speak to the fact that if the national insurance industry would start discussing it, it would still be a ways away to ever even consider it. At the moment, the answer is no. provide answers, because we will not all of a sudden all shift to one insurance company which might take on the burden in this particular city. The other question which I raised is hotel rooms stipulate maximum occupancies. Hotel rooms post exiting diagrams, hotel rooms post cost per day, etc. If a unit is rented under similar terms as a hotel, what particular parts of the code would kick in when it comes to life safety, exiting requirements, fire insurance, the presence of carbon monoxide and smoke detectors within the rooms we're using. I think there is a discussion with DBI, the fire department, the health department, to give some minimal guidance to what's required. In addition to that, I think in a hotel it's pretty clear in terms of house rules. In a revolving rental situation, I think some very basic instructions to house rules, at least how they apply in wood construction. Many Europeans have never seen wood construction in their life because houses in Europe are not built in wood construction. So the transfer of noise you have in wood construction housing is phenomenal. And most people are very innocent about it, but I think there need to be some other rules by which there is no impact on others. And I think it's just some of the basic structural issues. The question I asked the supervisor is there a cap? For example, the impact of rental in a 10-unit building is different than the impact of rental in a 2-unit building. Is there a cap of how many units in a larger building could be rented at any time? The same thing goes for a neighborhood. If in a neighborhood more than 60 or 70% of the houses all at the same time have vacation rentals, what impact does it have on the feeling of the neighborhood? These are more questions. They are perhaps noticeable, perhaps they're not. I would like us to discuss of what that means. And the last thing is, I talked about insurance, enforceability. I think that legislation needs to create a dedicated source of funding for staff, including the number of additional staff, and we need to figure out as to whether or not in some aspects of what needs to be monitored there is a joining of DBI and planning staff, even if planning takes the lead. And the mechanisms of funding need to be clearly explained, because it is not just the full-time salary of staff, but also basically the workload, et cetera, et cetera.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Ooh, 5 hours. And a lot of people have left. I'm kind of cynical about this whole thing, and you probably will catch it when I start talking here, but are there any Airbnb reps in the audience? I didn't think so. There are no VRBO or whoever they're called reps in the audience. No one from those companies came and testified, as far as I know. At least they didn't identify themselves to be associated with those, quote, platforms. Instead, they sent people and organized people here to testify before us on their personal experiences, which is fine. A lot of heartfelt stories and everything, but it seems that that's the kind of business model that they want to use to remain in the background, push people to the front, and not take responsibility for their actions. I think it's a really cynical business model. Maybe it's a disruptor's business model. I love disruptors in a certain way if they disrupt the public sector. They can disrupt computers, computing companies, they can disrupt media companies, entertainment companies, finance world. I kind of like it if they disrupt Fox News, but, you know, that's just me. Short-term rentals have been around forever. I know that they're not allowed under the code, but they've been around. People have testified that they've, rented out rooms, rented out apartments, rented out their houses for short-term purposes, and there hasn't been a big to-do about enforcement or anything. But what the disruptors have done is taken that and shoved it right back in the city's face by the impact that they've had by using people, in essence, enhancing the ability for them to break the law. So that's why we are here today. I also think that Supervisor Chu has done a tremendous amount of work on this, and the Planning Department too. I think, though, that there are some things for me that are missing, especially in terms of the kind of information we've been given to try to make some sense of the current situation. Most of what we've been told about the situation is anecdotal. We have lots of personal stories today, lots of email communications. It might be the most amount of email I've received on a single issue since I've been on the commission from both sides. But none of that has told me much in terms of hard data collection. We have overall numbers, but we don't know where these rentals are concentrated. It would have been nice to have a heat map if that's possible to do. We had one earlier that was shown to us with respect to building department, not building, but for the office allocation. We have no demographics on who these people are, where they're, what kinds of units are being located, what kinds of length of stay, what kinds of types of units, and we have no idea what the economic impact is, which I think then will, well, this does me no good now, all right? And I think the economic impact argument leads to a sequel argument. I think you have a real problem if you're going to suddenly rezone the entire city's residential units to allow commercial, which leads to issues of parking. Someone mentioned parking, that there are lots of cars on the street. So why isn't parking, I know parking isn't considered an environmental impact in the city, but there might be traffic and transportation issues if people are driving to these places. Does it put an extra burden on transit? Everyone's saying they take, all their guests take transit. So I assume all of that was taken into consideration by environmental staff, but I don't know the answer to that because I don't have information about it. Some of the specific, other specific issues which I did transmit to Supervisor Chu have to do with concerns about ADA, which were voiced earlier today. The ability to, especially in multiple family buildings, the public safety issues, exiting and fire protection. We don't really know if any of the people who are renting out rooms even have fire smoke detectors in their units. Whether or not exiting is posted, or what the path of travel is. The same kinds of things that hotels are required to provide. The other question I have is, if the legislation is passed and the residential unit is being asked, residential unit becomes registered to be able to have the accessory use or whatever we're going to be calling it, how does the building department determine whether they're using the residential code or the commercial code? I think there's a question there that has to be resolved between planning and building, and what kind of code situation exists with respect to any inspections that are done in non-commercial buildings. I think the big issue, one of the big issues is enforcement. I think it's a huge question as to how we're going to be able to enforce this particular approach. The department is currently not equipped to handle it, I don't think. I think the department enforcement is fully booked If we believe what the staff report says, it points out that the city of Austin has 3 full-time people just doing enforcement on short-term rentals. And I think that in this city, it's going to take more than that. Someone suggested at least 1 person per quadrant and maybe a supervisor. I don't know what the right ratio is, but I think that on top of any kind of registration fee or maybe part of the registration fee, there has to be an enforcement fee that's dedicated to supporting staff within the department in order to be able to enforce the ordinance itself. Also, I won't go into the insurance thing. That's all been discussed before. Let's see. Commissioner Moore and I were on the same wavelength in terms of the number of rental units in a particular building. And as she reiterated or said, there's a tremendous difference between rentals in a 2 to 5 unit building perhaps, and maybe a 10 to 20, or in a like my condo has about 180 units in it. If we allowed even 20%, that's 36 units in that one particular building alone. And I live in downtown, so and I haven't done a survey. According to this, there's nobody renting anything out in my neighborhood, but I can't believe that. And then I think just one small thing. I think that the person who's renting out the units needs to have some kind of either handout or posting that tells the person who's arriving all the rules and regulations that apply to that particular rental unit, and the registration number, any kind of exiting that might be required, and that kind of, and the rules or regulations that might apply. So those are some of my comments. I kind of like the idea, Supervisor Chu. I don't know exactly all of the meetings that you've had, throughout the community and with the various stakeholders and interested parties and the apartment associations and everybody else. But there was a suggestion from someone, I think from the apartment association, that there might be a consideration for a task force approach to the issue, which I understand from testimony is going on in New Orleans at the very moment. So that might be something else to consider, and might take some of the burden off the commission in the future. But anyway, I don't know. You might have already done enough of that work, you feel, but that might be another way to go in the ensuing months.
Commissioner Antonini.
I think one of the biggest remaining differences between staff and the President Chu's legislation is the period of time in which the sublet would be allowed. And I think what we have to do is make a distinction between an individual who may want to, on their own, lease out a room within their residence, which they own, and that may be a situation where they have to go through the conditional use for a bed and breakfast, or the other situation, the vast majority of them would be going through a platform, a recognized platform of which they would have to pay the fees to us directly from the platform. And the platform would also be responsible. And I think you'd have a lot easier time to police the whole thing. They're responsible for making sure that not only the fees are paid, but as far as hosted or non-hosted, and staff could certainly do some checks to see if they are accurate, and if it turns out they're reporting a situation where it's hosted and it isn't hosted, then they would be liable for a big fine. So I think you've got to have that intermediary in there, and I would be in favor of President Chu's legislation allowing the larger number of days, particularly if they're hosted. Everything else satisfied as far as CC&Rs and other situations, HOAs. But I think you've got to have the hammer you're going to use is on the platform, because they have the deep pockets, and you're going to regulate them, and they're going to be the ones who's going to be responsible if something isn't correct. And I just wanted to ask President Chu a question. If I may, if you could come up to the microphone. Given what we've discussed today, it looks like we're going to have a continuance, if that's okay with you, for a period of 30 days or 60 days. How long do you think it would take for you to work with staff, compile the things that you've heard tonight to be able to come back and we'd be in a position to pass a version of the legislation?
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for your patience, and as I started my comments, thank you for your endurance. When Commissioner Fong was talking about spaghetti, I was actually going to ask Director Ram if I could order pizza for all of you. Oh, you got pizza? I'll pay for it tonight if that falls under our ethics guidelines. One of the things I've realized since I have sat in exactly your seats well into the night on long hearings is I do know it's harder to make decisions when you've been sitting for a long time. So very much appreciate the sentiment. I do hope if it was possible for you to make a decision tonight or some set of decisions, I would prefer that for a number of reasons. This legislation, as you know, has been with the Planning Commission for now close to 4 months, and I would like to move this forward at the Board of Supervisors in early September. And so what I would like to ask, if you can't make a decision tonight, if you can, I'm happy for you to try, but if you can't, is for you to consider this at your next meeting or shortly thereafter. And of course, I'm happy to work with you on that. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but let me also tell you that we had asked the home sharing community to limit the number of commenters they had today. So what you saw today was actually not the hundreds of folks that wanted to testify, and I have a feeling the longer this drags out, people will want to continue to weigh in on this. So I do hope that we can resolve this sooner than later. Let me comment on a couple of items that I've heard. First of all, again, I really do want to thank Aaron and Director Ram, your staff, because I think you very thoroughly vetted a number of issues that we really appreciate from my office in pushing our thinking on this. And by and large, I think at least half the recommendations are ones that I'm happy to support right on the spot. Specifically around having the planning department be the agency in charge to really move forward on that, to grant the citation authority to the planning department around enforcement and increased penalties for violators. Again, to have online posting with registrations that drop penalties, to require registration numbers to accompany short-term rental postings. I think these are all good and appropriate ideas. And frankly, the enforcement mechanisms were the most difficult for us to think through without having the hard work of staff thinking this through with us. So very much want to just say that. And then on other issues, I'm very open to different and creative ideas, and I'd like to take a moment and go through a couple of things that have been raised. First of all, I appreciate Commissioner Sagaya's comment on the lack of data that we have from platforms and just knowing exactly what the numbers look like. I think part of the reason why it's been hard is we haven't passed any laws that govern the online hosting platforms, and that is exactly what this legislation does. Once we start doing this, we will have a sense of where in the city this is happening, how often it's happening, and so we sort of have a little bit of a catch-22. We want those numbers, but until we actually have a legal authority to ask of that, I think the faster we're able to move this legislation, the quicker we'll be able to have a bit of a sense around regulation. Part of why I was so opposed to a ballot measure approach in this area was if we had one approach, and as we all know, in order to reverse any decisions at the ballot, we'd have to go back to the ballot. And I think the legislative approach allows us to iterate so that as we learn, as we find more information, we can continue to adapt. On the question of resources, I, for one, am a big believer of making sure that departments have the resources of what you need to enforce. And the fact of the matter is, again, once we start collecting taxes, those are millions of dollars of revenue that I would first prioritize to the Planning Department, Director Ram, so that you and your staff could have the resources to do that. And I'm very happy to champion that. With other complicated legislation that we have passed, whether it be condo conversion reform or the legalization of in-laws, we moved that forward, and we were able to figure out how to set up the staff so that we could properly implement those laws. And I have no doubt in this instance, with the monies that we will see, that we could do that relatively easily. Let me talk about some of the issues that have been raised, and there have been some questions raised about the legality of things, and I want to just thank Kate Stacy from the City Attorney's Office. From my perspective, I think the questions that have been raised suggesting legal ambiguities aren't necessarily legal ambiguities. They simply involve areas that we don't have answers to, but not because we don't have legal answers, but because a market may not exist. So I'll give an example around insurance. So it was important to many parties, particularly the apartment and landlord and owner community, that if someone engaged in this activity, there ought to be insurance to cover any liabilities if anything bad were to happen. Now, let me note that unlike, say, the Lyft situation or the Uber situation, where we know if a 6-year-old pedestrian gets killed by a car in the Tenderloin, something bad has happened. We've estimated probably 100,000 instances this past year, and yet we have not heard any real horror stories or really, truly awful things that have happened. And in part, that is because these platforms, as you have heard through public comment, they're based on reputation management. So if Commissioner Johnson or Commissioner Fong, if you're a host or you're a guest, and if you've been a bad woman or a bad man as a host or a guest, everyone in the rest of the world is going to know, and that is a disincentive to bad behavior. But that being said, I was happy to put in a requirement around insurance, and let me address that. Right now, there are products that currently exist with regards to tenant or homeowner insurance that will either continue to provide general coverage or adapt to include explicit coverage of short-term rental activity, or I do know, there will be a market to create a product altogether to fill this niche. The issue is not around whether it's legal to require liability insurance. It's about whether the insurance product and when this is going to come online. Well, the fact of the matter, and I've said this publicly, until these insurance products exist, Director Ram and his staff do not have to allow anyone to register because we need to wait for the insurance market to catch up if it's going to catch up at all. And so to me, that is the appropriate check and balance to making sure there's adequate insurance. So again, it's not a legal issue around insurance. I think it's about the reality of when the market will adapt. And I think that the passage of this legislation alone will force that conversation very quickly, as I know it has been. Around the topic of landlord permission, let me say that, and I want to be very clear because our legislation has been misinterpreted by many. Our legislation, as you know, does not impact landlord-tenant leases. We deliberately made that decision. In fact, we were asked by both sides in the many months of conversations beforehand to put in clauses to either on the one hand put in provisions that the tenant community wanted to override the landlord considerations, or vice versa, which is what you're being asked to with regards to landlord permission. And as we know, the reality is, and I will just say this because I've had many conversations around this, most leases and HOA contracts already address the core of this issue. In other words, many leases, the form leases for years already have subletting provisions that dictate these rules. And so I think for the vast majority of agreements, it's already been determined. Now, that being said, again, my legislation affirms our city's non-interference with contracts, but I do understand that there might be some sentiment and a feeling that we ought to do this. Let me suggest another idea, which is there's been some conversation about whether there should be a requirement, not necessarily around landlord permission, but around landlord notification, which is a different concept. It essentially says that you need to notify your landlord if you're going to do it. Now, if it turns out that's against your contract, those tenants aren't going to do it, or they're going to have a conversation with their landlord about how to do it. But landlord permission clearly is, a major thumb on the scale on one side. I certainly appreciate the conversation. I'm open to a conversation around this. I just want to provide a different idea in this area. There's also been some conversation around certain types of housing and a suggestion that maybe we should exclude, say, SROs or LSACs or BMR units or subsidized units from what we're talking about. Let me say a few things on that. One, I absolutely am, the core tenet, as I said at the beginning of this discussion 5 hours ago, was around the preservation of affordable housing. The last thing I want to do is somehow impact or cannibalize that affordable housing. And there are a number of categories that I think it may make sense for us to consider exempting this. SROs, potentially, maybe LSACs, et cetera. But what I want to caution is against a blanket approach that somehow says because housing is less expensive, those individuals who live in that housing shouldn't have the opportunity to afford to live in San Francisco. Because essentially what you're saying is folks who live in market rate housing should be able to do this. But if you are lower income or you're a working family and you want to go away for a couple weeks, if you're away for your job, you're somehow taking away the right or an opportunity for someone to do it. I would just suggest I'd have a little caution around that. And so, and one other thing I'll just mention around potentially exempting out in-laws. If an in-law unit is not legal, no one's supposed to be living in it. If it is legal, it becomes a separate dwelling unit. And in that separate dwelling unit is supposed to live a permanent resident if you want to do this. And so I think you would treat that as you would an apartment, which is not an in-law unit. So I just ask and hope that you will think about that. Let me just close with a couple of other comments around building and fire safety. Absolutely appreciate the perspective. And I am very open to the idea that if there's a unit that's seeking permission for short-term renting, that they shouldn't have any outstanding building or fire code issues. I think that might be a way for us to address that. And then let me just close by saying, again, I just want to thank you for grappling with this. This is something that I've been grappling with, my staff has been grappling with all the various stakeholders, frankly, for the better part of 2 years. And we have brought stakeholders together, or have tried to bring stakeholders together. There are, frankly, unfortunately, a number of parties that do not want to sit down in this. And so what I tried to do in this legislation was really to create the right balance. I'd have to say I appreciate the conversation around a task force. In a city that has over 100 task force, it's often, oftentimes reform gets killed by process. And as someone who would like to resolve this sooner than later for a variety of reasons, I'd really like to try to resolve this in September. I very much hope that we can all work together in the coming weeks to get this done. So happy to answer any other questions, but again, just want to thank you.
Thank you, President Chu. And if we are unable to come up with something, you could have something ready for us within a week or with what you've outlined today. And for my purposes, I would have to have a requirement that the owner would have to give written permission for any sublet by a tenant. That's just my position for me to vote yes on it.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much, and thank you, President Chu, for giving all those comments. It's really helpful to hear your thoughts on this. I would actually be in favor of continuing just 1 week, only because I think that we're there. I've been trying to take notes on all the commissioners and the things that they said, and I think that we actually do have agreement on something that could be voted on, but there are so many. We have 9 items that the planning department has proposed, and then I've got 9 or 10 other items that would be added as modifications that other people have said that are not even listed here. So in order for me to support or not support anything, I'd have to see it all in one place, and I don't know that we can get there tonight. So I just wanted to say that. And then to Commissioner Moore had a comment about the number of units in a multifamily building and sort of having caps on that. Again, this is one of those things where I feel like there's sort of interlocking issues. If we're going to control hosted rentals as well as non-hosted rentals, then I think that takes care of itself, because if you have a 6-unit building and each one can only do 90 days out of the year, it's not always going to be, those 90 days are not going to overlap completely with each other. So you're not going to have 3 months where everybody is renting all of the time. It's going to spread itself out sort of naturally. So I think I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
So thank you for your comments. I think they're important. And I also think, one, let's know what we're doing. We're making a recommendation to the board, who's ultimately going to decide this legislation and make its own modifications and adjustments. And so this process is important. It's great that we heard from everybody, but I think we should try to come up with recommendations that we agree on. If we can't, certainly people have been here and heard this testimony, and a lot of it will be made again when this goes to the Board of Supervisors. So I'm very comfortable with all of the planning department recommendations. I think they make sense, with the exception of the limit on hosted rentals being 90 days. I think there should be a limit on hosted rentals. I'm not exactly sure where that should be, and I don't know if we even had a hearing on that again. We're going to come up with that. So, so I would recommend all of planning's recommendations. I would recommend the supervisors consider a limit on hosted rentals that could be number of days or number of rooms or a combination thereof. I think the board should consider, it should limit the SROs from doing this, which I think is in the ordinance already, and it should consider property owner consent or notification by the planning department when a non-owner wants to do this. So I think those are the major ones we talk about and should consider, because I think everybody seems to be in favor of the need for this regulation. And, I think it's important for us to make a recommendation. If we can't agree on a recommendation, agree on the points we can agree on, and recognize that the boards, and especially Supervisor Chu, has heard these comments.
Commissioner Moore.
I want to ask Supervisor to also remember that we received letters from people where homeowners had rental agreements with tenants where there was no provision based on the time when these agreements were written, which stipulated that there was no sublet. That leaves these people very vulnerable, partially because they're in no position to rewrite them. And perhaps you need to look at those letters to give us better guidance on what to do. I do believe it is a very slippery slope to and a risk to SROs. We have had great difficulties with SROs becoming short-term hotels rather than being transformed into hotel rooms. So I think the protection for SROs needs to be ironclad, should perhaps continue to be supported by nonprofits in the areas where they occur. I am not prepared to make that part of this legislation. That includes rent-controlled units and BMRs. Particularly, BMRs have public financing either from the city or from the federal government, and whatever rules apply there, I'm in no position to talk about that. I would like to restate my concern about redefining residential. I would like to suggest that until we find a middle ground of where we're not redefining residential, but we make it a subcategory, that would be, for me, a very important continued education. I like to have some really land use lawyers, some people who are registered planners from APA's American Planning Association, to talk with that as a larger national issue, not just a local issue. And I'm very, very concerned about that. I've gotten a lot of conversations about this, and I think there are experts who will help us think that through in a manner that it doesn't have detrimental consequences beyond of what we're currently doing just in response to Airbnbs.
Commissioner Hillis.
So I just want to try to put a motion on the table to see if we can get agreement on some points. In the motion would be to recommend approval with modifications, which would include all of the modifications that are suggested by the department, with the exception of the limit on hosted rentals, but that we would encourage the board to have a limit on hosted rentals that would either limit it by days or by rooms or both. That we'd encourage the board to require property owner consent or notification, that we would ensure that SROs are not covered by this, and that we would encourage the board, not as part of this ordinance, but as its budget deliberations, to provide additional resources and staffing and budget for the department to take on the enforcement.
I have a question before I second this thing. You said property owner consent or informed. It has to be either one or the other, because a property owner could say, I don't want you to sublet it, and they said, I'm doing it anyway. I'm just telling you I'm going to sublet it.
Well, I think then, because I agree with Supervisor Chu, so I would say the notification's got to come from the city. So if somebody went down, and I I could go with the consent also, but I think notification can work in that somebody files on the registry who's not the property owner, that the department kicks off a notification, much like it does in other instances, to that property owner to say, there's a request.
And then if he says no, what happens?
Well, then, the same thing if he said no under the consent, but they did it, it becomes an issue, a contractual issue between, let's not fool ourselves. Renters could still do it. Somebody who's in a rental unit could still do it, not file with the city, and it's going to end up, kind of being resolved through the rent board or through legal channels with a lease.
President Chu, did you want to speak to the issue?
Well, let me first say a number of things. I very much appreciate Commissioner Hillis your attempt to pull folks together, and I think if that is the will of this body around those recommendations, obviously I will consider those recommendations very seriously. Likely adopt many of them and think through a number of them. A couple of things I just want to mention is you've heard significant concerns around privacy. On the part of hosts, and there are a number of recommendations that could potentially create some privacy and public safety issues. And so I would suggest, if you're willing to consider a friendly amendment, to include some language around, that sort of reflects the public safety and privacy concerns, so that we could work with staff to try to figure out how to not, for example, require hosts to let the world know when they're going to be on vacation and have people break into their homes. And I want to be able to have an opportunity to think through that.
That's not a requirement. So we wouldn't be posting any information related to the stays. It would be simply just a note on our system that there is a permit to allow that use at the property. We wouldn't be tracking it by number of days. There would be no way for someone to know when someone is away from that unit.
So in other words, like when I look at 2, 3, and 4, I'm just worried about the interactivity, that somehow if there's a requirement of the nights and then there's a requirement of posting up on a map of a location, that data might somehow be matched together.
But also the reporting is of dates in the past, not dates in the future.
Okay.
So the reporting would be to inform us of how many days they rented over the course of the year to when they've received the limit. So it's reporting on what's happened in the past. It wouldn't be prospective.
Okay. Well, I think the broader point is there are a lot of issues that have been asked around privacy and security, and if there's just some indication that we ought to consider those things, I think that would be helpful. On the issue of SROs, if you were to suggest that we take them out, that is something I'm absolutely willing to support. On BMRs, I would suggest there's another way in which we can think about limitations, which is we have a cap on rent control based on what the rent control rent is, and there's an idea that's come out around a similar limitation around BMRs, which is some sort of cap on what can be raised in a BMR unit. So in other words, if you have an undermarket unit, you're not making a windfall off that, and that as a concept. And so if you were to say, we don't want SROs, and for BMRs we want some limitations, or for the board to consider limitations, I'm very open to thinking about that. Of course, if the commission thinks otherwise, I'm willing to consider that as well.
Isn't one of the limitations on BMRs also the income you can have? Otherwise,
True.
you wouldn't qualify.
Yep.
So if there is like a $9,000, $10,000 gain, just like in taxation, you switch into a different income bracket. So I think we're starting to weaken of how we define BMR and what percent of medium. So BMR itself is a greatly facilitated form of assistance in housing. So how could you use that particular specialized housing to make profit of it while you are not allowing somebody who doesn't have the time or the ability not to move in and not make a profit?
Right, and the way I think about it, I think one perspective is around people making profit off this. Another perspective are of people who, again, for whatever reason, if they're away for a week, if they're away for a few weeks, and they're desperate to make their rent. I don't know if I consider that making profit, and I think if there are lower-income individuals living in those places that want the opportunity to make their rent. Now, again, if you want to exempt out BMRs, that of course I will absolutely consider that. I'm just presenting.
Just to be clear, the motion did at least the motion I put forward didn't have anything about BMRs.
It was just around SROs.
Now, I would say you may want to consider limitations
and
on further, like to make it 30 days instead of 90 days to kind of get at the vacation. But maybe it's not. So, we can amend it to say consider further limitations.
Well, if the motion doesn't have SROs, it doesn't have BMRs, then I thought
it has SROs, but not BMRs.
If I may for a minute, I think it's not unlikely that the regulations that the Mayor's Office of Housing has related to BMR units would regulate this one way or another.
That's what I
wouldn't be
understand as well.
surprised if they wouldn't even allow it, but it's worth, I mean, the Commission could recommend that you check with MOH on that issue before moving ahead.
And then if you want to add provisions around resources and staffing, again, that is something I'm happy to champion at the Board of Supervisors for the department.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to go back. I think Commissioner Chu just mentioned it, and that would be consideration given to providing the enforcement staff within the planning department through some kind of fee situation or whatever can be dreamed up to do that. The other thing I think that I didn't mention, and this will be the last thing I probably say about this, is that I think in addition to the hotel taxes, I think my suggestion would be that in the registration process that the owner, tenant, whoever is doing the rental also has to have a San Francisco business license.
Commissioners, just to be clear, there is a motion that is pending on the floor.
Yeah.
Just,
was it seconded?
Yeah, I haven't heard a second.
Okay. Anyway, I think consideration should be given during the registration process for that person who's registering to also obtain a San Francisco business license.
I realize there's a motion on the floor, and I might be willing to second it, but I'd like to maybe hear a little more, hear it run through one more time and make sure. But I want to, if you don't mind, hear Commissioner Moore's and Commissioner Johnson's thoughts.
I would have actually felt a lot better about the questions we have asked, the seriousness of the questions, the honesty of the questions, and giving ourselves at least a week to have the supervisor come back with a clear answer to all of them. I don't feel very comfortable, fully in respect to you and what you are able to do in this legislation being tweaked, but not doing it the way we often do it here, well designed by consensus. I don't think that is really what we should try to do, respecting you, but also respecting ourselves and what the public raised as questions. I would really appreciate if you would go through the questions which were heard. And that is not as much the life stories and the economic plights of those people who do need the support which we are willing to give, but those questions which speak to the structural, unanswered questions or the open-endedness of the interpretation in some of the aspects of this legislation. And some of them are very practical. They're coming from people like myself or Commissioner Sugaya, who happen to live in this still completely nebulous world of condominiums. That is basically a law which nobody understands anymore, together with the questions we have about renters, their ability with permission and with joint agreements about insurance to do it, including additional discussions with the insurance industry yourself. I'd be happy to put you on the phone with USAA to talk with them about it, so that indeed we have a realistic set of likely do's, but also a realistic understanding of some of the things which will not work. And then if we could talk to some land use lawyers about residential and changing the meaning of residential, that would be very close to my own heart.
I'll just recommend it might be best. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chu, I know that we met earlier, and a lot of my changes are really just about the language and clarifying things, so I won't burden everyone with trying to add that to the motion, but I would maybe ask Commissioner Hillis if he would consider asking, in particular in our motion, that the supervisors consider producing a mechanism to allow people to make their residents ADA accessible or to certify them as ADA accessible. This could be either for this or a future iteration of the legislation, and that could be something that would be set up and people could use in the future.
That issue, and I'm not an expert on this issue, but the challenge with ADA is that it's actually a federal law and it's enforced by the federal government, and we have no ability to enforce ADA regulations directly. So
Right. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that would be for this iteration of legislation. I think people have talked about having units be ADA accessible and being able to state that, and then maybe if we could create some sort of mechanism that people could actually do that, even if we're not enforcing it? I don't know. Like have a list of things that would make your unit ADA accessible, and if you check them off, then you can say it.
It doesn't work.
Or positive,
Doesn't
not.
work.
I just don't know if that's.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying consider maybe future iteration of legislation. And maybe Supervisor Chu will just take a note, and it's not part of the motion, and do it some other time. Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a motion there. Would you mind repeating? And I'd like to try to at least get to maybe, I think there are a handful of things that maybe some of us agree upon, and there's a handful of things that maybe we want further investigation or recommendation for the supervisor to look deeper into. Possibly, Commissioner Hillis, if you want to go through your list, and maybe there's agreement on half of them. I don't know.
Sure. Well, first, it's agreement with the 9 planning recommendations, planning staff recommendations, with the exception being that hosted rentals are not necessarily limited for 90 days, but the Board of Supervisors consider a limit on hosted rentals, either the number of days or the number of rooms or both. That this requires property owner consent or notification by the planning department. That SRO is clarified that SROs are not permitted to take advantage of this legislation. We encourage the board to add additional staff for enforcement.
No BMR.
And what about BMR?
Like
And consider limitations on BMRs with but not necessarily disallowing them from doing this.
And what about single family?
Keep the planning's recommendation that single-family residents are subject to these requirements. So they're treated no different than any other residential unit.
And would you repeat the first one with a little more clarity for me on
the hosted?
Yeah.
So the planning staff is recommending that hosted rentals be limited to 90 nights. I think we heard a lot of testimony about that. I think that's too low, especially for kind of these units that have a separate room that could be accessed. So we just encourage the board, because I think they should be limited, whether that's 180 days or 270 days, but that the board consider limitations on hosted rentals that either look at the number of days or the number of rooms or both. So it could be taking from Portland, where you limit kind of to 2 rooms. It could be a combination of 2 rooms in 90 days. But there's some limitation on hosted rentals.
So you're supporting 90 nights?
Not necessarily, no. So I'm not necessarily supporting 90 nights, but encouraging the board to come up with a limitation.
It seems like you want to modify number 8 of staff's recommendation to not say that hosted rentals are subject to the same 90-day limit, but that hosted rentals should be subject to some limit, either by a number of days or by number of rooms.
That's great.
And would you suggest that that's lower than 90 or greater than 90?
Greater than 90.
Just in greater.
Somewhere between 90 and 364.
That's the only one I have issue with.
What would you prefer?
I think it should be 90 or less.
We heard a lot of testimony from folks who had single-family rentals who had single-family homes that they were renting a room behind their garage that they could kind of have separate access to, that their kids were in before. And I thought that testimony was compelling. So that's my kind of policy rationale for that.
And I think you're separating hosted from non-hosted, right?
Yeah,
so you're saying non-hosted.
Non-hosted still, to get at, so people aren't taking units off the market. Non-hosted would have the 90-day.
If I may, staff's concern about that is operating a bed and breakfast without, a CU. But if you limit either the number of rooms or the number of days, that makes that less possible. So it still gets at the same end.
And in that motion, I apologize for this, but there are a lot of items here. Anything that you would recommend that receive further investigation, whether it's insurance or taxes or collection? the other ones that we've discussed?
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly say further investigation of insurance requirements, although I think Supervisor Chu was, had a good answer on that. Until the product is there where people can come forward and say they're insured, it can't happen.
And hosting platforms, like listing them, maybe, so that we know what we're looking at. I don't know if you support that or not.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Do you want to give
Yes,
specific?
so having the enforcement agency, whether it's planning or DBI, maintain a list of the hosting platforms that are considered a hosting platform under the legislation.
Okay, I'm going to second that. Let's see how far we get. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, the only part I may have to vote against, I like all of it, but the part about the property owner just being notified, it seems to me that the rentals could still go on by the rentor and that could be a serious problem for
Commissioner, if we could, Scott has an interesting idea about that.
This is something that we do for general advertising signs. So we do get sign companies that come in that want to remove a sign from a property. They say that they have rights to that. We notify the property owner to confirm that they've authorized that permit, and if they have 10 days to respond. If they respond that they have not authorized that application, then we don't allow it to proceed any further. So it could be when we receive a name on the registry, someone has applied for that, we give a 10-day courtesy notice to the property owner, and if they respond back within 10 days that they are not authorizing that, then we would not process the application.
So ultimately, the property owner would have the control of whether or not the sublet was allowed. I'm not sure if 10 days is a long enough period of time. I would probably say it should be.
Because in terms of the notification, I think we would want to make sure that it's something where they would just simply write back to say that they either authorize it or don't authorize it. We wouldn't want this to be something that could be brought before the commission as a discretionary review. I don't think that would be the
we don't want
venue.
that, but I would say 10 days is pretty short if somebody's on vacation or something. I'd say 30 days. It doesn't have to happen that quickly. If you're fine with that amendment,
that's fine.
30-day, and the property owner would have to grant approval for it to go forward.
That's
Not object. The property owner.
Not object, I guess, yeah, not object. But if he or she did object, then the sublet could not occur.
Is that amenable to the maker of the motion?
And
the
I'll
seconder?
second that amendment, yeah.
So, Commission, there is a motion and a second. Let me see if I got it all. To adopt a resolution for approval with modifications proposed by staff, and for the Board of Supervisors to consider the following: a limit to hosted rentals by days or rooms or both, that the property owner consent in tenant-occupied units, and or a 30-day notification with no objection, that SROs are excluded from the legislation, that budgeted funding for enforcement and that there be consideration for BMR limitations, that RH1 units are included in the legislation, that the board consider insurance requirements, and that the board consider maintaining a list of registered hosting platforms.
Just to clarify, I think it's single family, not using the term RH1, but so that single family residence would be allowed.
And that's already included in staff's recommendation, so it doesn't need to be called out separately.
Okay, then we'll strike that sixth consideration, and we're left with 7 total recommendations outside of what staff already recommended.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to remind Commissioner Hillis about the requirements for inspection conforming to the terms of what hotel occupancy requires, exiting, fire compliance, and all of those things, life safety issues.
Perhaps the condition could, or the recommendation could be that there be no code violations in the building.
But I think it's, the Department of Building Inspection that needs to make the determination about what land use category this falls under for their codes and whether or not it constitutes a change of use or occupancy under the building code and what, if any, additional requirements that may trigger. This is not a new use type. Again, this is something similar to a bed and breakfast, and so I think we would rely on the Department of Building Inspection to make the appropriate enforcement of this under their codes.
I think so. In the application for hosting, there is a requirement for disclosing maximum occupancy in order for particular safety issues to be considered. You cannot just get a permit and then put like 8 people into a room, which normally is occupied by 2 people. So there has to be disclosure about the intent and the nature of the numbers of people at a minimum. Those are all questions which I'd hope we could discuss in order to be more clear. I'd like it at least to be addressed, because we cannot just send it off without asking it.
Do you have a suggested amendment?
That is a suggested amendment.
Well, I can introduce another 14 if you want, but I'm going to vote against the motion anyway.
Okay. Why don't you try to put that into the category of to be further studied by the board and staff?
To consider life safety.
And I believe the Building Inspection Commission will still be hearing this legislation, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. The Building Commission will be considering this. They're waiting for your recommendation.
And so we can raise this at the Building Inspection Commission and ask them to consider it. And it could certainly be part of any recommendations that they make on the legislation about how their codes are enforced ultimately in the legislation.
Yeah, sorry.
So my understanding is the Citizen Advisory Committee, the BIC, it will be considering this, not the BIC itself. But one suggestion, I would be comfortable with the recommendation that any units that seek permission for short-term rentals not have outstanding building or fire codes. I mean, I think that gets at a good portion of this. And then if you want to also say we should also look into some other issues, happy to consider those absolutely as well.
Would you, just to clarify, add violations or complaints as well to that of the building?
It's a good question. I could probably use some guidance from staff on that.
Well, there's a couple different possibilities here. Certainly when we review any building permit application, we look to see if there are any outstanding planning code violations, just a screen check to see are there any complaints on the property. Then the next step would be if there's an actual physical inspection. And so when you do a condominium conversion, the Department of Building Inspection does a physical inspection to see if there are any outstanding kind of building code or unpermitted work. That would be the next level. And so maybe that kind of the appropriate process could be considered further when this is at the Board of Supervisors, what level of kind of review or inspection may be required.
So can we add to the amendment consider prohibition of short-term rentals where there's an existing building code or planning code violation?
And just as that could certainly be part to clarify that. I would say that, as a rule, we do not process permits or any applications on properties that have outstanding, at least planning code violations, but we could also, look and contact our colleagues at DBI to see if they have any outstanding complaints and only process if it's clear on their end.
But when you look up, and not to distract, but when you look up on the new permit tracking system, it lists if there are violations, outstanding, past, or open complaints, right?
Correct. That's something we can do currently. We can look on planning, and then building department has a separate website that they maintain with complaints, and we can, check either.
Okay. Commissioner Sugaya.
Yeah, that won't get at the problem, though. The issue is the current state of the building. I mean, all these buildings in San Francisco are totally not code compliant. My building's not code compliant. It's built in '82. So that isn't the issue. The issue is what's there now, and how do you get at that to assure public safety. Oh.
I heard no amendment by the maker of the motion.
I mean, I would certainly consider prohibition of short-term rentals where there's a building code violation or a planning code violation.
I'll second that amendment. Commissioner Moore, sorry.
I'm glad that we are forwarding additional questions to the Board of Supervisors. The one very pressing issue for me is still the basic redefinition of residential. That is something which is not even being responded to as a further discussion item. I think the consequences are too far-reaching for me, and if nothing else, I would love to have some consultation on that, and that's why I believe that a further discussion for ourselves, helping the rest of the Board of Supervisors with broadening our investigation would be a much more comfortable solution for me.
Shall we take a crack at this? Okay, there's a motion that has been...
Commissioner Sugai.
Yeah, what's surprising to me is that of an issue of such import to the city that we're going to try to decide a recommendation in one meeting after 5 hours of testimony.
Which is all seen.
Well, I share the same reservation, and I'm going to trust that the President's going to bring this forward and really, with some weight, understand our concerns and questions and really try to hash it out. And hopefully the other supervisors or aides that are watching this and can really kind of carry this forward. But I have the same reservation. This is a heavy decision. It's got many different moving pieces. It affects other things, and it makes me a little bit concerned as well.
So there is a motion that has been seconded, again, to adopt a resolution for approval with modifications proposed by staff and for the board to consider the following: a limit to hosted rentals by days or rooms or both, that the property owner, with property owner consent in tenant-occupied units and or a 30-day notification. SROs are excluded from the legislation, budgeted funding for enforcement, BMR limitations, insurance requirements, a list of registered hosting platforms, and prohibition of any short-term rental where a code violation exists. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
I really would like to support this. I believe it requires further discussion for me, and I cannot forward it with at this particular moment.
That's a no. Commissioner Sugaya.
No.
Commission Chair Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-2 with Commissioners Moore and Sugaya voting against. Shall we take a...
Thank you, Commissioners.
Shall we take a brief recess?
Yeah.
3 minutes.
We got to get these done.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
left off under your regular calendar, and there were 2 items that were pulled off of consent. That were placed after item 17. And that would be item 4 for case number 2013.1587C at 1459 Hyde Street, request for conditional use authorization.
Masry, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request by AT&T Mobility to allow for a conditional use authorization in order to develop a macro wireless telecommunications services facility at 1459 Hyde Street. The project site is located at the southwest corner of Hyde and Jackson Streets in the Nob Hill neighborhood. Subject property is a 3-story mixed-use development developed in 1907, featuring a ground floor market and 2 floors of residences above. Site is zoned residential mixed, medium density, and is located along the cable car line for the Hyde Street line. The proposed facility would consist of 3 primary elements. The largest equipment cabinets used for battery backup and to run the facility would be located within the ground floor room in the building. The 11 antennas would be located on the roof of the building, housed within elements intended to mimic either faux vent pipes or faux chimney boxes. And lastly, minor electronic equipment, such as radio relay units, which need to be located near the antennas, would be located on the roof as well, but at a height and setback where they would not be visible from adjacent surrounding streets or prominently visible from surrounding residences. Because the site is located in a residential building located in a residential zoning district, it is considered a disfavored location by the wireless facility siting guidelines. Therefore, the applicant was required to provide an extensive alternative site analysis determining the viability of sites that would be considered a higher preference. Community meeting was held and 9 members attended. Concerns related primarily to health concerns over RF emissions. RF report determined that the facility as proposed would meet public exposure standards and would continue to comply as conditioned. Staff has determined, based on the proposed design, that the facility would be necessary, desirable, and compatible, and would comply with the wireless guidelines and recommends approval of the project. Thank you.
Project sponsor, please.
Good evening, President Fong and the members of the Commission. My name is Mark Blakeman. I'm Regional Vice President of AT&T here in San Francisco. I'm joined today by Dane Erickson, who is an engineer with the firm of Hammett & Edison, which is a professional licensed consulting engineering firm here in the state of California. They conducted the radio frequency testing at this site, and their analysis is in your packet for your information. And also with me is Talene Agazarian, who is our project lead from Erickson, who is with the site acquisition team for this site. As Mr. Masry stated, we are seeking approval today on a conditional use permit to place up to 11 screened rooftop-mounted panel antennas on the building at 1459 Hyde Street. Again, it is a preference 7 location. We haven't done an exhaustive alternative site analysis, which is also in your packet. The site lies within the Nob Hill neighborhood along the Hyde Street cable car line and is surrounded by low-rise and mixed-use buildings to the north and east and 3-story residential buildings to the south and west. The site is necessary for AT&T to close a significant service coverage gap in its wireless network in the area, and that analysis is also in your packet. We ask for your support in approving the conditional use application before you this evening, and I'm able to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment, I have 2 speaker cards, Sonia Cantu and Lisa Kwong.
Sonia is one of our parents, and she had to leave early with her son. My name is Lisa Kwong, and I am the school principal at Spring Valley Science School. And we are a public school located about 60 feet from this proposed site where this macro wireless facility will be erected. And I'm here to speak on behalf of our 300 students, parents, and teachers who couldn't be here tonight. We would like to request the Planning Commission to issue a continuance on this project for several important reasons. First of all, the reason why no one from our school attended some of the previous meetings was that a lot of the notice was sent to us during summer vacation. There was nobody at school to receive these notices. I only found out this week upon returning to work and opening the summer mail. A few of our parents who lived in the neighborhood were very alarmed that they haven't heard about this proposed plan, and I imagine that other parents would be too. And before making any decisions, we would like to ask that the community get more accurate information. And secondly, we wonder if this location is actually the best location for this facility. We recognize that AT&T provided a site selection analysis. However, according to the analysis, this is a location preference 7 site. So it sounds like it's a very low preference level, and we're wondering why. There is a much taller residential building only 1 block away. It is a 6-story brick apartment building at 1369 High Street. Given the potential for better wireless signal coverage, we think that this building should be included in the site selection analysis as well. And lastly, we would like to request that testing of RF levels be conducted at our school location as soon as possible. According to the planning packet, locations within 69 feet of the antenna banks can experience RF levels that exceed the FCC public exposure limit, and there are classrooms that are within that range. And we are concerned that these exposures will exceed the FCC standards. Earlier this week, AT&T Mobility was asked by Mr. Omar Masri, who spoke earlier, to calculate these predicted levels at our school. However, the company refused this request. If the company refuses and is not required to do this testing until after installation, we would like to request that Patrick Fausto from the San Francisco Department of Public Health to conduct the testing prior to installation. If this report shows that RF emissions are low and negligible, then it will help alleviate the concerns that our community has. Thank you for listening to me, and I just want to end by saying, please put the needs of our students first when you make this decision. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, public comments closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'd like to ask project sponsor or staff, it could be either. I think routinely we do testing after the installation, or it could be done before the installation just to alleviate any concerns. Is that possible that could be done?
Commissioner, the RF study has been conducted, and as part of the application package, Hammond and Edison does a projection of the levels based on the specs of the equipment that's being installed. That is in your packet, and it does meet the FCC standards and has been signed off on by the Department of Public Health. We are happy. We, as you stated, we are required to go back, I believe, every 2 years and do testing as part of the city's requirement, or any time that we make any adjustments to that equipment. So that is a requirement that's ongoing, and we have to file those reports with the city and county. We are willing to go out and test if they would like us to go out and test their specific site. The issue was we don't believe that's worthy of a continuance here, because the site does meet the standards as submitted in our report. But we would be happy to go out and take those measurements for them both before and after.
Okay, yeah, I think you already have taken the measurements once, and you have those as part of our report from
That's correct.
At Spring Valley. So what I would say in my motion is I would move to approve, but I would ask that you bring those reports to the member of the public who spoke that shows the RF levels at the school are below the levels that are significant, and then also do a follow-up test once the installation's in place.
Commissioner, I don't want to lead you astray. I don't know that we specifically tested at the school, but we filed the report as we're supposed to. I can bring up our engineer who can tell you exactly what they did if you would like to do that, if that would help.
Yeah, Commissioner Moore, did you want to ask?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. Perhaps then you can ask the engineer. The public speaker raised the question: if you had looked at the brick building around the corner on Hyde Street, which is a taller building, had you done that?
Yeah,
why did you not consider it?
Commissioner, unfortunately, it's in the Pacific Avenue NCD district, which has some height limitations. that really restricts our ability to put anything. Cell towers, my understanding is that the cell antenna, and maybe your staff can answer this better than I, are treated as the same story controls, building story controls are in place as for cell towers as it would be for buildings, and it limited our ability to go due to height restrictions.
Zoning Administrator, could you explain that a little bit more? I have never heard this before. And if so, this is a very large building, so if it would be set back from the street, would that make a difference? I'm just kind of curious about that interpretation. I've never heard it.
There is a bit of quirk in the controls in there. I think at least 2 zoning districts, the Inner Sunset, that's Inner Sunset, Pacific NCD, and West Portal, which limit the levels at which these uses, which are public uses, can be allowed, and so they're not allowed at the, I think, 3rd story and above in these districts, and so that's why it's not allowed on top of this building. So, and it is a quirk to just a few districts.
It's a good quirk, but it's funny when.
And I should also note that site is outside of our search ring as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And we do have the engineer here who can answer your question.
Commissioners, Dane Erickson with Hammett and Edison Consulting Engineers. We calculated the distance to the school from the closest antennas at 80 feet. And at the 3rd floor of the school, we calculate 19% of the public limit for human exposure to radio frequency energy. So think of that as doing less than 10 miles an hour in a 50 mile an hour zone. We can certainly do measurements before or after at the school on multiple floors. That's definitely doable.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my motion would be that information be provided to the member of the public, the woman from the school who spoke, and any other interested parties from Spring Valley. And then the motion would ask you to do some testing after the installation of the antennas to check that those projections are in fact correct.
Understood.
And we would accept those conditions, Commissioner.
All right, so that's my motion.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve this matter with conditions, provided that the relevant radio frequency information be provided to the interested neighbors and testing after installation. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Aye. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair-Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. And places you on item 5 for case number 2014.0682C at 401 Geneva Avenue, request for conditional use authorization.
Thank you. Once again, Omar Masri, Planning Department staff. The request before you would allow for the relocation of an existing AT&T mobility macro facility from a light standard at the South Plaza of the Balboa Park BART station at 401 Geneva Avenue. The relocation would also include an increase in the number of panel antennas authorized from 3 panel antennas to 9 panel antennas. The relocation would transfer the entitlement and result in the new facility being built on a Verizon wireless monopole that was previously approved by BART itself and not reviewed by the city. The equipment shelter would be located adjacent to the main rail platform building, and the site is a Preference 1 location. Staff determined that the proposed facility complies with the wireless guidelines and the planning code and recommends approval. Thank you.
Project sponsor.
Good evening again, Mr. President, members of the Commission. Mark Blakeman, AT&T, Vice President of External Affairs. Again, we have Dane Erickson from Hammett and Edison and Eric Lentz from Permit Me, who is our project lead on this project. As Mr. Masri stated, we are seeking to place 9-panel antenna at the Balboa Park BART station located at 401 Geneva Avenue. It is a Preference 1 site. It will, we did do a site analysis consisting of 10 properties, which is included in your packet. This site is in the boundaries of the Outer Mission neighborhood and is surrounded by Balboa Park to the north, rail support buildings for the SFMTA Muni to the east, the Balboa BART station to the south, and Interstate 280 to the west. This site is necessary for AT&T to close a significant service coverage gap in our wireless network in this heavily traversed area of the city, and we ask for your support of this conditional use application, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Opening up to public comment. I'm not sure if there are speaker cards. Okay, is there any public comment? Seeing none, public comments closed. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I requested that we pull this item off the consent agenda because I just had a question about it. Not that I don't support it. So hopefully this will be fast. I like the idea is great because we're consolidating wireless infrastructure, but the previous monopole, as you mentioned on the BART station, was approved by BART without going through the Planning Commission or any other authority, and that was fine because BART has land use control over the areas where they have their stations. And so I just kind of wondered, why is this different, and what's our policy going forward? And finally, what does our CU authorization actually mean if BART has their own land use control? So let's say we didn't approve it, could they still approve it and that wouldn't mean anything?
Well, in this instance, BART approached us. This is one of 3 facilities with a macro wireless facility at a BART station, 2 here at Balboa Park and 1 at Glen Park. The one that is being relocated was one that was previously reviewed by the Planning Commission and approved in 1997. It's unknown what would happen if, say, the Planning Commission today chose to deny the facility. BART did approach us with respect to this proposal. They indicated that they're aware there was a dissatisfaction that the Verizon monopole was not reviewed in some sort of public fashion or by the city in any manner, and that they wanted to have an opportunity for a public process, especially one that wouldn't necessarily require people to travel to BART's headquarters in Oakland, for instance. Going forward, staff and BART plan to look at other facilities and continue to process them before the Planning Commission if such a paradigm continues to exist.
Commissioner Sugaya.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, just my final comment on that is I'd want the conditional use authorization to actually mean something. And so if BART has their land use authority and our decision here has no bearing on what they can do with their stations, and I think that we should consider some other sort of method of approving a project other than a CU.
And we did about this with the city attorney's office, and they agreed with our assessment that we do have jurisdiction over this. I mean, generally, they are exempt from local control if what they are doing meets their core mission. In this case, it's a neighborhood serving use. It's a wireless facility that will provide service to the neighbors. And so the city attorney's office did agree that this was something that was within our purview, the commission's purview, to review, to approve, to condition.
And if I could add, we also have surveyed other cities that have BART stations, and they were of similar expectation that if a neighborhood serving macro wireless facility is proposed, that their own city would review it as well.
Commissioner Antonini.
Move to approve.
Wait.
No.
Go ahead.
I was just going to move to approve.
Actually, you had chimed in first.
I had a question.
Yeah.
If you look at Exhibit 2 and before the site is constructed, and you go to Exhibit 4, which is the service area after the site is constructed, there's hardly any difference. If you go to Exhibit 5, which is the site before construction, and Exhibit 6, which is the service area after, there's hardly any difference. So why are we doing this?
BART is looking at possible opportunities to redevelop the South Plaza, whether a farmer's market or additional development. And so this would remove a facility that would be in the way of other development opportunities. Plus, the panel antennas that were originally installed are very small and don't serve AT&T's needs just quite as much.
Then AT&T shouldn't present this as closing a significant gap, because in actuality, the service area before construction, not the 4G LTE one, but the other one, the service area in some locations is actually greater than the new facility would provide, according to this map.
One of the approaches taken for the testing to determine that the facility is still required is that they turn off the facility, I believe on a Sunday night, and then did the testing, determined that with that facility turned off, there would be a gap in coverage and service.
Commissioner Antonini.
Move to approve.
Second.
On that motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis. Aye. Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, and that will take us to your discretionary review calendar. Item 18 for case number 2013.0791, DNV at 135 Belgrave Avenue, request for discretionary review. There was a variance request that was already heard by the zoning administrator on March 26, 2014.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm David Lindsay of Department Staff. The project before you is the proposed alteration of a circa 1939 two-story over-garage single-family house at 135 Belgrave Avenue. The alterations consist of horizontal additions at the front and rear of the building's second story, changing the building's existing sloped roof form to a flat roof, the addition of a bay projection on the front facade, and the addition of new windows and doors. The subject building has been determined to not be a historic resource. The project's horizontal additions would extend approximately 1 foot 6 inches into the property's required side yards, and on March 26, 2014, the zoning administrator heard a variance request related to this component of the project, a request which he has indicated he intends to grant. The subject property is a steeply upsloping lot on the south side of Belgrave Avenue, a one-block enclave located at the southern end of Cole Valley, just below Clarendon Avenue. Immediately to the west of the project is a vacant lot, and immediately to the east is a two-story over-garage single-family house. The south side of Belgrave is steeply upsloping, and its predominant character consists of three story structures in a variety of architectural styles dating from the 1930s through the 1980s, with a mix of pitched and flat roof forms. The north side of Belgrave consists of steeply downsloping properties with the predominant character consisting of 1- and 2-story structures which often step down the hill. 8 letters from neighbors in support of the project and its related variants have been submitted to the department. The DR filer is David Burns, who owns the property directly across the street from the subject property at 140 Belgrave Avenue. Mr. Burns' concerns include the following: that the project does not meet the minimum standards of the planning code in that it requires a side yard variance, that the project did not properly go through the mandatory pre-application process, that the project is out of character with the neighborhood, and that the project is too large, too modern, too glassy, and too prominent. The department acknowledges that the project's design did change between the mandatory pre-application meeting with the neighbors and the submittal of the project to the city. The zoning administrator has confirmed that a new pre-application meeting was not required because of the project revisions. The department also acknowledges that the project as proposed does not meet the planning code side yard requirements and therefore would require the granting of a side yard variance by the zoning administrator to proceed. As mentioned earlier, the zoning administrator heard the related side yard variance request in March and indicated his intention to grant the variance. The residential design team reviewed the project upon the filing of the variance application and following the filing of the DR request, and found the project's scale at the street to be compatible with the neighborhood character. The RDT also found the proposed contemporary architectural design to be compatible with the mixed architectural character of the immediate neighborhood. However, the RDT did express some concern regarding the project's proposed fenestration and roof line and requested that the project be revised to reduce the amount and expanse of glass on the street facade and to cap the flat roof. The RDT also found the project to be too restrained in its detailing, indicating that its street facade needed more richness and shadowing. The project sponsor responded to the RDT's comments with revisions that are reflected in the plans that are before you today. The RDT reviewed the revised plans, which included reduced windows on the front facade, new facade materials, and a metal roof cap, and found them to be consistent with the residential design guidelines. It's the department's position that the project does not contain nor create exceptional or extraordinary circumstances, and staff recommends that the Commission not take DR and approve the project as proposed. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. DR requester?
Good evening. I'm David Burns. I'm going to try and put a slide up for you. If I can have this working. Got it the right way. We're good?
Push it up a little bit.
There we go. Okay. I'm David Burns. I'm one of the owners of 140 Belgrave Avenue, across the street from 135. We've lived in our home for 25 years, During those years, we've seen an awful lot of change, including our contribution to the change when we remodeled 15 years ago. We've supported many of our neighbor projects over the last 25 years, including one right now. The image on display is found in your packages on page 4. The middle image is the original application design. The design that they proposed was consistent with the architectural style already existing. The 135 street face is very narrow, less than 17 feet wide, and the plans called for an increased height on the street-facing facade. We recommended the Fines incorporate a modest setback on the upper floor to bring the remodel into harmony with the residential design guidelines. Leslie Fines sent an email to us that they understood our concern and would run their new plans by us before they submitted it to the planning department. But we didn't we didn't have any conversations with them. In March 2014, we received the new project, which is the design on the far right. I said that it's a new project for 2 reasons. First, some of the materials that they sent to us actually said new project. Second is the building envelope changed, the overall glass surfacing increased. The upper floor window became a 4-foot deep, 13-foot wide bay window with an enormous glass surface that looks about twice the size of the original one proposed in June. So the bay window is a clear defining architectural feature of the remodel. It appears top-heavy. The window looks stuck on the facade, and I think the architect said that it was not at rest, not visually at rest. The Fines went ahead with a new project. They didn't hold another neighborhood outreach. They did not have an open vetting process. Even with that complete change of direction, we went to see if we could work with them to move the project into compliance with the residential design guidelines because we did want to support them. The Fines rejected our suggestion. As the 135 remodel was a new project, we asked the planning department why there was no new pre-application process, and the response we got was that the changes were minor and didn't need a new pre-application meeting. I asked the planning department what we could do to ensure the remodel would conform to planning codes and design guidelines, and Sharon Lai sent a link to the DR application, and we filed the DR. I think that you've heard earlier that there was conversations with the residential design team, and I'm just going to put up another slide. Can you read that okay? I'll walk you through it. The top are the residential design team memo, and stating some of the things that we have in our package. The middle comment from Sharon Lai said was that our DR prompted the residential design team memos. And so when we filed the DR, it had merit. It wasn't frivolous. The last thing that we found during our analysis was that there's a minor height violation on the front of the building, and that's contained in your packages on Exhibits 10 and 11. When we look at the Belgrave, it is, I can't remember, eclectic is my term for it, with multiple bay windows, multiple design styles, and we agree with that. But the bay windows are all integrated with the buildings that they're on, if you look at all of them. So with our request, we're asking you to return this project to the residential design team, that the pages 34, 43, and 45 of the residential design guidelines are not met, and we ask that the project sponsors work with the design team. I think that was my time. That was. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speakers in support of the DR?
Hi there, I'm Deborah Doubt. I also live at 140 Belgrave, and I support this DR because I don't believe the project is in compliance with the residential design guidelines. There were changes after the DR was submitted. That tells me that the DR does have merit. But we don't feel that the changes meet the RDG and the RDT memos. So cut to the chase, what's extraordinary, what's exceptional about this project? One, we have a hard time understanding how the envelope, and I'm going to use this projector as well. Will this automatically come on? I have a hard time understanding how you could say that the envelope did not change between these two designs. The project on the top was what was shown to the neighbors. The project on the bottom was what was submitted. We feel like this was a bait and switch on the meeting. Second, there are two RDT memos that both were came in after the DR was filed, and the other thing is the DRs weren't even put in the files until after the DR package was, the DR package was submitted. The third thing is, in terms of the RDT, they completely agree, the points that they made, they completely agree with the points that we made in our DR. They said that the windows were too massive, they didn't scale to the neighborhood, they weren't compatible with the neighborhood. And we think the fact that, we actually think it's extraordinary that there were two RDT memos submitted after the DR, yet we feel the project still doesn't comply with the RDT requirements. Now, again, as David said, we're not opposed to renovations. We're not opposed to this project. We've actually tried to find ways that we could work to support the project, and we've made suggestions about how to bring this project into compliance with the RDT. Our concern is this massive window that sticks out. We suggested if that window were scaled back, that would be more in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood, and to the extent that the RDT focuses on homes fitting into the existing architecture, we believe by reducing how far the window protrudes, that would be more in keeping with the other homes in the neighborhood. It also would echo other design elements in the structure, and one of the characteristics, this is a little bit hard to see, this is Exhibit 4 in your book, one of the characteristics of all the homes on Belgrave is they have repeating elements in the architecture. This window doesn't fit the architecture of the house, it doesn't fit the architecture of the neighborhood, it doesn't fit the scale of the house, it doesn't fit the scale of the neighborhood. When we express concerns to the project sponsors about this, well, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in support of the DR? Requester? Okay, then project sponsor, please.
Hi, I'm Leslie Fine, one of the two owners of 135 Belgrave, my husband, Ed Fine. Thanks for taking the time to hear our case today. I know you must be exhausted. Before Craig walks you through the technical merits of our proposal, I wanted to take a minute to give you some human context. Our family has been in continuous ownership and occupancy of the home at 135 Belgrave since we built it in 1939. Since then, our house has evolved, but always in a way that maintains significant green space and setback, and is far more modest than the size of the lot would allow. Nearly 3 years ago, we began the process for this proposed remodel, expanding and modernizing the space for our growing family. It's been lengthy, largely because we've worked hard to balance accommodating the needs of a modern family with the neighbor concerns and the values regarding gardens and proportionality. Since we first submitted our plans to the city over a year ago, we've had countless meetings, both ad hoc and scheduled, with the neighbors. Our work with Jennifer Weiss, our architect, has resulted in 9 iterations to the project design as a result. Belgrave is a very close-knit street, and we talk often. Even though we did not need to have more meetings, we met with every neighbor that wanted to have a meeting in advance of the variance hearing and sent around drawings. To our knowledge, every resident of Belgrave Avenue, with the exception of the DR requesters, approves our project. You'll see in your packet a large number of letters from neighborhoods up and down the street. This includes both immediate neighbors. It's notable that one of them vocally opposed our project at the time of the variance hearing, and now is vocally supportive as a result of working with them on design changes made to address their concerns. We have also spent a significant amount of time working with the zoning administrator, planning department, and RDT I won't go through the variance because we've discussed it briefly. As part of these discussions, our project has evolved. This is our current home in a photo taken this morning.
Could we please have the graphic?
And you've seen these images to some extent, although they are using old images of the house. Here's the original submission, which is the one proposed at the neighborhood meeting. As you can see, we rationalized the roof lines by bringing the entire home to one height, with a peak at an elevation of 572.5 feet. We also modernized and expanded the windows. After the many discussions, including a direct request by the DR requester, we lowered the roof, eliminated the chimney altogether, and added a bay window for texture and to relieve what they described as a monolithic condition. Note that this flat roof is 6.5 feet lower than the current peak in the existing home and 4.5 feet lower than the original proposal. We also raised the sill heights in the back to improve the privacy for our neighbors as a result of the variance. In a review of the DR requester's filing, there's only one thing that's clear. They don't accept anyone's interpretation other than their own. This is reflected in their treatment of our family, the accusatory tone leveled at the ZA and the planning department, and the disrespectful attitude towards the RDT's interpretation of their own guidelines.
Jonas, could I have the lower microphone, please? Thank you. I'm Craig Nikitas, working with the Fines and architect Jennifer Weiss on this. In keeping with the abbreviated DR, I will try to be brief. If we could have the graphics up again, please, I'd like to just briefly run you through a little bit of the neighborhood context. The rectangle in the top photo shows the subject property and the block face to the east, and likewise to the west. It's a highly mixed neighborhood, as Mr. Lindsay pointed out. There's a mix of styles over the decades: pitched roofs, flat roofs, shed roofs, and a wide variety of glazing and fenestration styles as well. This is a mixed character neighborhood. Here are some close-ups that show some of the variety. And our latest proposal is in the lower right corner. This is the project before you. The design guideline compliance to us is clear. The RDT has vetted this project on 4 different occasions. What matters most isn't earlier memos where they requested changes. What matters is their final memo after we made the revisions requested, in which they fully support the project. These are their comments that explain their position of how this fits the neighborhood. The DR requester believes the home has too much glazing. Here are some nearby homes that have more glazing on the facade as a percentage than our proposal. And finally, you saw a graphic tonight and presented to you in your packet by the DR requester, in which they inserted a rendering that was out of scale with the actual proposed size of the building. And not only that, they modified the architect's rendering with leaving her name on it, which is untoward.
Craig, your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. DR requester, are there any speakers in support of the project sponsor? Okay. DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
This wasn't a discussion for us of personal likes or dislike on the process or the personalities. There's a well-defined process with the residential design guidelines that we discovered during this process. What's extraordinary and exceptional, as Deborah said, is that the project shown to the community, the original design, was dramatically different than the one that went actually to the planning department and the bait and switch on the second meeting that wasn't vetted with the neighbors. The residential design team basically confirmed our concerns, and we unfortunately didn't get that information until July 28th. I think that if we'd had some of those comments earlier, we'd have been able to work with the Fines to resolve some of the issues that I think showed up and are reflected in some of the changes to the plans, and I think we'd have had a more constructive dialogue about the upper level windows. Thank you.
Project sponsor, rebuttal.
If we could have the graphic back again, please. Commissioners, what I wanted to show you here is the exaggerated scale in this. This is the base photo, and you see the existing home within the blue rectangle. One thing that's not changing here is the garage door locations, which I've indicated in green here. Superimposed on this is the DR requester's insertion of the rendering that is way out of scale. You can see the small green garage door in both the size and location where it actually would be. So this rendering on this scale would look like that presented within the green box there. Not this, this. Finally, you heard a reference to a minor height violation. That is totally specious. I have an animated graphic, and if you have questions about it, I can run you through the process. But there's a part of the proposed building that you see shaded in red there that is within a parapet wall. The roof height does not apply to parapet walls. Parapet walls may be 4 feet higher than the roof height. So this project, as staff found, is totally compliant with the height regulations. So in conclusion, this updates a home for the modern use of the son of the builder and his family. It does not increase the building footprint. It's compatible with the neighborhood, complies with the RDGs, has overall neighborhood support, has planning staff and RDT support. The ZA is intending to grant the variance for the side yard, which is a common thing that happens with upper story additions where the lower walls are out of compliance with the current side yard requirements. The planning review has been complete. It's been repeatedly vetted, and there are no exceptional and extraordinary circumstances. We ask you to not take DR and approve the project.
All right, that closes the public hearing. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Lindsay, I have a question for you. Would you describe to me the typical procedures when a project is in DR, it goes to the design review team, changes are made? Typically, it does not go back to the neighborhood. Is that correct?
It would not go back to the neighborhood, typically, no. But upon the filing of the DR, it's the protocol for the project to go to the residential design team for them to review it, even if they haven't seen it before.
So the fact that the DR applicant says that there is basically a bait and switch, that is an incorrect description, because this is what you typically do with every other DR as well, correct?
Yes, all DRs go to the RDT. That is correct, and we actually look at the RDT concerns as spelled out in the RDT application, and we go through those and discuss them one by one.
Just hearing you confirm that, this makes it very easy for me to think that the DR process and the residential design team's comments have indeed created a building which is lower. The massive bone structure of this building is just what it is. And in that sense, I think bringing it into a more contemporary vocabulary, given that we're in a very mixed neighborhood, and I thought the illustrations of similarities was actually quite convincing. I believe that this is a fine building. And from my perspective, I do not think that there are any DR concerns that we should take. I mean, this is an architecture which is a statement, but it's completely within what we already see in different adaptations in the neighborhood. So I would be prepared to not take a DR and approve the project.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion, yes.
Second.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm going to be supportive. I mean, I think it's fine, but I do find it sort of odd that the final product is so much different than what was shown a year ago, and I don't really know why we lost the pitch roof and why we lost the more traditional type building that at least fits in better visually with the neighbor's property than the very contemporary looking one. I'm not quite sure how these things happen, whether staff had told them to change the design or whether they just changed it on their own. I mean, I'd just kind of like to know.
Commissioner Antonini, I think Commissioner Moore hit the nail on the head. The basic bones of this building are kind of a 1930s purist Bauhaus kind of thing with plain unadorned white walls, a cubist kind of massing. And in fact, that hipped roof that was originally on it, to me, is a stylistic anomaly that kind of violates the underlying motif of the design. And putting a flat roof on that building, to me, makes it complete, makes it whole, makes it harmonious in a way that the pitched roof did not.
Yeah, sure.
So often when you're handed a constraint, you find something great. When we first built the house or designed the house with this pitched roof, we liked it a lot. As I mentioned, we heard a number of concerns from our neighbors, the Doutzen Burns, and one of them was the overall height of the building, that it was raising up the roof everywhere, and they were concerned about that. So we spent a couple months struggling with how do we achieve what we need to do. And, it was actually sitting with our architect, we were like, well, what would happen if we flattened it? And she just did it in her graphic, and we're like, wow, now the house makes sense. And the idea that we could address their concern and bring the roof down 4.5 feet, eliminate a chimney, and have something harmonious, it felt like the right thing to do at that moment.
Okay, I understand how that moved now, and, it was not beyond the height limit even with the pitched roof. It was just a question of some neighborhood complaints about the height of the building. So anyway, that, I guess I understand how it happened now, but I don't find anything unusual or extraordinary enough to take DR, although I like the other one better, but that's just a matter of taste.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you on items 19A and B for case numbers 2013.0771 D and V at 1055 Ashbury Street. Request for discretionary review, and the zoning administrator will consider a request for variance.
Good evening, Commissioners. Glenn Cabreros of Department Staff. The project before you is located at 1055 Ashbury Street. A discretionary review has been filed on a project proposing new construction of a 3-story single-family residence on a vacant lot. The discretionary review concerns mainly revolve around views, protection of views, impact of privacy, and that the proposed project would overdevelop the substandard lot. The residential design team did not find the DR concerns to rise to a level of exceptional or extraordinary circumstances. And the last DR discretionary review concern revolves around the depth of the rear yard, and the zoning administrator is conducting a variance hearing for the rear yard request. At this time, staff recommends that the Commission not take discretionary review and approve the project as proposed. And 1 point, or 2 points, there are about 7 letters in support of the project and 7 letters in opposition to the project. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. DR requester.
So I'm Dave Ryan. I'm the DR requester. I will speak from this.
Could you speak into the microphone, please? I can't hear you.
Can I turn around slightly like this? Will this work?
It does swivel, yes.
Okay, thanks. So the history, I'm going to go through the history of the DR. So back in the fall of 2013, 1018 Clayton and 1055 Ashbury were placed for sale. And they were specified to be sold together. And the reason they were specified to be sold together was because the lot at the back was substandard, and they were well aware there was a problem building anything beyond a regular or garage or something very small at the back. However, we discovered, to our dismay, that the project sponsor actually acquired the rear lot, which is a substandard lot, back in March 29th. A deed of trust to a certain Boitnott, Christopher Boitnott, shows an assignment of rents from the project sponsor to a certain Christopher Boitnott back in April the 3rd, 2013. Back in May 18th of last year, the project sponsor first contacted me, and I invited him onto my property. He indicated that he was a full-time developer. He was a construction engineer. He had done multiple properties on Clipper, Webster, 32nd Avenue, 46th Avenue, etc. And he claims to have been an expert witness in many legal cases. And he promised to be sensitive to myself and my wife's concerns and the neighborhood concerns. So what I did is I gave him a tour of our property. I gave him a history of the prior opposition to construction of properties on this particular substandard lot, and I suggested that he acquire 1018 Clayton Street as a remodel, just as had been specified by the original sellers. On June the 2nd, the project sponsor architect brought plans to my property. And I gave him a tour of my property, and the architect revealed that he had done numerous projects with the project sponsor. However, the provided plans failed to reflect our concerns that we gave to him on May 18th. The depth and height were excessive for a substandard lot, and there was extension concerns, including an elevator in the rear setback. And we repeated again, suggesting acquiring 1018 Clayton as a much more expedient matter to do a construction project and to simply rebuild the existing garage that existed in the rear. And the project sponsor then agreed to be sensitive to our concerns. In the meantime, based on the lack of response to our concerns, I went into the PIC and I found that I got this diagram from them, which shows that the rear of the project should have been no greater than the rear of 1051 Ashbury Street. On July 2nd, the project sponsor held a pre-application meeting, and the Park Branch Library, we reiterated our concerns to the project sponsor. The 1040 Ashbury representative voiced their concerns on behalf of 1040. And on July 15th, 2013, it was unknown to me, but the ZEA had warned that they may have an argument if this lot is a corner lot as defined in the planning code. To be a corner lot, the angle of the intersection between Ashbury and Downey cannot exceed 135 degrees. However, following numerous communications with Mr. Planner Glenn Crobroris, myself, and Kirk Scott, it was discovered that the project sponsor had actually withheld facts. Per the survey date, this information was not disclosed to the department at the time we were reviewing the adjacent conditions. There's been huge opposition from the neighborhood. We have a petition with over 50 signatures opposing this project. So in summary, I'm asking you to, on the variance, to deny the variance. There's been a blatant developer falsification of facts in terms of the details of the angles. The ZA is well aware of this. It completely lacks justification. There's excessive impact to Clayton Street light and air. There's significant owner opposition to the variance, and then broad occupant opposition to the variance. In terms of the DR, I'm suggesting or requesting that the plans be updated to add the DR neighborhood inputs. You will hear more details of this as we go through the speakers that are here tonight. We have, I believe, 8 speakers. There's an excessive impact to this Ashbury roof line. There's excessive impact to Clayton Street light and air. And there's, again, significant owner opposition and occupant opposition to the bulk, meaning the height and width. Any questions?
There may be questions for you later. And at this point, asking for speakers in support of the DR. I have a bunch of names here. Francis Ryan, Michelle Meyer, Lakshmi, Scott Smith McCurdy, Michael Karsh, Hugh Diamond, Anna Kessel, Sukti, Andrea Franci, and Larry Fingerhut. Whoever's ready.
Somebody please approach the podium to submit their testimony. There's no required order.
However you want to do it. Whoever's ready, if you have an order.
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
All right. My name is Ana Isabel Casal, and I'm also talking on behalf of my husband, Antonio Carlos Casal. We live in 1002 Clayton Street with our 2 toddlers. As the owner of the property, we asked the Planning Commission to formally reject the developer's variance request in order to preserve the integrity of the neighborhood. We are also concerned about the new building being higher and than the buildings next to it, and this has a direct impact on my property, on the amount of light and air in my property. And this is going to impact directly my kids when they play in the patio. We already lived this situation back home. I'm from South America, and the impact on the air is pretty intense and is really horrible. I'm hoping that the building department here in San Francisco will not allow this to happen, as I'm sure there is a law to protect all the owners and residents of the neighborhood right to air and light. Thank you.
Could I turn this on?
Once you start speaking in the mic.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Hugh Diamond, and I live on Ashbury Street. I'm opposed to the proposal and wish to comment on assertions made by the developer in the DR response. The developer asserts that the vast majority of residents in the immediate area do not share the DR requester stated concerns. This is a patent falsehood, as evident from the over 50 immediate area residents that have signed a petition against the proposal, and those people here with me tonight. And believe me when we share any weariness that you guys must be hearing after being here over the last bunch of hours, and we had no pizza. In contrast, the developer shows only 5 letters of support that, upon examination, are either not meaningful or not credible. I'm showing it on the map here. So if you look at Alma Street, Danny Street, these are very, very far away from the development. They're not impacted by the proposal, so these are not meaningful. 1018 Clayton Street, this is the person that sold the lot to the developer and has a direct financial interest. 1051, right beside it, immediately to the north, supports, as the applicant has promised, a 3-foot stairwell immediately to the south of the Strauss property, just allowing Strauss to access his south-facing property line windows and giving Strauss direct street-level access to his garden, which he does not currently have and therefore has a financial interest. Ty Bash of 1110 Ashbury Street is notably the only supporter from the east side of Ashbury Street. His name is perhaps familiar to the Planning Commission. If his name isn't, there's his face to go with the name over there. Might be familiar, as he too is a professional developer that is also seeking to develop a large project at that address in Ashbury that is opposed by the vast majority of immediate area residents. The Commission should also note how many of the aforementioned people, these supporters, are actually here tonight. Also, this guy. Also, the developer asserts that the project is smaller in scale and height than buildings on the east side of Ashbury Street, while ignoring the only appropriate comparison with buildings on the west side of Ashbury Street. Buildings on the west side of Ashbury West Side are 2 stories over street level, and this proposal grossly disrespects the size and character of the west side of Ashbury. The developer asserts that the development is both a reasonably scaled project and is very similar in scope and scale to a project approved in 1991 for a family member of 1018 Clayton Street. Neither of these assertions are the opinion of the signers on us here tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Commissioners, for staying late to hear this case. My name is Suchi, and I live on Ashbury Street, across the street from the proposed project. I asked the Planning Commission to refuse the variance and to take the DR because the developer was deliberately dishonest during the application process to avoid a variance hearing such as this one. In July 2013, can I have the projector, please? Great. The zoning administrator sent this email which gave a clear warning, quote, They, the developer, may have an argument if this lot is a corner lot as defined in the planning code. To be a corner lot, the angle of intersection between Ashbury and Downey cannot exceed 135 degrees. It looks close. If it exceeds 135 degrees, then it is not a corner lot, and the property on Downey Street would be used to determine the rear yard requirement, end quote. The developer then provided angle measurement sketches which purportedly demonstrated that the angle was less than 135 degrees, reporting 120 and 129, and thus claiming it was a corner lot. However, in May of this year, Mr. Glenn Cabreros, the planner for this project, revealed in this email that the angle exceeded the 135 degrees. Quote, the survey depicts that the angle of intersection is greater than 135 degrees. Thus, the adjacent property cannot be considered a corner lot per interpretation from last summer. Per the survey date, June 2013, this information was not disclosed to the department at the time we reviewed the adjacent conditions. So my opinion and the opinion of others in the neighborhood is that the Planning Commission has a major opportunity here today by denying the variance request to send a clear message to developers that it will not tolerate this dishonesty when initially presenting the plans. One additional thing I want to point out is that just like the large build-out of the rear garden cottage on 1110 Ashbury Street across the street, which the commissioners heard about in May, this new proposed project will be yet another blow to this character of the neighborhood and this beautiful block of Ashbury. In a short time period, the landscape of this unique block will be changed dramatically by developers to create non-affordable mega single-family homes that negatively impact the neighborhood and the neighbors. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Larry Fingerhut. I live on Ashbury Street. I wish to present the Planning Commission the results of the petition which opposes the project. We have over 50 signers to the petition. The petition verbatim states, we believe the project at 1055 Ashbury, which proposes to build a sixth-floor dwelling, is too large and does not respect the size and character of its neighboring buildings. Our expectation from Hill and Company sales listing with its these properties, 1018 Clayton and 1055 Ashbury, are to be sold together simultaneously and to one buyer, with the clear implication that the prior existing garage would be rebuilt on 1055 Ashbury and a remodel of 1018 Clayton would be undertaken, has not been met. We asked the Planning Commission to make these changes to the proposal to ensure the building's scale is compatible with surrounding buildings and to maintain light and air to the surrounding properties. To aid the Planning Commission in understanding the geographic breadth of opposition, we are now providing a red dot map, if you would, please.
Yes.
Providing a red dot map. Each red dot represents one or more signers to the petition at that location. The red triple dollar sign on two houses represents financial or beneficiary inducements to the owners to support the project sponsor. In conclusion, on behalf of the signatories to the petition, we ask that the Planning Commission deny the variance requests and take the DR. I wish to present the Planning Commission with the petition. Thank you.
Can I speak? Okay. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Michelle. I also live on Ashbury Street. My opinion is that the Planning Commission should refuse the variance and should take the DR because the developer knowingly bought a very small lot unsuitable for the bulk and scale of his proposed development. In seeking a variance today, the developer is addressing a lot size restriction of his own making. The sellers were very clear in the selling instructions as illustrated on the overhead. that the two properties, 1018 Clayton and 1055 Ashbury, which are adjacent, are to be sold together and simultaneously to one buyer. Historically, the rear of the property, that is the Ashbury side, was occupied by a garage. The developer has projected suggestions that he complete the purchase as originally listed and rebuild the garage on Ashbury. It's possible that the costs associated with the complex engineering challenges associated with the building on Ashbury and its tiny sized lot may exceed the cost of an acquisition and remodel of 1018 Clayton, retaining the beautiful and mature garden that currently exists on the rear lot. In conclusion, I ask that the Planning Commission denies the variance request and that they take the DR. Thank you very much.
Speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Adrienne Franzese. I'm also speaking for Liz Blanchard, my immediate neighbor who lives on Ashbury Street. We would like to voice our opposition to the plans for Lot 167 at 1055 Ashbury Street. The lot itself is small by average standards. It appears that current property owner Mr. Durkin intends to make up for the small size of this lot by erecting his structure disproportionately higher than the adjacent structures. This will negatively affect the light and view of people currently residing in the neighborhood. I do not know Mr. Durkin personally, and I cannot speak to his character. I know that he is one of several developers that appear to be cashing in on the growing trend to exploit SF real estate for profit. They have little regard to the neighborhood or the people that live in the neighborhood. Mr. Durkin would have us believe that he intends to move into this property. However, it is more believable to us that he intends to sell this unit for profit, as he has done with several other multi-million-dollar units in San Francisco. This, combined with a recent recording of a voicemail where Mr. Durkin appears to be blackmailing a neighboring homeowner for the sole purpose of pushing through his agenda, causes me to question Mr. Durkin's true motives. Mr. Christopher Durkin has repeatedly threatened the discretionary review sponsor, Mr. David Ryan, with a promise to file Department of Building inspection complaints against him if he proceeds with filing a DR request. I will now play Mr. Durkin's statement that was left to the DR sponsor on May 7th this year.
Hey, how are you? Chris Durkin calling here. It looks like you've been in contact with my planner. Seems you have some additional questions, and I guess maybe I didn't make myself clear in our prior conversation. So if you want to keep your illegal roof deck, I suggest you give me a call back as soon as possible. If I don't hear from you in the next couple of days, I'll probably look into your roof deck issue because I'm tired of the nonsense, Dave. You know my number. So I look forward to hearing from you. Bye.
This proposed structure at 1055 Ashbury is out of proportion to the height of all the other houses on the street and would ruin the character of the neighborhood. I asked the Planning Commission to refuse the variance with specific request to the height of the structure in hopes of preserving the neighborhood's quality, identity, and values. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Scott Smith McCurdy, and I live on Ashbury Street, just across the street from the proposal. I'm opposed to the proposal as it is too high and deep for the tiny lot. What I and many neighbors object to is the bulk and the size. From the San Francisco urban design element, I see policy 1.1 recognize and protect major views in the city, where particular attention to those of open space and water, verbatim. Views contribute immeasurably to the quality of the city and to the lives of the residents. Protection should be given to major views whenever it is feasible, with special attention to the characteristic views of open space and water that reflects the natural setting of the city and give a colorful and refreshing contrast to man's development. As stated in the guidelines, private views are not protected. However, views from public areas are protected. This lot forms a scenic backdrop when viewed from the public Ashbury Street. Therefore, I object to the removal of these special sweeping views of the Golden Gate Park, San Francisco Bay, and the Marin Headlands. This is the last open lot on the famed Ashbury Street, and its removal will adversely affect the quality of life for a large number of inhabitants and visitors. Also from the San Francisco urban design element, I see policy 1.2. Recognize, protect, and reinforce the existing street pattern, especially as it's related to topography. Verbatim. Streets are a stable and unifying component of the city pattern. Changes in the street system that would significantly alter this pattern should be made only after due consideration for their effects upon the environment. Such changes should not counteract to establish rhythm of the street with respect to topography. The proposed project will not be in keeping with the existing housing and neighborhood character. As discussed above, it is not consistent with the size and scale of other homes in the vicinity. So I ask that the Planning Commission take the DR and deny any variance. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kirk Scott. I've lived for the past 20 years just one house north of the subject property at 293 Downey Street. And I'm not here for the DR. I did not sign the DR petition, and I do not support many of the DR arguments. The DR process is all too often leads to enervating neighbor-on-neighbor conflicts, just as you're experiencing today. In fact, it would be hypocritical of me to support the DR because I tried for years in conjunction with the project sponsor's law firm to attempt to reform the DR process. Nevertheless, the current acrimony and perhaps this entire hearing could have been avoided if the project sponsor had simply followed the permit history for the lot and sought a variance from the outset. He did not, and that is why I cannot support the project as currently proposed. Some quick history. After an emergency demolition of the old garage in 2001, we were excited that this parcel might finally be developed. We knew that the previous owners had proposed projects in 1977 and 1991 and had twice sought variances from the zoning administrator. In those decisions, the zoning administrator balanced neighborhood input with the constraints of the lot, and in 1991 approved a rear yard variance for a building with a total height of 26 feet 6 inches. He also required terracing at the rear and stepped back the top floor to reduce the impacts on light and air and preserve the rear yard mid-block open space. The drawings are in the project sponsor's packet, so you can see what's proposed in 1991. The project sponsor knows that he'd have my full support today had he just gone down this path, but when I met with him, he said he was not required to apply for any variance at all because the adjacent lots fronted different streets, permitting him to reduce the yard to 15 feet per section 134 of the planning code. This argument turned out to be false based on the recent street survey. It's the project sponsor's obligation to prove that the code applies, and this should have set off alarm bells at the Planning Commission because of the variance history. So we're now where we should have been long before the process started last year, before the DR, before the building permit application, and have a variance hearing. So please look at the history and balance the impacts on the air, light, and mid-block open space. Look at the building height, the floor-to-floor heights. Examine the rear yard setbacks to make sure you aren't approving something that was submitted with incomplete and misleading information. I support the project sponsor's right to build an elegant, large home for his family, but you must consider how this project was brought forward. The neighborhood was never until this moment given the chance to weigh in on the merits of a variance which grants exceptional and extraordinary property rights. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Karsh, and I live at 1040 Ashbury Street. Since there will be significant negative impact to light, air, and shadow, I ask that the Planning Commission refuse the variance and to take the DR. I want to speak specifically about a prior variance, 2006.0508V, which involved increasing the height of the immediately adjacent 1057 Ashbury garage wall parapet by approximately 3 feet to meet the planning requirements for railing height and for safety reasons. In that case, the owner of 1018 Clayton complained, quote, expressed concern regarding potential shadowing of landscaped areas, loss of open space, and constructing features without appropriate authorization, unquote. Here's the exact copy from that variance decision. Finding 4, that the granting of such variance will not be materially detrimental to the public welfare or materially injurious to the property or improvements in the vicinity. The requirement met, A, Granting the variance will not impede improvements to surrounding properties. B, an adjacent neighbor at 1018 Clayton Street expressed concern regarding potential shadowing of landscaped areas, loss of open space, and constructing features without appropriate authorization. The neighbor's property is not a through lot. The required fire-rated wall parapet is expected to be less than 4 feet in height above the garage roof and will not impact areas of any adjacent property protected by the planning code. The open area between the two structures on the subject lot is primarily within the buildable area in order to authorize small portions of the features previously constructed. Surely, if an increase of approximately 3 feet was of noted concern, then an increase of more than 23 feet above the height of the adjacent garage at 1050 Ashbury must be a very great concern. In addition, the proposed project will not be in keeping with the existing housing and neighborhood character. As discussed above, is not consistent with the size and scale of other homes in the vicinity. So I ask that the Planning Commission please take the DR and deny any variance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nira Sureba Pragada, and I live on Ashbury Street. I'm actually not going to read what I wrote because so many people have covered it, but since I've been here for 8 hours, I did want to say something.
Did she speak?
Can I continue? Yeah? Okay.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
We were wondering if she spoke before.
I don't believe so.
Oh, no, I didn't speak before.
Thank
I
you.
was in line, but I stood back.
Thank you.
Shall I start over?
Please.
Okay. My name is Nira Sureba Pragada, and I live on Ashbury Street. I'm not going to read what I wrote because so much of it has been covered and it's late, but I have been here for 8 hours, so I did want to say something. My opinion is that the Planning Commission should deny the permit because the developer submitted plans with distorted key angles, which in turn affects the rest of the project. And I ask that the Planning Commission take the DR and deny any variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in support of the DR? If not, project sponsor?
Before you start, in about 25 minutes,
We're leaving this room.
this commissioner is going to be leaving.
Me too.
To get our cars out of the garage at least.
Me too.
So we're kind of hoping that we can make the decision before that so we don't have to come back again. So anyway, just, you don't have to change anything if you don't want to.
Sure.
It's just,
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Tunney, law firm of Rubin, Junius and Rose, counsel for project sponsor. I'm going to keep my comments brief, but I do want to address a few important points. There's been some confusion and mixing of the DR process and the variance. I'm sure the Commission is aware of this, but just for the record, before the Commission right now is a consideration of the DR request. The variance is considered separately by the zoning administrator as part of the next item. As to the DR request, there are no exceptional or extraordinary circumstances created by this project. The DR requester has not identified any. All of his allegations have been either addressed or resolved, as pointed out by the staff report and our submittal, or they're irrelevant. There have been general allegations about impacts to light and air, but nobody has identified a specific impact. There have been allegations about the project sponsor buying off neighbors for their support. The project sponsor did not extend as far as he might have tried in the rear yard to match the rear yard of the rear neighbor and made concessions with the neighbor to the north to reduce impacts to that property, just as the DR process is supposed to work. The petition that has been presented, I question. It was based on, one, a fallacy that this is a 6th-floor dwelling. That's not true. And then there were comments about the nature of the purchase of the property that's completely irrelevant to this process. Finally, I want to point out that the project sponsor intends to live in this home with his family, and that this is an important policy that the city is trying to promote,
and that is retention of young families in the city and the production of residential units. With that, I will stop for the moment. I'm going to turn it over to our architect to make a presentation about design. Thank you.
My name is Eric. I'm just going to interrupt your presentation because I want to be absolutely clear for the project sponsor that the DR and the variance were called together, and this is your opportunity to address both. There will be no next item.
My name is Eric Domican. I'm a partner with Domican Mosey Architects. Over 2 years ago, we started a process to develop and design a new house on this open lot. We went through a careful analysis, which included an analysis of the existing site, the block pattern and context, streetscape views, as well as a comparative analysis to the previous house that had been designed and approved in 1991. This is a aerial view that we looked at where we did a comparative analysis of all of the lots within the block as well as the adjacent rear yard setbacks. As you can see, there's a line of the rear walls of the blocks that run along through this way. The proposed project steps in, and then to the south, the blocks there's no rear yard setbacks whatsoever. We also did a streetscape view. This is a view of the streetscape on the opposite side of the subject property, which you can see is comprised primarily of 4- and 5-story buildings. And then we also did a streetscape view showing the east side of Ashbury with the proposed project here, and looking to the full length of Ashbury Street. With regard to the footprint of the project, we set back the side mass 3 foot 3 inches to mitigate light and shadow impacts to the neighbor to the south, and we also set back the rear wall, the primary rear wall 15 feet from the property line. There is an extension of the an elevator bay and balcony at one level into that 15 foot.
Your time is up.
Okay, speakers in support of the project sponsor.
My name is Ty Bash, and I am the owner of 1110 Ashbury. Some of you guys might be familiar with me. I presented with the DR in front of you guys back in May 22nd of this year. I look around this room, and boy, do things make sense. If you see my face that is familiar, you would be very familiar with some of the other faces, some of whom I had never seen before they showed up to my DR, but this is all making sense now. I'm deeply saddened by the facts that bring us together tonight, as they are, in my opinion, a collapse of the process that was intended to provide public oversight of the planning process, but has turned into mudslinging and character assassination of many of the homeowners who simply wish to build their homes for their families or to expand the size of their family homes to accommodate their needs. In preparation for my DR hearing, I watched over 2 years of DR hearings online in which project sponsors were repeatedly used as punching bags in an all-out neighbor against neighbor warfare. Following a DR experience, some choose to move out without building. Very sad, as they cannot bear the thought of living next door to their neighbors. A sympathetic planner even went as far as saying that the process is not for the faint of heart. I ask each one of you, is this the utopia that you wish to call your home? I'm not going to go into details about Dave's behavior, but I would like to say this. I'm of the opinion that the proposed home at 1155 Ashbury would be a wonderful addition for our street. It boasts quality design, wonderful use of materials, creative use of space. It provides a family-sized home on a small, underutilized lot. It has minimal impact of the neighbors. At a time where many families with young children are leaving the city, this home will be able to occupy a family. In order to minimize the impact on the neighbors, project sponsor proposes to excavate below grade in an attempt to provide his family with their needed living space. And finally, as far as the petition that was signed, how can we take seriously a petition that specifically states that a building that is 6 stories tall was presented? If that's not a falsehood to the neighbors, I don't know what is. I urge you to not take DR and approve the project as is. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Chess, and my wife and I are owners of the home on Belvedere, which is a few blocks down, and new owners, actually. And Coal Valley being a very tight niche market, obviously up above Haight, everything up there. Everybody wants to live in this particular area. We've been trying for years to find a place and found one. And I know some of Mr. Durkin's projects. I do know him personally. And we're very in favor of this project. In fact, any project that wants to create a new atmosphere and bring Coal Valley more people into the area that are of the kind of standard and character that Chris and his wife and their kids are. They're a great couple. He builds unbelievable projects. And once this project's done, I'm sure all these people that are complaining are going to be bringing cookies and stuff to his house, apologizing. I think it should be approved. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm the developer's wife. He's a family man. We have 2 kids, a girl that has 4 and a boy that has 1 year, and this is our family project. I'm coming here to ask you to approve this project because we can't wait to have our own house.
Any other speakers in support of the project? Sponsor? Okay, DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Can you hear me now? So the first point I want to address is the variance question. And I will say to you that there's been absolutely no rebuttal by the project sponsor in terms of the variance question. I'm asking you to deny the variance. There is no justification for the variance. Next, I would like to address some of the DR questions. The project sponsor representative shows a streetscape on the east side and refers to the east side of Ashbury, where when we're making judgments about a streetscape or the aesthetic of a street, we should look at the aesthetic as we would view it, which is the west side. And showing the east side is quite immaterial in my mind. There are special and extraordinary circumstances with this. We have a petition with over 50 neighbors in the immediate vicinity against a scattering, a very small scattering in a very large geographic area that purport to support this program. We've repeatedly heard that there are not 6 floors on this building. But if we could look at if we could look on the projector just for a second, and I apologize for the quality of this image, but I would just like to show you directly from the plans, and it is a little bit rough, but here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and an observation deck on top. So there are 6 floors, 6 usable floors. So this is viewed from the rear, but it has a massive impact on Clayton Street. So in conclusion, I ask you, please deny the variance. It was misrepresented. You've had this clearly pointed out, and take the DR.
Okay, project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. I'll just address the variance now briefly. We stand on our papers submitted. We believe that the findings can be made. This is a very unusual lot that requires the minor encroachment into the rear yard. The rear yard, as it is, essentially matches the rear yard to the rear of this property. Thank you very much.
Public hearing is closed. Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to bring to the directors, the zoning administrators, and his commission's attention that the project as it is submitted is not approvable by us at the moment. The project lacks those kinds of dimensions by which we understand of how the project sits in the lot. There are no lateral dimensions. There are no dimensions on the adjoining buildings and how they relate to each other. And while we can abstract it, we can understand it kind of as a legal document by which we determine the demising lines of buildings with each other, particularly we have a very difficult rear yard situation here. I do not believe that we are in any position to look at this project tonight. And that is not speaking to the DR requester nor to the applicant. It is just basically an impossibility to judge a project. There are 2 dimensions, and the 1-dimension part is the 3'2" by which it sets off from the western property line. And then there is a survey which generally speaks to the lot dimensions, the western side being 66.53 or whatever, 4426, which speaks to a very small lot by which the siting of the building in the lot accurately dimensioned in terms of lengths and widths, including how it relates to adjoining properties, is one of the key elements that this commission needs to take as its basis for approval, particularly when it goes to Department of Building approvals. Our recommendation has to rely on a common set of references, which we don't have. I ask that we continue the project, perhaps till next week, that the architect, who might have overlooked the dimension strings, adds them, and then we can discuss everything else.
Second, if that's a motion.
That's a motion.
Second.
Commissioner Hillis.
That's true.
Call the question, please.
I mean, if it is heard next week, we wouldn't be able to get plans to the commission in time for you to review. They'd be provided the day of the hearing.
Commissioners, next week is a very full agenda.
Maybe we better
So it has to wait.
September 4th, is that our next?
Commissioners, there's really not a good hearing in the next several weeks. Next week, you have 3 DRs with a full calendar. On September 4th, you have 4 DRs. On September 11th, you have 4 DRs.
We're not asking you at this moment.
So it doesn't really matter which hearing over the next several weeks you choose. None of them will actually be good for a 5th or 4th DR.
But I would not recommend going next week because it would not be good time. It wouldn't be able to get drawings in time, and it would just not be a good practice.
Excuse me.
No.
Could I just point out the dimensions on sheet?
No. Excuse me, sir. The hearing is closed unless they've asked for a question of you.
Right, and the dimensions have to track on all drawings.
Commissioner Antonini.
Continue to September 11th.
I accept that as part of the motion.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Commissioner Sagaya.
Yes, I also, since I won't be here for that meeting, like the zoning administrator to take into consideration my concern about the actual variance issue, because I think 10 feet out of 22 is an awfully large variance to be asking for. Thank you. But that's also somewhat dependent, I think, on the dimensions and the relationship of this building to the other buildings surrounding it, not only on either side, but to the rears, so that we can get some idea of the existing situation in the mid-block area.
Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to continue this matter to September 11th. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini. Aye. Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Sugaya.
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0.
And on the variance, continue to the same date, to September 11th. Thank you.
Commissioners, that will place you under public comment. I have no speaker cards.
I think we were adjourned, right?
General public comment.
I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment? I'd like to thank Airbnb for allowing me to miss my son's 18th birthday tonight.
Okay, we are adjourned at 11:32.
Meeting is adjourned.